Boom. Hey, folks. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing. Okay. It should be an interesting day today. We got a whole lot of stuff to talk about. Let me know how the video is. This is an experiment. I bought a new camera. I'm trying to use it as a streaming tool. I don't know if it's working. Um, I don't know. It also tells me that I need to work on my background. There's too much white behind me, and I am way too white. And is he very hazy and glowy? Yeah, can I fix any of that? Is there any way to um, fix any of that? Is that better? Um, mm, I think that's the best I can do. I need to adjust the white balance. Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, I got the overhead light on. Let me try killing that. See if that helps. Where's it? I can't reach the light switch without a thing. Oh, what can I reach the light switch with? We're going to reach the light switch with a reaching stick. Ha. All right. That might help, maybe. Um, all right. That might be better. I think that's better. So, yeah. All right. That's how we'll have to work this. Okay. Yeah. So, how's everyone doing? I think people are hopefully having a good day here. I also somebody was saying that they didn't really like booze related goals and they had decent reasons for it. So I am going to try to steer away from that for at least a little bit, or at least try to de-emphasize it a little bit. But we do have something for goals today. And I'm going to show you what it is. I got sent this. And I got sent this, like, this is sent to me for free. So this is kind of sponsored stuff in the sense that they sent me this. This is Maritime Madness's hot sauce sampler pack. It has 12 different hot sauces. The other thing I noticed about Maritime Madness is that Maritime Madness actually has some sauces, and you can do a search. You can do a search on their webpage where they actually have a they have a filter for allium free, like no garlic and onions. So that I thought was really an interesting thing, because a bunch of you were asking about, could I make a sauce with no garlic and onions? And they're like, we are ahead of you. So yeah. Anyway, I've set a goal. When we hit the goal, I will try the hot sauces and I will tell you what they're like and how they are. I think the first one we have here, the first one in the queue, is Garlic Goodness. My fingernails are awful. I gotta clean those. All right. Garlic Goodness. What is its hot rating? Doesn't say. All right. So it's just danger. All right. So we got two things that happened that are both kind of a big deal. Like, both really epic things that happened. And I have opinions on both because they're both wild, and I'll probably end up cutting and reposting them as video. But I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll cover them. We'll cover the first one as Murdaugh. And the reason why is I think Murdaugh is going to be quicker. I mean, it's long-ish. It's 36 pages. We're not going to read the whole thing because we got to get finished sometime tonight. But we're going to cover the essentials. Oh, it's less than 36 pages. It's about 20 pages. So we'll cover the essentials and we'll talk about what it means, because it's actually a really big deal. I I know that this one is kind of an unpopular result because lots of people are like, oh, I suppose I should tell you what the result is. Murdaugh's getting a new trial. That's the result. Now I can tell you it's unpopular. And the reason why it's unpopular is because people are like, Murdaugh needs to be in jail forever and ever and ever. And I get it. Like, the allegations are super, super serious. But this one really needed one. And so let's talk about why it needed one. Somebody says, can I put myself on the left side of the screen? We're going to try. Nope, that doesn't work. Yeah, we'll try here for this one. Share screen. Which window? This window. Here we go. And we'll add this to the stage so that you guys can see it. Okay. So in the matter of the state versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, you can see that the result is reversed and remanded. What does that mean? They reversed the conviction and they're remanding it for a new trial. So it's going for another trial. And so this doesn't mean that Murdaugh is out of the woods, right? Because Murdaugh is, he's still got to face that entire new trial, right? He's still got to do that. Also, isn't he convicted on financial shit? So if he's convicted on the financial shit, well, he's not getting out anytime soon. So, yeah, I mean, ultimately, how much this affects him in the short term is probably very little, other than he's going to be spending the next while in court again. So 40 years for the financial shit. So, I mean, you still don't want to be getting convicted for, you still don't want to be convicted of murder. You still don't want to, and this might affect him in terms of things like insurance, right? Because does the insurance pay out or not? Those are sort of questions. So, all right. Now, I also see some people who are asking what happened. Ooh, I got hiccups. What happened to Monday? Well, I'll tell you what happened to Monday. We'll probably set that as a goal. Let's dive in. So, for 6 weeks in early 2023, I got to put that down a little further. The eyes of the nation focused on Colleton County, where the state prosecuted notorious former attorney Richard Alexander Murdaugh for the murders of his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul. Both the state and Murdaugh's defense skillfully presented their cases to the jury as the trial court deftly presided. So you'll note the lawyers are skillful. The trial court is deft, presided over this complicated and high-profile matters. However, their efforts were in vain because Colleton County Clerk of Court Becky Hill placed her fingers on the scale of justice, thereby denying Murdaugh his right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. So defense counsel the lawyers are skillful, the judge is deft, and Becky Hill is fingers. So, our justice system provides, indeed demands, that every person is entitled to a fair trial, which includes an impartial jury untainted by external forces bent on influencing the jury towards a biased verdict. Although we are aware of the time, money, and effort expended for this lengthy trial, we have no choice but to reverse the denial of Murdaugh's motion for a new trial due to Hill's improper external influences on the jury and remand for a new trial. Because we order a new trial on this basis, it is not necessary that we review every evidentiary issue Murdaugh raises on appeal from his conviction. Because he raised like 8, right? He raised a bunch of them. However, we address the admissibility of Murdaugh's financial crimes to offer guidance on this thorny issue to the trial court on remand. So they're like, we don't have to address every evidentiary issue, but we're going after this one. This one has to be addressed. This one we got to look at. So the other thing I should mention, I'm going to interject here a little bit. I have to be in Illinois at the end of this month. So end of the month, I'm going to be in Chicago, which means that if you are in Chicago and you would like to say, hi, Runkle, there is an opportunity to do that. So the opportunity to do that is I am hosting an event at the Green Door Tavern on May 30th. So that's like a couple weeks away. That's real short. So Green Door Tavern, May 30th. And yeah, come on out. It's 6:00 p.m. until we give up and go home. And so yeah, come say hi. And yeah, Runkle, come say hi at DEF CON. Where is DEF CON and when is DEF CON? I don't have tickets to DEF CON. So sadly, I'm in the St. Louis area of Illinois. All right, fair enough. I'm traveling a little further than from St. Louis, but you know, you can make your call as to whether or not you're going to make it. So I'm inviting people because A, I want to meet people. B, I have a minimum spend. So if I don't, what do you call it? The way the booking works is I agree that they're going to get at least X much money, and if it's not like out of drinks purchases and so forth, then it's then it's out of my pockets. So yeah. So it's good if people are there. All right. Otherwise, I have to drink $1,500 worth of booze all on my own, and that would be. I would not live through that. I cannot drink that much Malort. All right. Question: is it true you can't crowd fund lawsuits in Canada? Not really. No, people do so. All right. Factual and procedural background. We're going to skip parts of this because most of you know what we're talking about here. But we'll talk about some critical moments here. So Juror X, who testified on the first day of the hearing, acknowledged hearing Hill say before Murdaugh's testimony, looks like the defendant is going to testify. This is an important day, or this is an epic day, and that it was rare for a defendant to testify. Juror X said these statements did not impact the verdict. Now, I mean, here's the problem with asking jurors, right? You're asking jurors, are you reasonable? And yeah. What is it? Not sure advertising you're going to be in Chicago is the best idea, given a certain IP lawyer, unless, of course, you're there for her anyway. That's why I'm there. She brought proceedings against me. I have to go down to address those. So the reason why I'm in Chicago is to deal with that. I have a mediation, and then later I have a trial date, or a hearing date. I don't know if any of those things are going to go through, but they're booked. But the thing is so yeah, she's aware I'm going to be in town. I'm hoping that she is not dumb enough to show up at my meet, but I mean, I guess there's nothing I can do if she tries. So anyway, the thing is when you ask, and yes, Law Talk with Mike is invited. I'm also inviting the Muddaughs. So the Muddaughs will probably be there. I haven't sent them the message yet. Maybe I should do that while I'm talking here. But I can send the Muddaughs a message. And yeah, trying to send a message, and just as I'm trying to send something, it comes up with a what do you call it? A notification there. All right. So when you ask a juror, like, are you biased? Are you, are you partial? Are you whatever, right? Jurors are always going to say, look, we are reasonable people. We are, we are behaving in a fashion that is, diligent and responsible. And, so if you asked a jury, like, if you had a jury and someone came into the jury room and said, if you had somebody who walks into the jury room midway through the hearing and said, okay, look, everyone who votes to acquit my boss, the accused, is going to find $100,000 in their mailbox when they get home. Anyone who votes to convict my boss is going to get shot. And you know what the jury would say afterwards? The jury would say, nah, that didn't affect our verdict at all. We just voted to acquit because of the strength of the case. And I don't know anything about any new $100,000. I just bought that new car for no reason. So yeah. Like, just, yeah. That's how juries are, right? So juror Z, who submitted one of the affidavits Murdaugh attached to his motion for a new trial, was the first juror to testify on the second hearing date. When asked whether she heard Hill make any comments about the case, juror Z responded that Hill said to watch his actions and to watch him closely. Juror Z added that Hill said more, but she could not remember anything else. Because, you're trying to remember all of this, right? Juror Z explained Hill's statements influenced her finding Murdaugh guilty because, to me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty. At the state's request, the post-trial court questioned Juror Z about her affidavit, addressing each paragraph in turn. Juror Z's affidavit gave a more detailed recitation of Hill's comments. Toward the end of the trial, after the President's Day break, but before Mr. Murdaugh testified, the clerk of the court, Rebecca Hill, told the jury not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys. And like right here, that in and of itself, like, you can't say don't be fooled by one side or the other, right? This is so obviously like a problem here that it's just like, okay. Now, to my mind, if this had been anything other than a reversal and a remand for new trial, then I would have been like, look, this is actually a really, really big deal. And, this should like, how do I put this? If they had not reversed this, I would have said that, like, I am losing faith in the system and the process, right? Because how do you not reverse on this? How do you not, right? The defense is entitled to present evidence, and usually the defense evidence is going to be something that will help the defense. And by help the defense, I mean things like, usually if the defense evidence is believed, then you're in a position where you must acquit. And by must acquit, I mean things like, what is it? You've got something like an allegation of an essay, right? And everybody knows what I'm saying there without me saying what I'm saying there. And so when you've got the, when you've got an allegation like that, you're probably going to have, or you may have the accused come out and testify and say, look, I didn't do it. I had consent, right? We agreed to do this, right? And the thing is that if the jury believes that there was consent, then there is no alternative but an acquittal, right? There is no alternative but an acquittal if the jury believes that. And 100%, there's just no other option, right? So, and similarly, Murdaugh testifies, did you kill your family? And he goes, no, I didn't. Well, if you believe him that he didn't kill his family, you have to acquit. There's no other alternative, right? There's no option where you're like, we good, right? So, yeah. She also instructed the jury to watch him closely immediately before he testified, including to look at his actions, look at his movements, which I understood to mean he was guilty. The thing is that even if you don't take that as even if you don't take that as a sign that he's guilty, you still can't tell the jury to pay extra special attention to one witness versus the other. The jury are the ones who get to decide who they pay extra special attention to. And if they say, look, we don't have any, if the jury can decide how much weight they want to put on things, and that can be all the weight, right? Or it can be no weight. The jury is entitled to put no weight on evidence that you and I might think watching a thing is definitive, right? Because, let's imagine a ridiculous example. Let's imagine the example of there is an eyewitness and his 10 friends, there's 11 people, all of whom testify that they saw Bob shoot Joe. Well, the jury can say, we don't believe any of these people. None of them are worth considering. And that's their sovereign prerogative. All right. Juror Z testified that when the jury began deliberations, Hill told the jury, this shouldn't take us long. Who's the us? You are not on the jury. In addition to referencing Hill's statements, Juror Z averred in her affidavit, I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. All right. After reviewing the affidavit, the post-trial court questioned Juror Z. I asked you previously, was your verdict on March 2nd influenced in any way by communications from Becky Hill, the clerk of the court? You answered that question, yes. In light of what you said in the affidavit, which is, I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors, is that answer I just read a more accurate statement of how you felt? Juror Z answered affirmatively. All right. Juror P says that Hill made a comment to watch his body language. He denied Hill's comments influenced him in any way. And then following Juror Z's testimony, the post-trial court informed the parties that the other jurors who were waiting for their turn to testify had tuned into the proceeding on court TV. I'm just going to say, if you are a jury, if you are a juror or whatever, you don't watch court TV. You don't watch, whatever. And you don't watch Runkle of the Bailey. If you are a juror, do not watch any coverage of what's going on because you can't. Not allowed. And then now we get to, in discussing her book, Behind the Doors of Justice, The Murdaugh Murders. All right. Even the title is shit. Even the title of this is dog shit. Hill claimed literary license to explain some of the more dramatic passages. She denied wanting a guilty verdict because it would sell more books, claiming the outcome of the trial did not matter to her, but she acknowledged as true a passage in which she stated she believed Murdaugh was guilty, but was concerned he would be acquitted because his family's goodwill in the community. She also got convicted of perjury related to her testimony. So, yeah. Also, I have Salagamin 4241. It's nearly 3 a.m. here, so I'm dropping this off and I'll catch up later. Thank you so much. Really appreciated. Very generous. Thank you. And all right, here we go. Let's see. How are we on the goal? That also hits the goal. All right. So our first one on the goal, garlic goodness. I'm hoping that the garlic goodness is in fact truth as advertised. I am opening it. Does it have a... I bet it's got a piece of paper thing. Yeah, it's got a seal. Sealed for freshness. I got to unseal it for unfreshness. Unsealed for dirtiness? I don't know. All right, so here we go. Garlic goodness. It's not too bad on the heat. I'd say like a 3 out of 10 on the heat. So if you're not a super spicy person, then you won't have too much trouble with this. What is the pepper? I feel like that cayenne, vinegar. I knew vinegar was on there somewhere. It's like a vinegar forward sauce. So if you like, like Tabasco is a vinegar forward sauce. So it's got that sort of, sourness to it. The garlic is actually kind of understated, but it's like a roast garlic. I was expecting more like a fresh garlic, kind of punchy, but it's a roast garlic kind of flavor. I like it. I like that a lot. All right. Goal number 2, stuck in the woods story. There we go. So, that is actually really going back for a second pull. All right. No, that's good. So the next thing is the post-trial court. Oh, we're going to want to bring this up on the screen. The post-trial court also questioned Hill about the favors she granted the media. Hill denied allowing the press to view the exhibits, including the sealed exhibits. However, she subsequently pled guilty to perjury stemming from this denial. Womp womp. By the way, let's talk about perjury. So perjury is one of the worst things to get convicted of. And the reason why it's so bad is that everything in our society is backstopped by the criminal or by the justice system, right? And so when, to put this into perspective, like let's say I sell you a knife, and I shouldn't sell you this knife because this is actually an illegal knife if you're not. I've got this under my business license, so don't buy this knife. But let's say I sell you a knife and you buy the knife and the knife doesn't knife. It just doesn't do what you need it to, right? Or I sell you this knife and you're like, you sold me an illegal knife. I want my money back. Where do you go? Well, you go to the court. You go to the police. You sue, all of those things, right? And so you go and you sue me for the cost of the knife, right? You're like, I paid you $50 for this knife. It's an illegal knife. I want my money back. Okay. Well, I say, I never seen this knife in my life. I don't know who this person is. What the hell? And you are now in a very difficult spot because you've got a perjury conviction, right? So the getting a perjury conviction on your record actually means you are potentially really fucked in all sorts of ways. Somebody comes up and punches you on the street, and you're like, that's the guy who punched me. And he's like, perjurer, perjurer. And the court might accept your story, or they might not. They might be like, fuck this person. They're a perjurer. They lie in court. We don't know what this is. Whatever you are lying about in court is not worth the perjury conviction. It just isn't. So, yeah. However, she subsequently pled guilty to perjury stemming from this denial. Although the post-trial court limited discussion of juror 785, whom the trial court dismissed on the day deliberations began for allegedly discussing the case with third parties, it allowed Murdaugh to question Hill about bringing to the trial court's attention social media posts that Hill mistakenly believed were from juror 785's ex-husband. Hill claimed that the juror was very talkative while Hill walked her to the trial court's chambers and volunteered that there were restraining orders on her ex-husband when they divorced. In response to the post-trial court's questioning, Hill continued to deny initiating or engaging the juror in discussion of these matters. But Hill is not super believable, right? In contrast to Hill's testimony, juror 785 averred at the hearing before the trial court and in an affidavit Murdaugh attached to his motion for a new trial that Hill interrogated her about the social media posts and whether she'd been in contact with her ex-husband. In the affidavit, juror 785 related that Hill, knowing the juror's fears about her ex-husband, informed her that law enforcement officers questioned the ex-husband about the posts, offered to reinstate restraining orders juror 785 had against him, and speculated that the Murdaughs probably got to the ex-husband when he called juror 785 on the morning of the verdict. What? What? Juror 785 asserted that Hill asked her whether she and the other jurors were inclined to vote guilty or not, and told her that everything Murdaugh said had been lies. She also stated that before Murdaugh testified, Hill told the jurors not to be fooled by the evidence Murdaugh's attorneys presented. None left. I still can't make this video. I want to make this video talking about firearms purchasable. So I started a thing where it's a 1 episode series. I meant to do a series, but it's a 1 episode series. And the series is, can I find a gun at a particular place? And the thing is this started because I was at the pet store and somebody said, I bet you can't find something that is legally a firearm in Canada at the pet store. And I went, bet. And so I found a dog ball launcher from Nerf and I tested it. And the Nerf dog ball launcher is, in fact, a firearm in Canadian law. So I said, the next one, where should I go for the next one? And people were, it was like 99% of the votes were for one particular place. Everybody said sex store. Everybody. And like one person said like grocery store. So like everybody was like sex store. And then, yeah. Yeah, it's an exempt firearm in the sense that you don't need a PAL for it, but it's still. So they're like, we need you to go to a sex store. And the thing is, I'm pretty sure I know of something that is a firearm in Canadian law that you can get at a sex store. But I need to go and actually buy one, and it'll take a little bit of testing to do. The little bit of testing is I think I'm going to have to drill one hole. Fuck, in context, that's really bad. We're not going to talk about holes anymore. All right, we're moving on. But I'm pretty sure the other problem is that the internet has really made it that the sex stores aren't really a thing anymore. They're online, so I might have to do that online. So anyway, as her book's title suggests, it turns out Hill was quite busy behind the doors of justice, thwarting the integrity of the justice system she was sworn to protect and uphold. The book was pulled from publication because Hill plagiarized portions of it. Yeah, and also the portions she didn't plagiarize are fuck awful. When the trial court dismissed Juror 785, she said her belongings left in the jury room included a dozen eggs, which another juror had brought her. She then became known as the Egg Juror or Egg Lady. I mean, you build a dozen bridges. Do they call you the bridge building lady? But you just get a dozen eggs and now you're the egg lady. All right. Everybody's speculating as to what the item is that I'm pretty sure is a gun in Canadian law, and you're all getting it wrong. You're all thinking like, you know, eggplant items or lube shooters or whatever else. Here's the thing. Here's what I'm betting I can find a model of that is a firearm in Canadian law. Spreader bar. So yeah, yeah, and this was in the middle of like the egg crisis, where like, yeah, the thing is if somebody brings me a dozen eggs and they're, you know, it's like those are nice eggs, like thank you. All right. Rhonda McElveen, the Barnwell County Clerk of the Court who assisted Hill with the trial, testified that Hill repeatedly told her she wanted to write a book so she could buy a lake house, and a guilty verdict would be the best way to sell books. McElveen testified that after hearing Hill had given a juror a ride home, McElveen counseled her that it was inappropriate, and while Hill admitted she gave the juror a ride, she claimed the bailiff was with them and they did not discuss the case. Although McElveen did not hear Hill say anything inappropriate to the jurors, she stated that Hill made comments to her staff and media members strikingly similar to those jurors Z reported, such as advising them not to be fooled by Murdaugh's attorneys and to look at Murdaugh's actions and movements while he testified. Finally, McElveen testified that Hill seated a writer with court personnel. This writer wrote the foreword for Hill's book. For the people who are like, why that? It's a hollow tube with end caps on it. That's why. It's just a hollow tube. Hollow metal tube, and then all that needs to happen is you put powder in there, you put a projectile in there, and then you have a hole in there and you like ignite the powder. I see somebody saying not all are hollow, but I mean, you just find some that are, right? So, yeah. All right. Next, Murdaugh called the alternate juror to testify. She described the incident in which Hill made her comments before Murdaugh put up his case, stating that while the jurors were assembled in one of the two jury rooms or were standing in the hall, Hill stood at the doorway and told them, "They're going to say things that will try to confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off." The alternate juror also testified that Hill told the jurors not to be nervous and don't be afraid to show your emotions because that's what they want to see. The alternate juror related she heard a court staff member say deliberations should not take long, but she could not remember who said it. So, let's carry on a little bit to the law. Law and analysis. Remmer presumption of prejudice. So he says he was denied his constitutional right to a fair trial by an impartial juror. The state argues the jury convicted Murdaugh because he was obviously guilty and not because three jurors heard Hill's foolish and fleeting comments about his upcoming testimony. Here's the thing. I don't care how fucking obviously guilty somebody is. They still need to have a fair trial. Still need to have a fair trial. How would you get the firing bit to work with the spreader bar, though? Matchlock. Drill a hole, stick a fuse in it, light the fuse, run like hell because that thing might explode. Matchlock action is how that's going to work. So straight up, that's the plan. All right. We agree with Murdaugh. Prejudice is presumed from Hill's comments. And while the presumption is rebuttable, the state failed to overcome this presumption. Can you find a pew pew at your local Starbucks? I don't know, because I don't know what Starbucks actually has. So yeah, I don't. I don't know what Starbucks carries. I haven't been in a Starbucks in 2 years. 2 years is the last time I was in a Starbucks, I think. I visited a friend who I hadn't seen since high school. And we met at a Starbucks, and I don't drink coffee, so yeah. All right. Our federal and state constitutions guarantee a criminal defendant the right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. Here's the other thing I'm going to say about this notion that he's like, he is so guilty that who cares if he had a fair trial. Canada has had several instances of wrongful convictions. And in many of those instances of wrongful convictions, those were they were situations where people thought and believed that the person was super, super, super guilty. Like, so guilty, the guiltiest person who ever lived. And because of that, it becomes easy to say, look, we're not, we're not, we're just going to skip the whole fair trials thing. The thing is you still need to have fair trials. And I don't like, I do criminal defense. I don't like criminals. Like, I don't. Criminality is bad. I know that's really fucking, like, it's a way out there statement, but criminality bad. And serious criminals even worse, right? But I want to make sure that if we're locking somebody up for being a seriously bad dude, the worst criminal that's ever been, I want to know for certain that person is actually guilty, that they actually did it. Because I don't want to see a situation where we're locking people up and going, all right, we're going to lock this person up. We're going to keep them in jail forever. And it turns out later that they didn't do it. And the thing is you have no way later on down the road to undo that, right? You can say, oh, we've released this person. We have, we even paid them some money. But, like, how do you replace that, right? Because a lot of the time when people are wrongfully convicted, they get wrongfully convicted in, like, their 20s, right? And so they get something where somebody's convicted in their 20s. They do 20 years in jail. Well, those are the years where you're supposed to, like, find a partner and, get married, have kids. It's where you're building your career, right? You get let out in you're 40. what are you going to do, right? You're not, all of those critical years, there is no amount of money that they can give you to make that to make you whole. There just isn't. They come to you and they say, we're going to give you $1 billion. It's like, cool. I there's a lot I can do with $1 billion, but I can't get my 20s back. Right? Gone. Right? And the other thing is, I've had the experience of being hired to assist somebody who had been in jail for a long time. And, his family's like, he's getting out. We need somebody to pick him up because, he's not, but like, can you go and help him? Right? Just like help take him to, wherever. And the thing is the guy didn't know what a cell phone was. I mean, he knew what a cell phone was because he'd seen them on TV, but he didn't know what a cell phone was. Like he'd never actually used a cell phone. And, just all of the stuff is so different that it's, he's coming out into an entirely new world. And I mean, that was a guy who's guilty, right? That was a guy who got convicted. There was no wrongful conviction. There was no anything like that. But it's just, he walks out and it's this scary ass world. And, it's like, how do I get a job? Because this guy, how we thought he was going to get a job? You know what he thought he was going to do? What he thought the thing to do to get a job was? He was going to start walking into businesses and giving them a paper resume. And I had to be like, dude, you cannot do that anymore. That is not a thing anymore. You have to get an internet connection. He's like, and I'm like, yeah. So, I mean, I stayed in touch with the guy for a while and then he found like other stuff. But, just like figuring out that in order to apply for a job, you have to go online and like put in electronic applications was this whole weird ass thing. And, so, yeah. All right. So basically the court notes, you have a right to a fair trial. It is super fucking important. The other thing is like, let's look at the worst possible offenders, right? Paul Bernardo is probably one of the worst offenders in Canada. And if you don't know Paul Bernardo was convicted of a series of essays and murders. And they were like sadistic. They were messed up. And, he was convicted. He's going to be in jail for the rest of his life. And I am happy that he got a fair trial because I want to know that we have the right guy in jail. And yeah, the Bernardo killings are messed up, especially because his wife was very much on board and assisting and participating in everything. And she got a sweetheart deal because the prosecutors were sexist and didn't realize that like a woman could be equally fucked up and sadistic and psycho. And yeah, Runkle walking in is the best way to get hired, especially something like construction. They hire on the spot because you're someone who actually showed up. Yes, construction's a different sphere. I also had a guy, I don't have a guy anymore, but I used to have a guy where he had a construction company. He'd be like, send me your criminals. And I was like, what? And he's like, because I knew this guy because he was a client, right? And so he afterwards was like, I want to help people who are in jail because he did some time in jail. And so literally he was like, if you have somebody who needs a job, send them, and you don't think they're too much of a fuck up. That was the other thing. Send them to me. And so, like, if I had clients who were like, I've kicked the meth, but I need a job, I'd be like, hey, man, here's the deal. This guy had a meth addiction. He's clean right now. He's going to need some babysitting. He doesn't have any skills, but like, and he's like, cool. He can haul bricks. And so that guy, the other thing is a friend of mine got a job in construction. He's now been doing construction shit for like 10 years, but he got his first job in construction by asking around as to who was the best paying construction company. And he found out who was the best paying construction company. And he walked up to their site and said, hey, can I get a job here today? And it was like 8 or like 6 a.m. or whatever, like start time. And they're like, no. And he showed up every day at like 6 a.m. and was like, hey, can I start here today? Can I get a job? And he did that for like 3 weeks. And eventually the company was like, you have been here on time every day for 3 weeks and you don't even work here yet. You have a job, sir. Because they're like, we're going to hire the guy who's here. So, yeah. All right. I owe you guys a story, but we're going to rush through this a little bit further. So once the Remmer presumption is triggered, the state bears the heavy burden of proving there's no reasonable possibility that the verdict was affected by the contact. No reasonable possibility is such a high standard, right? Such a high standard. So, yeah. In Parker versus Gladden, the Supreme Court recognized the extreme prejudice inherent in statements concerning the matter at trial when made by an officer of the court, right? Becky Hill isn't just some rando. It's not like I just walked in at the Murdaugh trial, saw some jurors, and was like, hey, you should convict that guy. Because they'd be like, who's this gray-haired weirdo? Fuck this guy. But Becky Hill is the clerk of the court. She's got the majesty and so forth. So it's a big deal, right? So there, a bailiff who oversaw a sequestered jury during an 8-day trial stated to a juror in the presence of other jurors, oh, that wicked fellow, he is guilty. And you're saying, why is he saying, oh, that wicked fellow, he is guilty? Well, because it's 1966. This, if it was being filmed, this would be in black and white. It's not quite that old, but yeah. The bailiff also told another juror, if there's anything wrong in finding petitioner guilty, the Supreme Court will correct it. So, yeah. However, not all comments by officers of the court are prejudicial. In Green, a juror asked a bailiff what would happen in the event of a deadlock, and he responded, the judge would likely give them an Allen charge and ask if they could stay later. Which, is correct. It's like, yes, that is likely what will happen. All right. So they go through some more case law here. We're not going to go through the whole freaking thing, right? We're not going to go through every line of this. Maybe I'll do another video that goes through it every line and does a line by line analysis. But for right now, we're going to skim because, yeah. All right. So we acknowledge that this court has not always employed the Remmer presumption when considering external influences on the jury. In Kelly, an appellant asserted the trial court erred in denying his motion for mistrial when a capital case juror shared a pro-death penalty pamphlet in the jury room during the penalty phase of the trial. That's a big deal to me. That's a big deal. I forget the Bindi Johal trial. Bindi Johal was a gangster shithead in Vancouver area. I forget what happened in his trial, but I know that Bindi Johal got shot. I think Bindi Johal was the guy who got shot in. I think he got shot in like a dance club. Somebody walks up and pops him in the back of the dome, and nobody saw it. Everybody in a packed nightclub is like, I don't know. I didn't see shit. The other thing I've heard about Bindi Johal after he got shot, assuming I'm not confusing two people, after the guy died, the police lined up to see the body. Lots of people wanted to confirm that this guy was dead. So, yeah. All right. So Becky Hill sucks is basically this. They note, furthermore, Hill's attempt to insert herself into the jury's deliberation through these comments was in line with her stated desire for a guilty verdict to sell more copies of the book she planned to write. Her meddling in events around Juror 785's dismissal and her self-aggrandizing conduct throughout and after the trial, from granting favors to media members, such as allowing them to view sealed exhibits, and sitting a writer with court staff in the courtroom to granting interviews. As the post-trial court found, Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity and allowed her desire for the public attention of the moment to overcome her duty to her oath of office. We have no reason to find Hill did not make all of the statements the jurors reported. Therefore, we hold Murdaugh established Hill made comments that the day Murdaugh testified was epic or important, and urged jurors not to be fooled, confused, thrown off, or convinced by Murdaugh, and to watch Murdaugh's body language closely. And we have some wonderful footnotes. Footnotes are where the fun lives in a lot of court matters. So, Hill's lack of credibility during the hearing on Murdaugh's motion for a new trial is further evidence by her recent guilty plea to perjury stemming from the hearing for her denial of allowing members of the press to view the sealed exhibits. And the post-trial court did not make a finding on the alternate juror's credibility. Next, we must decide whether these comments were more than innocuous interventions. And they wrote like this giant fucking monster paragraph about this. I don't know why they did this giant monster paragraph when the answer is just obviously. Obviously, right? And then, did the state meet its heavy burden of proving there's no reasonable possibility that the verdict was affected? No, they did not. All right. So they're like, yeah, that is enough to get a new trial. And now let's go to the evidence thing. But before we go to the evidence thing, I owe you guys something. I owe you guys a story about getting stuck in the woods. So, Monday I had to cancel because I got stuck in the woods on Sunday. I didn't get back home until like Sunday at like way late. And by that point, I was freaking exhausted. I was so bagged out. I was like, there is no way I'm going to be up to doing the research and doing the preparation and all of that to get ready for doing a stream the next day. And I knew I was going to be exhausted. I knew it was going to be just, yeah. So what did I do? Well, a friend of mine sold me a drone. And like he sold me, it's an out of date drone. It's like, but I paid $200 for this out of date drone. And so I wanted to see if my fifth wheel was fucked, because there was reports of flooding in the area. And with reports of flooding in the area, I wanted to be like, is my vehicle, like, is this still there? So I set this drone up. I get the drone flying. The drone buzzes out, goes, looks around. I use the drone to look close up at the fifth wheel. Fifth wheel is fine. Fifth wheel is great. Fifth wheel is fantastic. I saw a moose via the drone. The moose, I don't think I got the moose on camera. I gotta see. Some stuff I recorded, some stuff I had problems because I initially sent the drone out with no micro SD card, so I don't know if I got the moose. I gotta check. But I saw a moose. I saw beavers. I saw geese. I saw all sorts of stuff. So I'm there and I have the drone. I don't see any watermarks on the fifth wheel. It's fine. I'm like, awesome. I hit the return button on the drone, and the return button is like fucking magic because this drone goes up above the trees again and comes and buzzes right back, and like it manages to avoid the trees. I had line of sight on the thing, but the drone just like, it just works great. And the drone comes back, it lands, I just hold up my hand, it lands right in my hand. It's wonderful. And I thought, it looks really dry up there. I'm going to drive up to the fifth wheel and make sure the road is fine. I drive to the fifth wheel. I go and have a look at the fifth wheel. Fifth wheel is great. Fifth wheel's fine. Fifth wheel's perf. Nothing, like no water got into it. It's just fine. Cool. I am driving out of the land. And I get stuck in mud. And I'm sitting there, I'm rocking the car back and forth to get it moving. Fifth wheel, like a camper, you tow it behind a truck or something. I try my damnedest to get this thing out, and I cannot get this thing out. And the worst part is, at the end of it, I managed to get the car to this point where it's not actually that deep in the mud. It's not deep. It's just like an inch down. But the mud was so slippery. So, like, it was like this clay slurry shit. And literally it was just like, if you put your hands in it was like grease. It was so bad. And could not get the car out. Mrs. Runkle came out to try to help, and we could not get the car out together. So finally, we're like, it is too fucking late to keep going here. So I go and I'm just like, okay, it's too late. I can't, and so we just drove back. Mrs. Runkle is a saint because it's Sunday. It's the night before work. Mrs. Runkle likes to get her beauty sleep. Mrs. Runkle likes to, she likes to be in bed by 11, right? And if she's not in bed by 11, she is, it's like, okay, this is a big deal here. And so Mrs. Runkle is like, okay, cool. And she comes out to rescue me. And we get back at like 2 a.m. I drive back. Mrs. Runkle is sleeping in the car. And like, I'm not listening to the radio. I'm not anything because she's sleeping in the car. And I'm just like, oh, I feel so bad because she had to come get me. And yes, Runkle, do you have the Chicago date? May 30th, 6 p.m., Green Door Tavern. May 30th, 6 p.m., Green Door Tavern. We will be there from 6 p.m. until we get tired of being there. I also need to decide if I am ordering food. So the way this works, the way all of this works with the rental and all of that is that what do you call it? There is, a $1,500 spend, and that is the minimum spend. So if anything that is ordered there off of the drinks menu, the food menu, anything comes off of that $1,500, right? So if people are there, they're having drinks, it'll get burned, right? But and the last one of these things I did, we had no problem. Like people, it was like an hour into the event, and they were like, "You're good on the minimum spend." Awesome. But the other thing I got to decide is if I'm going to order food ahead of time. And so they sent me a menu. I can show you the menu here. I'm going to minimize to this side because there's room. So the options: pork belly sliders, sloppy joes, burger sliders, veggie burger sliders, chicken sliders, Chicago deviled eggs. I think I'm going to order a plate of those no matter what. I just want to try what a Chicago deviled egg is. Cheese curds, buffalo chicken wings, devils on horseback. I have no idea what the fuck that is. What is it? I don't think they'll let me bring my hot sauce. So I could try. But what is it? Devils on horseback, mini corn dogs, spicy chicken quesadilla, chili cheese quesadilla, GDT poutine. I don't want to know what they're doing to the poutine. I'm not getting the poutine. That just sounds like a recipe for sadness. Loaded fries, that might be better. Plain fries, chow chun broccoli, Brussels sprouts, mixed green salad, fried Nutella sandwich. So I don't know which of those things. I'll probably get 2 or 3 things just to start people off, and then we'll go from there. So yeah. The other thing I put in a request for. I cannot guarantee that they will be able to do it, but I've sent them a request asking if they could. And let me see if I can pull up the request. I can't. I don't have a good way to. So let me read you the thing. I said, also, weird question. Are you able to make Caesars? And they said, yes, we can offer Caesar salad. And I went, I mean the drink, not the salad, sometimes called a Bloody Caesar. And they said, oh, I'm honestly not sure, but I can ask my team. So I'm like, I am hoping that they'll be able to have the Caesar drink. But they're going to ask the team if they can do it. And it'd be pretty cool if they could, because I think that there's lots of people who might enjoy that. So, all right. Evidence of Murdaugh's financial crimes. Because we order a new trial on the basis of Hill's improper influence on the jury, we don't need to address the evidentiary issues. But we do choose to address this one. At the time of the trial, Murdaugh had been accused of and indicted for numerous financial crimes. During his testimony before the jury, he admitted he committed the financial crimes, although at that time he had not been convicted of anything. After trial, he pled guilty to the financial crimes in both state and federal court. He was sentenced to a concurrent 27 years in state prison and 40 years in federal prison. 40 years in federal prison. Yeah. And Vez is right. Poutine in Quebec or no poutine at all. I'm going to be particular about my poutine. And the reason why is because you're supposed to have squeaky cheese curds. It's supposed to have a particular kind of gravy. Good poutine is amazing. And the proper poutine experience, the really correct way to have poutine, is you go to a bar. You drink. You are staggering out of the bar, half cut. You're hungry because it's been a night of being at the bar. You go over to some some greasy looking shit shack with some guy who's got like a beard that starts at his eyebrows and goes to I don't know where. And you go up and you're like, puts in, and the guy's like, ugh. And the guy, like, this guy should properly be barking at you in Quebecois French. He should be slightly mocking of the fact that you are clearly not Quebecois. And he serves you something in a bin. And, you eat this stuff served by this weird dude. And it will be the best thing ever. All right. So, back to the thing. The state sought to admit evidence these financial crimes during Murdaugh's murder trial for the purpose of showing his motive for committing the murders. The state filed a pretrial motion which it argued the evidence demonstrated Murdaugh accrued substantial debts over a period of years, and to cover those debts began engaging in illicit financial crimes involving the theft and misappropriation of money from his clients and his own firm. So, carrying on here, they say that he committed the murders to move the focus away from himself and buy himself additional time to try and prevent his financial crimes from being uncovered. So, Murdaugh filed a memorandum arguing that they should be excluded, and So during various breaks in the course of the trial, the state presented the testimony of 8 witnesses regarding the Murdaugh's financial crimes outside the presence of the jury. After hearing this testimony and the arguments of both sides, the trial court found all evidence of financial crimes that may likely have led to motive or lend itself to a motive for the crime committed was admissible. So all of the financial stuff went in. All right, carrying on here a bit. They're describing the financial evidence in detail. So, we agree with the state that evidence of Murdaugh's financial crimes made the state's theory of motive more probable. Indeed, thus we find the trial court acted within its discretion in finding the financial crimes evidence was relevant and admissible. The more difficult question is whether the trial court should have excluded all or some of the financial crimes evidence under 404B or 403. So, whether they should have excluded all of the financial crimes evidence is a point on which not all members of the court would have ruled the same way had we been the trial court. We each agree, however, this was a decision within the discretion of the trial court under the facts and circumstances. So, as to the second category, whether the trial court should have restricted the extent, that is, whether they should have excluded some of the evidence, we unanimously hold that the trial court allowed the state to go far too long and far too deep into aspects of Murdaugh's financial crimes that were not probative of the state's theory of motive, which gave rise to considerable danger of unfair prejudice and therefore should have been excluded. As to whether the court should have excluded all evidence, they're like, So basically the crux of this, without going too much further, is basically that the state was absolutely doing this in a way that was prejudicial. Oh, I was wondering why my numbers were poor. Boom, Lawyer just finished. I was wondering why my numbers were so low. I was like, where the fuck is everybody? Lawyer was also streaming. Fair. And you know what? If I'm losing viewers to Lawyer man, I cannot lose them to a better guy because he is one of the best guys. One of the things I remember about Lawyer is when there was all those like natural disasters in his areas of the woods, he stepped up and was like not only fundraising for it and saying like, hey, donate money for this, which Ah, God damn it. Why is that? Okay, this is the problem I've been trying to. Okay, now it's fixed. All right. Um, what do you call it? Not only did he be like, hey, raise money for this, he also did matching funds for $100,000 worth of donations. And the thing is, I'm not able to do $100,000 worth of matching funds. I don't have a spare $100,000, but and I'm not faulting him for having a spare $100,000. I mean, good for him. But putting up the money is fucking awesome, right? So that was one of those things where I just went, holy shit, man. I keep an eye out when I look at the sort of community, if that makes sense, the LawTube community, as to like who is doing good things. And Lawyer You Know is one of the people who does good things. I don't always agree with his analysis, but when I don't agree with his analysis, I listen to his analysis because he is also really smart. And, whenever I disagree with him on something, I'm like, I need to know why we disagree because he's might well be right. So, yeah. Peter is one of the best people in LawTube, and I straight up, I'm a fan. So yeah. Anyway, the long and short of this is, I got no. Yeah. How's Rob? Rob is okay. He is dealing with life shit. Peter's handle is Lawyer You Know. I have not met him. I want to meet him. I got to make a trip to Florida sometime so I can hang out because that would be, yeah. Peter has the best hair on LawTube. I'll claim second on that. All right. We emphasize, however, the trial court should have limited the state's presentation of this evidence. We illustrate this point with an example from the direct examination of Tony Satterfield. State, and why were you the personal representative and not your brother? Satterfield, because my brother is a vulnerable adult and he has a disability. Court, can you repeat those words for me? Satterfield, that's my brother. He's a vulnerable adult and he's not able to function as a normal human being to deal with stuff like that. State, he's a vulnerable adult? Satterfield, yes. This particular testimony had zero probative value as to Murdaugh's motive for the murders, and obviously high potential for unfair prejudice as it portrays Murdaugh as a man who preys on vulnerable victims. That was the entire fucking point of that. And they did this over and over and over again in that trial where they looked at stuff that made Murdaugh look really bad and was basically just pure character evidence. It was purely just to say Murdaugh is a bad person and therefore he committed this murder. By our calculation, the state spent a total of 12.5 hours of actual testimony before the jury over 10 days of trial to introduce evidence related to Murdaugh's financial crimes. We are convinced the state could have effectively presented evidence to support its motive theory in a fraction of that time. And yes, the defense did suck at objecting. I know Rob is busy, but can he hop on one day for proof of life? I am hoping that if Rob is not able to do anything sooner, that I'll be able to post some proof of life soon. I don't want to say more, but yeah. All right. By holding the trial court in this case acted within its discretion in admitting some evidence of Murdaugh's financial crimes, we certainly do not intend to require the evidence be admitted on retrial. As is often the case, the facts and circumstances on retrial may be materially different from those presented in the initial trial. Let's talk about how the facts and circumstances on retrial can be materially different. I had a case that went to trial. And then it was appealed and a new trial was issued. And so new trial is directed, right? We're on to a new trial. In between those two things, one of the witnesses died. Like, the witness is dead. He dead. And the court declined to admit the transcript of that witness because the evidentiary basis had changed and various other things, right? So, very different trial. We're down a witness, right? All right. So we do intend to require, however, that if the trial court decides to admit evidence of Murdaugh's financial crimes on retrial, the state must complete its introduction of that evidence efficiently without the lengthy presentation of inflammatory details with little to no probative value that was permitted in the first trial. Like, state, fuck y'all. Come to Florida, Runkle, and do a meetup here with Peter. I would absolutely love to do that. That would be amazing. So yeah. Anyway, long and short of this is that Murdaugh is getting a new trial, and it is because Becky Hill is a sack of shit. And yeah. Is Rob's situation something where LawTube passing that would help? No. No, it's not. So the next of the sauces that is on the to try list is this apple and beer barbecue sauce, which I'm guessing is probably not going to be super hot because it's a barbecue sauce and not a spice sauce. But hit the goal and we'll try that out. We'll go through goals until we've hit this entire box. So, all right. Now, we can go on to Kouri Richins. Now, the first thing with Kouri Richins is I am not planning to go through every bit of the sentencing memo because there's a sentencing memo that was filed. But the sentencing memo is brutal. It was filed the night before the sentencing. And it is it's pretty rough. So let's have a look here at some of the bits in it. Jarn the Lich, making progress coding my dream game while listening to you. Thanks for your show. Jarn the Lich, if you can code, that is awesome. And making your dream game is a dream. Like, and when you get that done, let me know. Like when that's on Steam, let me know. I will absolutely buy a copy. And when I say buy a copy, I mean do not send me. I do not want a free copy. I will buy a copy. And I will tell other people to buy a copy because, you know, I love this idea. I don't know if I can make it happen. LawTube got big. Maybe it's time for a convention. I would love to do that. I don't know how I could do that. So, yeah, I can code a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean I can play Bitburner. And if you don't know what Bitburner is a game that is based around JavaScript. So yeah, that's as far as I can go. But yeah. Jarn the Lich, I would love to hear about your game. So, what does the state say in their thing? The defendant murdered her husband in the presence of the young children using a poison for money, and after trying and failing to murder him 17 days earlier. The Utah legislature recognizes that homicidal poisoning and murder for money are each so heinous as to individually warrant the death penalty. Now, this I find kind of interesting. One of the tomorrow? Oh shit, I'm buying a copy of that. Doesn't CrimeCon try to do a LawTube convention? Yeah, CrimeCon. Emily and I both went to CrimeCon. We were not super impressed. So now this I actually find kind of interesting because there is actually a bit of sexism on this. And what I mean by that is that poison is typically female. And somebody's going to give me shit for this, but it's true. It's a very gendered crime where poisoning is massively, disproportionately done by women. What do guys do? Guys get upset and beat somebody with their fist or their boots. Guys get a sword. Guys get a gun. But women, more often, not all the time, but more often, women are they're inclined to use poison. Now, poisoning, and part of that is that poisoning really evens up the poisoning kind of evens up, it doesn't matter how strong somebody is, you just but I mean, it's yeah, poisoning also doesn't kill people as often as you think, because poisoning is lots of poisons don't work as well as they used to. Like arsenic used to be a poison of choice, and now arsenic is you get arsenic poisoning, you're probably going to be okay so long as you go to a hospital and you start feeling like shit, right? So yeah, I saw somebody in the chat, I can't find it now, it's in the back, but they also noted that women tend to attempt to unalive themselves with poison more than they use other methods. It is actually a major difference between all of these things. One of the things I'm going to say is do not mess with Tylenol. And the reason why I say do not mess with Tylenol is that Tylenol is horrific. Tylenol destroys your organs. And what often ends up happening, if you want to make a doctor cry, ask them about Tylenol, because there's a lot of situations where people take Tylenol to try to unalive themselves, and they go to the ER and they get their stomach pumped and they're like, thank you, doctor, for for saving my life. I'm feeling much better now. I'm glad I'm going to live. And the doctor goes, about that, you are not going to live. You have killed yourself. It's just gonna take this week. And it's rough. It is one of the, and if you ever just want to see a doctor make the make the just 1,000-yard stare thing, that's how you do it, because lots of doctors have had to have that conversation with a patient, and it's a very difficult and incredibly PTSD stress stress related kind of thing. So yeah, it's awful. And the thing is at that point, the only way to save you is a new liver, and they're not giving you a new liver in a circumstance like that. They just won't, right? It's there's lots of people who need livers, and you aren't going to get one if you are, at risk of self-harm. So don't do it. Yeah, Tylenol is an extremely dangerous medication. I don't like, the other thing I don't like about Tylenol, I really, really hate about Tylenol, is that they put Tylenol in everything to stop abuse. So like Tylenol 3s, the Tylenol that's in it actually has no value, basically, because the Tylenol that's in it is not doing the pain killing. It's the codeine, right? The codeine is what's doing the stuff, right? The reason why they put the acetaminophen in the Tylenol 3s is so that you cannot abuse it, because you will die. It is literally there to kill you if you try to abuse it. And so there's a whole lot of medications out there that are like some medicinal shit plus Tylenol, and it's purely there to kill the shit out of you if you try to take too many of them. My Robaxa set is Tylenol, like acetaminophen or paracetamol, plus the active ingredient. And the acetaminophen is mostly there to kill you. I don't like it. I wish it was not in my house. Because like, if it wasn't for like some of these things, I would very much want to not have them in my house, because like I worry tremendously about things like, you know, if the Tylenol falls on the ground and the dogs eat it. So, you know, I'm like, yeah. I had a panic moment some years ago with one of my dogs who ate grapes, and Tylenol's worse than grapes. So, all right. Yeah, carrying on here. All right. So, the defendant chose poison. Jurists throughout time have recognized the particularly heinous nature of homicidal poisoning. Of all species of deaths, the most detestable is that of poison, because it can of all others be the least prevented either by manhood or forethought. We're just getting the sexism here right out in the open, right? Because like, manhood. I'm gonna like. I mean, Kouri Richins was not going to kill him by beating him to death, right? It's just not gonna. And so when we say that she should be extra sentenced because she couldn't like physically beat the guy to death, I kind of hate this. Somebody says, is that a quote from the 40s? No, it's a quote from 69. 1769. So it's not from the 40s, it's from the 1760s. They note, a murder carried out by deliberately giving the victim poison is more cruel and aggravated than other malicious or intentional killings, both because such a killing involves preparation and planning, and because the killer intentionally deprives the victim of any chance of escape or self-defense. I mean, if somebody walks in with a shotgun, I'm not going to have a whole lot of hope for escape or self-defense. But the other thing is that, like, fentanyl actually has an overdose, actually has an antidote, rather. Fentanyl's got an antidote. Naloxone works great on fentanyl and various other things, right? So, yeah, I don't know about this one. Also, if somebody's gonna murder me, if you are going to murder me, fentanyl's not a bad way. Because of all the ways I can think of dying, a fentanyl overdose, yeah. I'm just saying. Um, but carrying on to some other stuff here, and yeah, there isn't an antidote to shotgun bullet hole. So yeah, um, other than like try to keep organs in there. So the defendant decided that Eric Richins' money was worth more than his life. Courts have consistently recognized that spousal murders motivated by money are especially egregious. In one such case, the Arizona Supreme Court observed the killing in this case did not arise out of the heat of passion, fear, struggle, or attempt to escape. This killing was not just the result of momentary premeditation, but of defendant's deliberate, carefully conceived, meticulously planned, and cold-blooded scheme to kill rather than divorce his unsuspecting wife. That's because this is a quote about a different thing there. So the New York's Superior Court observed these killings do not stem from some powerful visceral emotion, but rather from greed and expedience. So I entirely agree with the stuff about killing for money, right? So yeah, I was told to give my baby Tylenol for fever. Now I'm mortified. Follow what your doctor tells you, right? Because yeah, and so long, just be very careful not to overdo it, right? Not to overdo it. But fever is bad too, right? Fever is real bad as well. So like, just Tylenol's fine so long as you're like taking it properly and dosing it properly and like all of that. Your doctor's not going to steer you wrong, but just be careful. The impact on the victim's family is irreparable. Yeah, of course it is, right? It obviously is. Eric Richins was a good husband. He cared and even provided for his wife and even protected her from herself. Eric was a good father. He knew that the defendant tried to murder him on Valentine's Day, and he also knew that it was unsafe for his children if he were to leave the home. Eric died protecting his boys, and they know it. CR was 9 years old when his mother murdered his father. He is now 13 and wears his father's clothes to school. You know how much that broke me when I first read it? Following Eric's death, DCFS supported a finding of emotional and physical abuse by defendant against CR. He and his brothers have participated in intense therapy since the defendant was arrested 3 years ago. CR wants the court to know that my dad was a good person and very thoughtful and kind and helped whoever needed help. And that I'm afraid if she gets out, she will come after me and my brothers, my whole family. I think she would come and take us and not do good things to us, like hurt us. I miss my dad, but I do not miss how my life used to be. I don't miss Kouri, I will tell you that. This is heartbreaking. AR was 3 weeks shy of his 8th birthday when his mother murdered his father. The defendant made AR her alibi, thereby condemning her child to be a material witness. If called to testify at trial, AR would have recalled being put to bed early on March 3rd without bathing, which was unusual for the boys. The television was playing loudly inside his parents' bedroom, and when AR tried to enter, he found he was locked out. AR used a broom to try to dislodge a key from above the door frame, intending to unlock the door and enter the bedroom. AR accidentally hit the wall with the broom, making a noise that attracted his mother's attention. She yelled at AR to go away. She later entered his room and asked him what he needed. AR pretended to be asleep because he was angry with her. Later during the night, his younger brother, WR, woke and tried to enter his parents' bedroom to sleep with them, as was his habit. WR also found himself locked out and slept in AR's bed instead. AR would have testified at the trial that the defendant did not sleep in his room with him the night she murdered her father. This, I was like, holy shit. Holy shit. The state did not call AR. But I suspect that had Kouri Richins testified at trial, AR would have been the rebuttal witness. that might be the reason why Kouri Richins decided to call no evidence. She might have decided to call no evidence to avoid that that scenario. And the thing is, yes, Elf Wiggins, we are on the same page a lot of the time. I just like Bloodworth even more now. I want to say Bloodworth. I have given Bloodworth some shit, both because he looks like a vampire, and because I mean he did a good job, or and because whatever. But Bloodworth not calling the kid when he didn't have to, solid fucking move. That is some good work. Bloodworth, I like. He that put it this way, I thought he did a good job. Now I'm like, good on you. So AR wants to know the court to know that my dad can't be my coach anymore and can't be at any of my games. He won't be at my birthdays. He can't teach me how to drive. He won't be at my graduation, and he can't take me camping or fishing. And that I don't want the defendant out of jail because I will not feel safe if she's out. With her in jail, I'll be able to continue to feel safe and live a happy and successful life without fear of her hurting me or anyone I love. WR was still in preschool when his mother murdered his father. He has now lived half his life without his father and 3 years without his mother. His memories of both are limited. He remembers being scared the night of his father's murder and wetting his pants while held in the bedroom before his Aunt Katie arrived. WR wants the court to know that when someone talks about Kouri, it makes me feel hateful and ashamed. She took away my dad. Kid, you should not be ashamed. You have done nothing wrong. There is no... this camera sucks. You have done nothing wrong. You have been strong in the face of brutal difficulties, and you have nothing to be ashamed of. And that if she got out, I would be so scared. I'm worried that she would take me away. Once she's gone, I'll feel happy and I'll feel safer and relaxed and trust people more. If the defendant serves 25 years in prison, she could potentially be paroled at age 57. Her sons will be 36, 35, and 30, and likely will have their own families. The boys deserve finality and should not have to revisit their father's murder at future hearings or worry about the defendant's potential parole. Given the tremendous trauma and upheaval that the defendant inflicted upon their childhood, this court should ensure that she does not harm their adulthood. Not only should the defendant serve her life in prison, but she should serve her boys' lives in prison. This is the best closure her children can hope for. Only this court can give it to them. You know how bad you have to have fucked up as a parent and as a human being, but especially as a parent, how bad you have to have fucked up in order for your children to want you to be in jail for the rest of time? The defendant's character is irredeemable. The defendant is transparent. Evidence of her character is well known from all stages of this proceeding, to include her prioritizing a facade of success over everything, her fraudulent borrowing, her stealing her best friend's life savings, her persistence in murdering Eric after failing in Valentine's Day, her self-publishing a children's book for money and attention, and the aim of her walk the dog letter, among a slew of other examples. The defendant cannot check her ambition or her sense of entitlement. When confronted, she lies. When she feels aggrieved, she attacks. And she certainly feels aggrieved. She always has. Yeah. So let's talk about, or let's go to the actual hearing today. Where did I put that? I had it. Where did I put it? Where is it? Crud. I appear to have lost it. 1 second. There we go. Oh, there it is. I put it in another window instead of in the tab where everything should be. Okay. All right. So we are going to let me know if the audio is okay. Let me know if you guys can properly see and hear and all of those things. All righty. Starting at the beginning. Maybe not too far at the beginning. No, beginning.
Anything further, Mr. Blevin?
Oh, yeah.
Competence under Utah of defense.
All right, so I'm going to warn the audio for this is sometimes awful. So, yeah.
00139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Can I have counsel for the state make their appearance?
Good morning, Your Honor. Brad Bloodworth, Lindsay Sherbanak, and Margaret Olson for the state.
Thank you. And for the defense?
Wendy Lewis, Catherine Nestor, and Alex Ramos for the defendant who is present.
Now, here I went, huh. Because quite frankly, if I was the prosecutor, I would have been like, or if I was the judge rather, I would have stopped and said, "Oh, I have some questions. I have some thoughts. I have some questions." Because they said that they couldn't all be there. They said that there were other obligations that prevented them from being present. And the thing is that this defense team fucked up so hard. Can I tell you how they fucked up? They should have known when Eric Richins' birthday was, and they should have made sure that they were unavailable before this happened, right? They should have made sure that this was a situation where, where they don't schedule the sentencing on the birthday. We did not make the hot sauce testing goal. I am restarting the goal. All right. We got to get 10 super chats for the hot sauce testing. All right.
Very good. This is the time set for sentencing. The court plans to proceed as follows. First, I need to address 3 administrative matters. The setting of a restitution hearing, which the court proposes would include discussion of the state's request for recoupment of defense costs.
No, the client is a moron. The client isn't going to know shit. You don't rely on the client to know this. You have to know it. The lawyer needs to know it better than the
costs at that time.
The lawyer needs to be better than
the state's request for a continuous protective order and any alleged inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report. Second, I'd like to hear from counsel for the state and from those who wish to present a victim impact statement. Third, I'd like to hear from defense counsel and those that defendant desires to present information regarding the appropriate sentence. And finally, the court will give Ms. Richins an opportunity to speak if she so chooses.
Okay, so let's talk about the if she so chooses. You know what I tell people about, you know what I tell my clients? I tell them to decline to say anything. It is not a good idea. You know, unless you're required to say something, keep your fucking mouth shut. I very rarely see people talk themselves out of a serious sentence. I see people talk themselves into it all the time. So.
Any objections, Mr. Blower?
No, Your Honor, I have one other housekeeping matter question.
Please.
Your Honor, the defendant previously waived the jury as it relates to domestic violence finding. I cannot recall, or find in the record, whether or not the court has actually made that finding. And the state would ask the court to do that today if it hasn't.
I can't recall whether there was a stipulation about their status as cohabitants made on the record during trial.
That's the issue,
Right.
Your Honor.
I mean, obviously, but he's like, we need this finding. So can we have it, please?
And I think
It doesn't impact the decisions today. It just impacts the record for any future offense that might be committed by this person.
that is correct.
Right.
Well, Your Honor, the one thing, it will affect the analysis as it relates to a continuous protection.
Well, understood. No, I understand your position. Yeah.
Your Honor, I do believe we put that on the record during the jury instruction conference.
Okay.
We discussed specifically the cohabitant issue, and you brought us to make a statement on the record.
Okay, very good. So I think there's a stipulation among counsel that the record includes a stipulation of fact recorded for the record that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins were cohabitants under Utah law at all relevant times. Anything further, Mr. Blutter?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, any objection to how the court intends to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Fair warning to everyone inside the courtroom. As with the time when the verdict was read, everybody in the courtroom deserves our respect while they are in the courtroom. So there can be no outward reactions to what's said today. This is an emotionally charged situation, reasonably so.
He's like, everybody needs to shut the fuck up and shut their face up. Now, one of the problems is that Kouri Richins, A, does not have any ability to shut her face up. She does not have the ability to turn her. She doesn't even have the ability to turn her face to like low. Her face is so facing, right? And yeah, but he's like, I don't want any of that.
Bottom line is no outward reactions. If you feel overcome with emotion, please look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. Moreover, to those that might be coming to the podium to make statements today, please make sure you're addressing me, the court, not other people in the courtroom. You're, of course, allowed to reference.
Which other people would they be referencing or would they make statements to? I actually really liked that the judge made this comment because I've seen a lot of other hearings where people are like turn and like address the accused or the convict now and are like, you are the worst person ever and I hope you burn in hell. And it's not appropriate. It's not what things are for, right? So the judge is like, you talk to me, you do not get to beat up on the convict. That is appropriate. That is reasonable. I like that the judge is saying it. I like this judge a lot.
Other people in the courtroom. But
Somebody notably violates this, although it's not somebody in the courtroom, I don't think. But
speak to me. All right. Let's talk about setting restitution here. What makes sense from the state's perspective?
Your Honor, the restitution amounts that the state is seeking are not well known in the record, or the defendant are well known in the record. So we can proceed in very short order. I don't know if there can be much dispute on the amounts.
Okay. From the defense team, what makes sense, Ms. Nestor?
We need an opportunity to brief these issues and do a little bit of research. We were surprised by some of the requests that came
The
from us.
recruitment issues?
Yes.
Fair enough.
So we need to look into that. I know that I'm going to be out of town the first 2 weeks of June. I'm going to be out of the country. So if we could do it before or after, that would be helpful.
After would work far better for me.
Okay, same. So other than that,
Ricky, what would you recommend? Is there an afternoon on which we don't have a ton of stuff set on Friday?
there is never a day where you don't have a ton of stuff. You are the court. All right, skipping a little.
Contact that constitutes a course of conduct that would cause an objectively reasonable person to suffer emotional stress. Moreover, the juvenile court has tremendous authority to determine whether and how much, if any, contact a parent in this situation should have with the children of the decedent.
So what happens here is that the Bloodworth, and I don't fault him for getting this wrong, Bloodworth is like, we want an order preventing Kouri Richins from contacting the family and the kids. And the judge is like, I wants to. I really wants to. But I can't. Right? I don't have the ability to do it. It's not part of the law. And so he's like, there's other courts that can. There's other courts that are able to. But not me. I can't. And they should create a law that allows judges to do that in cases like this. The judge actually says that directly.
I'm not sure that I have the authority to enter a continuous protective order in this case. I acknowledge this may not be what the legislature intended, that maybe they didn't see around to this corner when passing the statute in. I appreciate the state's position that maybe they should take a hard look at it, but the act says what it says today. Respond to that for me.
Your Honor, the state questions the court's kind of read of the act, and when the court relates members of the victims, any harm to members of the victim's family related back to harm to the victim, causing the victim harm. I think the plain read of the statute is, and it's 78 Bravo-7-8043D5.
Necessary to fully protect the victim and members of the victim's family.
Correct. The plain read of that sentence, Your Honor, does not say that the protection for the members of the victim's family does not, it does not relate back. It is a separate clause. It does not relate back to protection of the victim. And I think within the scheme of the statute, the legislature envisions protection for the victim separately, protection for the victim's family as an option of this court. And I think that's kind of consistent. This statute's odd. I think it's subsection B, which has a preamble on legislative intent.
Right.
And I think consistent with that preamble on legislative intent is the legislature's grant of this court, any court, authority to protect the victim's family under the statute as well, because of the unique nature of domestic violent crime.
An argument the state didn't make, maybe because it just doesn't believe in it, but it seems that a strict reading of the statute would say, I'm required to enter the continuous protective order and set a hearing, and then let the defendant make the argument that.
Your Honor, procedurally, I think that's right, because of the threshold inquiry of whether or not the victim, the decedent in this case, reasonably apprehends a harm.
Right. Practically, though.
But practically, I don't know that, it seems to me as the state brief that is evident that the decedent cannot reasonably apprehend harm.
Okay. Let me hear from you.
So Bloodworth is making the face right now. This face right here, this face that looks like a cat that has swallowed a pillow. This face is, Judge, I am not good at, the law is not helping me here, but please, come on, Judge. You know this is right. Give me the thing, please. And the judge is like, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is exactly it. Judge, the law sucks. That's exactly it. Yep.
Yes.
Your Honor, we agree with the court's original statements. We think this request for a continuous protective order is outside the purview of the statute. It's outside this court's authority. We believe it violates her First Amendment right. If these communications are not threatening, this would basically mean she could never send her sons a birthday card, a Christmas card, any type of communication.
Well, pause there for a minute. Let's take the 3 boys out of it, because there's a whole separate set of concerns there, given that her parental rights have not been terminated.
Right.
And I don't have authority to do it.
Correct.
Juvenile court does.
Right.
But if we would talk just for a moment about the adult family members of Erin Richins.
Well,
So it would mean that she could never reach out to them.
right. Well, and that could create problems if they're the guardians of her children, and there's an issue if she is given any type of parental input to major life decisions, to medical care, to anything like that, that she would not be able to communicate would be problematic. She has no intention of communicating with them outside of matters that have to do directly with the children. I also think this, well, you said you're setting the boys aside, so my other arguments, I'll deal with them. But as far as I can see, there's another courtroom where this could happen. There's another venue under which this could happen, and this is not the appropriate place to do it.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth, any additional thoughts regarding the state's request for a continuous protective order?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, full transparency. I don't like the result, but under this court's reading of Utah Code 78B 7804, subsection 3, the court determines as a matter of law that it cannot issue a continuous protective order in this case because it is evident that the victim of the domestic violence charges, in this case for which Ms. Richins was convicted, cannot possibly have a reasonable fear of future harm or abuse.
I hate it. But you get it, right? Because it's like he dead. He dead. So he can't be afraid. It sucks, but it's true. So
it very well may be that this is not the result the legislature intended. And I would encourage the legislature to take a hard look at 78B 7804 subsection 3 to fill this gap explicitly. But they haven't done it yet. They know how to do it. And the court is not persuaded that this result is so far outside of what they could have possibly intended, given the overlay of the First Amendment, that the absurdity doctrine requires a different result. And so the court hopes the legislature will make a legislative change that would provide protections for the members of the family of a decedent in an aggravated murder case like this. They haven't done it yet. The court simply, in my view, does not have the authority to issue a continuous protective order in this case. In so ruling, the court expresses no opinion whatsoever, one way or the other, as to whether Eric Richins' family members might qualify for issuance of a stalking injunction in the future, and expresses no opinion one way or the other as to whether the juvenile court will put in place restrictions regarding Ms. Richins' communications with her 3 boys. Anything further on that, Mr. Kouri?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Nestor, let me ask you a couple of questions regarding the pre-sentence investigation report.
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review it?
We have, Your Honor.
Have you had a chance to review it with Ms. Richins?
We have, Your Honor.
Okay. Are there any inaccuracies in the PSR that we need to address?
We submit there are inaccuracies. They're all related to the factual recitations, which this court presided over the trial and is very familiar with. We have confidence the court remembers what happened at trial and remembers what was presented, and we would submit.
Okay. For the purpose of today's hearing, to the extent there are any factual inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report regarding the factual background of this case, the court determines that those factual inaccuracies are not relevant to the court's sentencing decision and do not affect the court's decision regarding the appropriate sentence one way or the other.
he's like, I'm not excluding any of this shit. Sorry, it's all going in. But also, I know the fucking case, guys. I was here. And so if they put something in that's wrong, I know the case. I ain't dumb. Active duty U.S. soldiers can get free hot sauce from McKelney Company to liven up MREs, a tradition spanning decades. Oh, that is awesome, because I know active duty soldiers love hot sauce. Some extreme hot sauces are so potent that they require special materials like jet engine coatings to contain them. I am now super curious about which ones those are. All right, so we're going to get the first witness here. First witness is Eric's dad.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please take your time.
Thank you. Your Honor, my name is Gene Richins. I'm Eric's father. No parent should ever have to bury their child.
I'm also just going to say I have been a criminal defense lawyer for a fairly long time. I have heard a lot of victim impact statements. And most victim impact statements, I mean, all victim impact statements are fairly praiseworthy of the victim, right? Including like when you watch, murder trials and so forth, right? Like they're all, they all praise the victim. But this particular trial you get a very, put myself to the lower left. Yes, that's a fair thing. Okay, here we go. This particular trial, you get a sense of that Eric Richins was really something special, right? Something, Eric Richins was an unusually good person. So yeah.
It's a loss that changes you forever. Eric was taken from us way too soon. And his loss has left a permanent hole in our family that will never be filled, ever. Eric was first and foremost an incredible father. To his 3 boys, Carter, Ashton, and Wes, his sons were his world, and he was theirs also. They didn't just see him as a dad, they saw him as their best friend, their coach, their mentor, their protector. He was present in every part of their lives, whether it was soccer, baseball, basketball, or any activity that they were involved in. Eric was there coaching, encouraging, and supporting not only his own boys, but every child on the team. Eric didn't just coach sports, he built confidence. He built character and friendships. He gave his time freely because he cared deeply about helping young people grow into strong, kind, and capable individuals. The impact Eric had on these children and families continues even now. On the soccer team that he coached, before every game, the players gathered and called out a cheer. For many teams, it might be something ordinary. But for Eric's team, even 4 years after his death, they still break the huddle with the words, 1, 2, 3, Eric. That simple cheer speaks volumes about a man he was and the lasting imprint that he left upon young lives in this community.
I mean, that is, that says something, right? That says something pretty significant. Somebody says, can we slow the speed? Yeah, we can do that. There we go, 1.25. That, I know that when I pass, it is unlikely that there's going to be anybody celebrating me 4 years after the fact, right?
He was a light to his sons, to the boys he coached, and to our entire community. A light that was taken far too soon. Eric was only 39 years old. As his father, I miss him every day. I miss our conversations. I miss watching him grow into a man I was so proud of. One of the greatest joys of my life was seeing the kind of father he had become. Eric was patient, loving, dedicated, and fully present in his boys' lives. Watching him raise his sons with such care and devotion was incredibly meaningful to me. Eric was also an amazing brother to 2 sisters, a loving uncle, nephew, cousin, and loyal friend. He was a trusted business partner, a valued colleague, and a respected member of our community. He was generous with his time, his energy, and kindness. He treated people with respect, showed gratitude even for the smallest acts of kindness, and gave freely of himself because that's simply who he was. He worked hard to provide a beautiful life for his family. He gave them a home many would consider a dream. He ensured their needs were met, supported them, cared for them.
I mean, the home that they lived in was a fucking palace, right? And only Kouri Richins could be sitting there in that palace, that absolute, and be sitting there going, I fucking hate this. I need more, right? And the thing is, if you wanted more, the way she did it was the most greasy, shitty way you possibly can, because quite frankly, write a book. I mean, I've spoken with Mrs. Runkle, and I've basically said, look, if I get to 1 million subscribers and I'm earning a ton of money, at some point I will tell you, quit your job. We're not there. We're not at 1 million subs. We're I probably won't get there, whatever else, right? But like, you know, at some point I'll tell her, quit your job and like write a book. You know, do something, do volunteer work, be a philanthropist, do, you know, go do community theater, do something. But yeah, she had a right not to be happy, but that's what divorce is for. The thing is, she wanted to divorce him without losing all this shit.
Treated his wife with love every day. Yet despite everything he gave, his life was taken from him, not by a stranger, but by a person he should have been able to trust the very most in his life. He was betrayed in the most imaginable way possible. His life was taken through calculated, intentional actions motivated by the greed, control, and desire for a different life with someone else. Eric's boys lost a father. I lost my son. His sisters lost their brother. Our family lost a man who represented the very best of what a person can be. The ripple effects of this loss extend far beyond our immediate family. His friends lost someone they trusted and admired. The children he coached lost a mentor, a role model. Our community lost someone who genuinely cared and gave back without expecting anything in return. Eric will never see his boys graduate, get married, or become fathers themselves. He will never, again, stand on the sidelines cheering them on. He will never offer guidance, encouragement, or love in any way that only a father can. That opportunity was stolen from him and from all of us. Because of the calculated and intentional nature of this crime, I respectfully ask the court to impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole.
Now, Kouri Richins is sitting there staring at this guy with like, I mean, she's making some choices about expression. I want my client at this point, I want my client to look like they are stone-faced, right? I want my client to look like they are like I want them to have zero facial expressions. I want them to look like they got attacked by a Botox wielding maniac and their face literally cannot move. Right? Like, you know, if I had the ability, I would Botox the fuck out of my clients. They don't allow me to do that, but I would Botox their face until it was, you know, not a face anymore.
This sentence is important to Eric's 3 sons. Never have to live with the fear that the person responsible for taking their father could ever harm them again, and to ensure she can never harm anyone else ever again. Despite our immense grief, I want to acknowledge and thank those who have worked tirelessly to bring justice for my son. Eric was always grateful for others showed kindness and dedication, and I know he would want to express sincere appreciation to those who gave their time, effort, and professionalism to seek the truth in this case. We are deeply thankful to the prosecution team, Margaret, Brad, Lindsay, Fred, Joe, Wendy, Patricia, and the entire staff who supported them for their commitment and their perseverance. We also want to recognize and thank Todd for his dedication and relentless efforts in helping us ensure justice has been served.
I also kind of appreciate that he's like, you know what? I want to thank the people who've helped us.
We are also grateful to Grace Wardis for serving as a spokesperson and an advocate for our family throughout this process. We thank the Summit County Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant Hemingway, Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Hopper, Officer Woody, Officer Gibson, and all the law enforcement personnel who worked on this investigation. We thank the bailiffs who ensured the safety and the order of this courtroom. We thank you, Your Honor, for your patience, professionalism, and stewardship of this process. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to each juror, including the alternates, for their sacrifice and their time for seriously taking the responsibility, who carried out to ensure justice was served. Nothing can bring Eric back. Nothing can restore what has been taken from his sons, from our family, and from this community. But accountability matters here. Justice matters. Eric mattered. His life, his love mattered, his example mattered. He will always be remembered as a devoted father, a loving son, a supportive brother, a loyal friend, and a man who made lives of those around him better. We miss him every day and will continue to honor his memory by living with the same kindness and dedication that he showed to everyone fortunate enough to know him. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I thought that was an incredibly classy speech. I thought it was like, and the thing is you can get the impression of where Eric Richins gets it from the people like around him, like his dad, who who gets up and speaks, and it is incredibly like, I'm sorry, if somebody, killed somebody close to me, there is no way I'd be able to deliver a speech that good and that and that isn't a criticism. I don't think I'm up to it, right? I think he's a better man than I am. So I just think he is he's calm, he's gracious. He's gracious in the face of extreme tragedy. If anybody's got a right to be angry and swinging for the fucking fences, it's him. And he's just, so props to him. All right. Did we hit the goal? We hit the goal. Okay. Before we go on to the next thing, we're going to try. This is not properly a hot sauce. It's a barbecue sauce. Apple in beer. It's sweet. I'm a tad quiet, I'm hearing. Okay. Let me try to fix the sound. I've given myself a 25% boost. Hopefully that it's sweet, but it's not like cloyingly sweet. I'm gonna try this on meat. This has got to go on pork, I think. The apple and beer, because it is appley, and pork and apple is kind of a classic combination. I don't really taste the beer. I gotta say, I don't taste the beer at all, but it's. I'm gonna have to try it, but it's good. I think it'll be good on that, because that's kind of a disappointing review. I think, because the review is it needs to be on meat. I'm gonna also try the. Come on, focus. There we go. Habanero mustard, I think is yeah. Habanero must. Come on. Open. All right, we're going to try this because this is a proper hot sauce, and I promised you a hot sauce. All right. Oh, damn, that's good. Whew. Probably like a 6 or a 7 on the spice, which is nice. But it's a really good mustard. This is going to go on all sorts of sandwiches. That's really nice. It's like... Ugh. I'm coughing because I breathed some of it. Yeah, it's very much mustard. Like, it's vinegar is the first ingredient, but you taste the mustard. Because that's what mustard is vinegar and mustard seeds. So onions, carrots, garlic, spices. I really like this one. This so far is my favorite of the sauces that I've gotten out of this. I would love to do that on like a ham sandwich, but not like, the like shitty pressed hams, but like a really good ham. Like you bake the ham and whatever else. And yeah, it's that would be amazing. I gotta make use of that. That's good stuff.
Katie, good morning.
So as you know, I'm Katie, and I'm Eric's sister.
Okay, right now that start, I'm like, she is nervous as fuck. She comes in, you can see she's like, as you know, I'm Katie and I'm Eric's sister. And she does that like shoulder adjust. She's nervous, right? She's okay. Court got louder. How did Court get louder? Oh, I know why Court got louder. Court got louder because I adjusted it to be loud. And okay, I see what I'm doing wrong, folks. I get it. People are like, Runkle, you're too spicy, or you're not spicy enough. Right. I see the problem. I was adjusting my audio badly. Here we go.
And there are a multitude of people who deserve credit and appreciation. Law enforcement agencies across the state of Utah, the Summit County Prosecutor's Office, the Medical Examiner's Office, expert witnesses who worked hand in hand with law enforcement, Eric's friends, Eric's coworkers, my friends, and my family, our entire team of lawyers and experts in the civil lawsuit. There are far too many people to mention by name, and I suspect if I try to, I will inadvertently leave someone out. But to all of you, please know that this would not be possible without your efforts.
So it's at 1.5, and but you can still see that she is, yeah. We're going to do that, and we're going to replace the pin message. And you could tell Kouri fucking hates her. Like, you could just tell that Kouri wants her to die. Kouri also is not getting much sleep. You can see that she's got real, like, bags under her eyes, but she...
Your support and the strength of the community that has stood beside us. Both my family and I are forever grateful to each of you. I am also very grateful to you, Your Honor, to this court for the dignified manner in which it presided over the trial, and to the members of the jury for faithfully performing their civic duties.
Classy.
Today is Eric's birthday.
That's one. Today is Eric's birthday. That is a free kick that the defense gave to, like, and not only is that a free kick, but you can also see Katie is welling up now with emotion, right? It's the defense fucked up. They should not have given this to the prosecution.
I stand before you because he can't. He was taken away from my dad, my sister, his nieces, his friends, our community, and worst of all, from his 3 amazing sons. Sorry. He was taken away from us by a person he should have been able to trust, the person he should have trusted most in the world, his wife. It's impossible to fully describe how devastating Eric's death and Kouri's crimes have been to our family. Nearly every aspect of our lives has been permanently changed, and we have no choice but to live with those changes and with Eric's loss forever. Eric was a phenomenal brother, father, son, nephew, grandson, cousin, friend, and businessman. Eric and I were extremely close. We went through school together and navigated life side by side. Wherever Eric went, I was usually tagged along right behind. In school, Eric's nickname was Richie, and mine was Little Richie, a reflection on how inseparable we were.
Aw, I mean, It's cute and it's tragic.
Wasn't just my brother. He was my constant, my protector, and one of my closest friends. Eric was the kind of father who anticipated his children's needs before they ever had to ask. He made sure they were always having fun, taught them how to be respectful and kind, and was constantly planning for their future. His mind and heart was always on his boys, always. Everything he did was for them. Eric was the very best uncle. He made his nieces, my daughters, feel truly special. He always found ways to have fun with them. He doted on them with love and attention. Eric was an incredible son, always there for my parents, stepping in without hesitation and helping in every way he could, without being asked. The bond he shared with my mom was truly special. We would often joke that the umbilical cord had never really been cut, but in truth, it spoke to the deep, unbreakable love they had for each other. This is who Eric truly was, a man defined by love, integrity, and unwavering devotion to his family. He is none of the things that Kouri tried to portray him as. Those mischaracterizations were nothing more than a vile effort to deflect blame. And those mischaracterizations stand in stark contrast to the reality of the man we all knew and loved. Eric's life and his actions and the profound impact he had on those around him speak for themselves. And they tell a story of goodness, strength, and character that cannot be rewritten or diminished. The saddest part for me in all of this is that I got something with Eric that his sons never did: time. I feel cheated.
The other thing is Kouri Richins really fucked up by like wronging people who are eloquent. She is eloquent. She is like, her language is powerful here.
That I only got to spend a few decades with my brother, but I should feel lucky in comparison. As Eric's eldest son told me shortly after his dad's death, he and his brothers did not even get 10 years with their dad. It is devastating that Eric is not here to coach them, to work the family ranch with them, to teach them how to drive, to attend their high school graduation, to send them off to college, to see them get married, or to celebrate the birth of his future grandchildren. His 3 sons are going to grow up and live nearly their entire lives without their dad. They're going to get to know their dad more from the stories we tell about them than their actual experiences. In all likelihood, by the time they are age 44 years old, which is how old Eric would be today, they will have little to no actual memories of Eric. And they have to go through life without their dad because their mother planned and carried out his murder. She could not have done anything more selfish or more cruel to those boys.
I mean, it's harsh, but she's not wrong.
In the place of a stable, secure, and loving home, Kouri gave the boys permanent trauma. They were in the house the night she killed their father. They were awake. They knew that something terrible had happened to their dad. As we heard on the 911 call during trial, one of them even walked into Eric's bedroom, where Eric's body lay dead, poisoned by someone who his son should have been able to unconditionally trust, love, and depend on.
Stop with the face. Oh my God, the face.
No child should have to bear that trauma. But Eric's 3 innocent sons will bear that burden, and they will bear it for the rest of their lives. Kouri's selfishness and cruelty did not end with Eric's murder. In the time after Eric's death, Kouri has done nothing but isolate, manipulate, deceive, and do harm to those boys. Almost immediately after Eric died, she cut them off completely from our family, from Eric's family. The isolation was calculated and strategic. Kouri used the boys as bargaining chips with my dad. She repeatedly threatened not.
Look at this.
It is strategic. Kouri used the boys as bargaining chips with my dad.
Don't make. Oh my God.
She repeatedly threatened not to let him see his grandsons unless he could convince me, as Eric's trustee, of his trust to capitulate to her legal demands and give her all the trust assets. While isolating the boys, Kouri provided them
Watch her face again.
demands and give her all the trust assets. While isolating the boys, Kouri provided them with false and harmful information about me and my family.
And Lewis is patting her on the shoulder and going, "It's okay." You know what Lewis should be doing? She should be saying, "Shut the fuck up and stare straight forward. Do not respond." Do not make faces. Shut the fuck up. Do not at all. And yet Lewis is like, oh, it's okay. It's fine. I'm like, it is not fucking fine. It is not fine. It is not okay.
DCFS took custody of the boys following Kouri's arrest and asked where they would like to go. They expressed fear of my family. The fear was not based on reality, but on what they had been told. For over a year, Kouri led them to believe that I hated them, that I was attempting to take.
Don't shake your head. Don't move. Like, you should be looking. The thing I want to say is offensive. I'm gonna say it because it's stuck in my head. You should be doing your best impression of Kouri Richins right now. You should be not moving.
Money for myself, and that I intended for them to be left without support, that they would be homeless and starving. These statements were entirely false and had no basis in reality. Had they not been subjected to that influence, they would have known the truth. Prior to Eric's death.
Stop. Oh, like, the judge is sitting there watching this and is going, oh.
Our families were very close. My daughters and his sons had strong friendships,
it's a dark
and I
thought
had a
that
meaningful
jumped into my
individual
head.
relationship with each of my nephews. I spent time riding horses with one, helping another identify summer coding programs, and the youngest participated in ice skating lessons with my daughters. Our family shared holidays, worked together on our family ranch, took trips together, and I was present the day each of the boys were born in the hospital. The boys have expressed their confusion about these circumstances. They have stated that prior to their father's passing, both Eric and Kouri frequently told them if anything were to happen, they should go with me, that I would care for them and support them. Following Eric's death, however, those messages changed. After Eric passed away, Kouri prevented all contact between our family and the boys. She prohibited communication and continued to provide them with false information about us. When we were finally able to see the boys again, approximately 15 months after Eric's death, the boys hardly recognized the relationship we had. Instead, they viewed my family and me with fear and hesitation, as though we were strangers. Kouri also went to great lengths to jeopardize the boys' financial futures. I know you are very aware of this. Among other things, she drained the personal bank accounts that Eric had set up for his boys as college funds. She allowed the boys' Social Security survivor benefits to be funneled to individuals who were not taking care of the boys. And she sued me in my role as Eric's trustee and personal representative, not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. The goal of her lawsuits is singular. She wants all of Eric's assets for herself. Despite her lies and fanciful public portrayal, she knows that none of Eric's assets are going to me, my dad, or my sister. In fact, she knows exactly where Eric wanted everything to go, and that is to his boys. And yet, for 4 years, she has aggressively tried to take their inheritance from them. Even now, despite erroneous debt, a murder conviction, and a string of pending felony financial charges, Kouri's civil lawsuits live on. Those lawsuits have been emotionally grueling, all-consuming, and unimaginably expensive.
Yeah, so for the people who've never done litigation lawsuits or never been in a lawsuit, you don't want to be in a lawsuit. So I get why she's pissed. I get why this is upsetting to her, because it is, it is upsetting, right? So this is a reasonable thing to be upset about, 100%.
And tragically, every dollar on those suits is a dollar that Eric's boys will not get. Of course, Kouri can't have other people or the public thinking that she's trying to take away her children's inheritance. So for the past 4 years, both in court and in the media, she has demonized and vilified me. She has hurled wild accusations in my direction, including that I hacked her bank accounts, forged her bank statements, paid off witnesses, unduly pressured law enforcement into investigating her, and quietly pulled the Summit County prosecutor's strings. It is despicable that for doing nothing more than trying to honor Eric's wishes, Kouri has cast me as the evildoer here. Just as bad, honoring Eric's wishes has landed my sister and myself and unbelievably, my 2 daughters in Kouri's crosshairs. One of Eric's sons recently told me that Kouri used to say, "I will get them one day." Apparently, she was talking about me, my sister, and my daughters. Her infamous walk the dog letter, the part the jury did not hear, confirms her desire to harm me. In it, she talks at length about her plans to get at Amy and me, including by targeting my daughters, both of whom are under the age of 10. It takes a sick mind to target children. The mere thought that someone who has so little regard for human life or decency might one day walk free is horrifying. I worry about the safety of Eric's boys, my daughters, my sister, and myself. There is nothing Kouri will not do, and no one she will not hurt to achieve her own selfish ends. I am not the only one that is afraid. There are 3 little boys who, instead of fearing those who love and adore them, as Kouri would prefer, worry constantly that Kouri might show up one day and take them away. Eric's sons deserve so much better. They are not bargaining chips. They are not cash cows. They are not props for some twisted children's book about grief and loss. And yet that is what they've been reduced to by Kouri. To my unending sadness and horror, Eric himself understood all too well the danger she posed to his children and to his family. When Eric told me he had changed his estate planning and appointed me as his trustee and personal representative, I begged him to end the marriage and go his separate way. By that point, he had already consulted with a divorce attorney.
You can hear the survivor's guilt here. That's what that is, right? She's like, I wish I could have saved him. That's what this is, and it's fucking heart-wrenching.
And was deeply afraid that he might not be awarded sole custody of his children. He made the heartbreaking decision to stay because he could not accept the risk of what might happen to his sons if Kouri had equal custody. He told me he would live his life through hell every single day of his life until his youngest was 18, because he believed Kouri was the most evil person he had ever met. He knew that his sons did not like her. He told me as much many times. He knew that they would prefer to be far away from her, but he also knew that divorce carried significant risks. And he said he could never allow his children to spend half of their time alone with her because he was certain they would be exposed to harm.
Look at her face. Like, I don't get it. Like, I mean, okay, you're making some choices now.
And things no child should ever experience. He made it clear that in his mind, if Kouri were given equal custody, his children would be in the care of someone he believed to be deeply dangerous. He feared the people they could be exposed to and the damage that could be done. At the same time, he spoke with deep love and admiration for his boys. He told me that they were the most amazing boys in the world, and that none of this was their choice and none of it was their fault, and that he would do everything in his power to protect them for as long as he possibly could. Kouri loves to go on and on about how this case is a media sensation. She's right. News outlets from here to Europe have covered it. There have been
I mean, we're kind of doing that too, so.
countless newspaper articles, podcasts, and TV specials about it. Every hearing is live streamed on numerous YouTube channels. Every filing is scrutinized by internet lawyers and true crime junkies. They're
also not wrong, and I get it, but I hope she's not watching.
There's no question that this case is famous and that Kouri is now famous. But what Kouri never mentions in talking about her fame and notoriety are the reasons why this case is now famous. It is famous for how appalling and sickening it is. It is famous because a mother meticulously planned to kill her husband, killed him while their children were sleeping in the next room, and then had the audacity to hold herself out as the author of a children's book about grief and loss. It is famous because she spent time Googling luxury prisons for the rich in America. It is famous because from her jail cell, she scripted a bunch of phony testimony so that her brother could perpetrate a fraud on the court. It is famous because she victimized her own children and threatened to victimize Eric's nieces. The fame and attention are directly proportional to the evil that has gone on here. This is not a situation where the idea of rehabilitation should be entertained. In taking Eric's life for her own selfish gain, Kouri did not only harm Eric, she permanently harmed 3 kids who were under the age of 10. She took away a dad, a son, a brother, an uncle, a grandson, a nephew, a cousin, and a friend. Eric's death has caused immeasurable pain to so many. Obviously, there's nothing the court can do about that. And you cannot bring him back. But what you can do is give Kouri's victims at least some measure of closure. To that end, I ask that the court impose a sentence that ensures Kouri never has the opportunity to harm Eric's children or our family again. Please do not let my brother's life be worth nothing more than a 25-year punishment. Please do not leave those boys to wonder whether Kouri might track them or their children down in the future. Please do not create a possibility for Kouri to endanger Eric's boys, my daughters, my family, or anyone else ever again. Please sentence Kouri to a life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
I don't know who this guy is, but his tie is awful. Yeah.
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Clint Benson. I'm Katie's husband and Eric's brother-in-law. Eric was an innocent man, a devoted father, and someone whose life revolved around his children and his family. Because of Kouri's choices, he never had the opportunity to say goodbye to his children, to reassure them, to share the final moments every family deserves. That loss cannot be measured. His children will spend the rest of their lives carrying the pain of a father taken from them far too soon. What makes this tragedy even more painful is the calculated nature of the crime. This was not a momentary mistake, a lapse in judgment, or a crime of passion. It involved planning, preparation, testing, and deliberate action. Eric's death was carried out in a way that caused fear, suffering, and helplessness. Kouri either watched or sat by as Eric succumbed to fentanyl poisoning instead of providing any.
And the thing is what we heard previously was, I'm just updating the pinned comment here. What we had heard previously was that she went to the other room, right? And that she was, but now from the prosecutor's from the prosecutor's statement, it seems that she probably didn't, if the prosecutor's statement is correct. It seems like instead of going into the other room and, using the child as the alibi, which the prosecutor's like, yeah, that's not true. It actually seems like she stayed there and watched, which is a very different and kind of horrifying scenario there. I don't know where to put this.
Any kind of aid to him. She was fantasizing about a dream life funded by Eric's death. Eric was killed in his home by a traitor sleeping next to him in one of the most cowardly acts imaginable. We are profoundly grateful to every investigator, prosecutor, detective, law enforcement officer, juror, judge, forensic expert, and public servant who worked tirelessly and honestly to uncover the truth. Their dedication ensured that Eric's voice was not lost and that justice could still prevail. We are equally grateful for the incredible community surrounding us. This community has shown unwavering support and has been there for Eric's boys without judgment and through some of the most difficult times imaginable. The boys are succeeding and thriving because of the people around them who continue to provide support and look out for their safety. Going through every aspect of this murder easily led to a dark place while fighting against an individual focused on only chaos and vengeance. However, the people surrounding us, including the sheriff's officers, principals, teachers, school staff, coaches, counselors, neighbors, and church members, created an unbreakable force for what is good, just, and right. No sentence can bring Eric back. No outcome will erase the suffering caused by these actions. But accountability matters, truth matters, and justice matters. Kouri continues to shirk responsibility for her actions, for the pain she has caused, and for the resources she has squandered, both Eric's and the state's. Even after everything that has been revealed, Kouri has demonstrated zero genuine accountability or remorse for the devastation she has left behind. Instead, she has repeatedly attempted to distort the truth, create false narratives, and portray herself as the victim. She has used the legal system as part of her schemes. There has been lawsuit after lawsuit, motion after motion, delay after delay, all in an effort to shift blame away from the person responsible. The evidence, the truth, and the outcome of this case all tell a very different story. What is especially concerning is the continued hostility from Kouri and her family, as well as their desire for vengeance directed towards our family, a family already devastated by an unimaginable loss. Statements they have made about going to war and getting the Richins demonstrate an ongoing mindset rooted in blame, anger, and retaliation, rather than remorse or acceptance of responsibility. Kouri will continue to try to convince the public that she was a good mother through media outlets that choose not to research or report on the countless motions and facts presented in this case or other cases, but instead simply regurgitate the false narratives of a sick and evil person. Kouri and her family continue to plan media campaigns focused on lies, targeting anyone foolish enough to spend time listening to them. Kouri is not for this
I don't think there's anybody still listening to that. So
court because she was mistreated, because she's a victim, or because the Richins family manufactured a false narrative that she and the Darden family would like to portray. She is before this court because of the choices she has made, choices that resulted in Eric's death and permanent trauma to anyone who has loved him. Kouri chose pride, seeking to project an image of success. Kouri chose adultery and lust, prioritizing her secret lover over her husband and her children. Kouri chose fraud and greed, hoping to profit from Eric's death. Kouri chose murder, and she continues to choose vengeance against the victims of her actions. The time for Kouri to make choices is at an end. Now it is time for her victims to choose. Please let Eric's children have a chance to choose lifelong peace, comfort, security, success, and happiness.
now this is the thing, is that one of the aspects, what we've heard is that if she gets life without the possibility of parole, she's going to be basically on 23-hour lockdown. She's not going to be able to communicate with the outside world. She's not going to anything. She's basically just they're going to lock her in a box and they're going to forget about her. And the thing is that once she gets life without the possibility of parole, they can't change their mind later. They're stuck with it. It's the way it is, right? They're not going to come back and revisit this. So, like, these kids are, they're young now. They may change their minds. And that is the argument that if I'm the defense, I rest everything on. Not, that's where I really bank things on, is the kids might change their minds. And, don't force them to make a decision now at this age that they can't take back, right? So that, I think, is the strongest argument to make.
I ask this court to impose a sentence of life without parole, a sentence that truly reflects the gravity of this crime, the irreversible harm caused to our family, and the calculated choices that led to Eric's death. Thanks, sir.
Andy, good morning.
Good morning. Honorable Judge Morasic, my name is Amy Richins. I'm Eric Richins' sister. Today, I'm here to speak as a victim and to speak for Eric because he no longer has a voice. I addressed this court in 2023 when we were living in a state of visceral shock. Now, 3 years later, we are here at sentencing on a date that carries a weight I can barely describe.
By the way, I saw some people commenting on her smiling, and I'm just going to say the reason why she's smiling is because she's stressed as fuck. It's a stress response. Don't be silly on this one.
Today's Eric's 44th birthday.
And that's another round of that we're going to see lots of that.
Birthdays are supposed to be proof of life, a day to celebrate another year of growth. Instead, today is a cruel reminder of another year Eric will never see, and a reminder of the fatherhood that was stolen from his 3 sons. Before I talk about what this crime has done, I need you to know who Eric was, not as a headline, but as a person. Over the course of this trial, so many people described Eric in strikingly similar ways. They called him outgoing, confident, funny, competitive, dependable, driven, and fiercely loyal. He was a leader, a hard worker, a rancher, a businessman, a coach, a best friend, a brother, a son. But more than anything, people described him as a phenomenal father. Eric had 3 sons, and he coached many of their sports teams. He was the kind of dad who showed up not just for his own children, but for everyone around them. Sometimes I think about all the children who lost him too, the kids he coached, mentored, and believed in. I cannot imagine the confusion and heartbreak they felt when someone who had become such a steady and trusted part of their lives was suddenly gone. Eric was a real person, a deeply loved person, and the loss of him echoes through every life he touched.
See, Nestor's doing a pretty good job of not facing. Be like Nestor.
On my 16th birthday, I was sitting in my 10th grade English class when I got a text from Eric that said, "Come outside." I walked out, and there was Eric, standing with flowers and that mischievous grin we all knew. I asked what he was doing there, and he just said, "Let's go. We've got to get a little mud on your tires." I had just bought my first truck, a used Ford F-150. Eric took me up into the mountains, and we took that truck off-roading for the first time. It was exhilarating and terrifying, but I felt safe because he was there. That was Eric.
Oh, that's a rough story. Like, you know, they're telling stories that are like personal moments, and yeah.
He made life bigger. He made people feel brave, and he protected the people he loved. That is the brother I lost, and that is the father his boys lost. In 2023, I told this court that I was tormented by the sequence of events of that night. Today, that torment has not faded. I still wonder when Eric realized he was in mortal danger. I wonder what Kouri said to him in his last moments. I'm still haunted by the question, did his boys hear their father's final struggle? If Eric had died of an illness, we would have cared for him. If it were an accident, there would have been kindness. But there is no comfort here. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, my brother was faced with the ultimate betrayal. Eric's sons were 9, 7, and 5 when their world was shattered. They are now 13, 11, and 9. These are the years when a boy learns how to be a man by watching his father. What makes this crime uniquely heinous is that their grief will never pass. It will reinvent itself at every milestone.
I actually like that line when I heard it the first time, it will reinvent itself at every milestone. I was like, oh, that is a powerful line. That kind of hit me.
Crime didn't just happen once. It happens every single morning when those boys wake up and realize their father is still gone. They did not just lose their father, they lost the life they knew. Eric's death didn't end the harm. It began a grinding process of re-traumatization. Early in this process, I remember being told this case would be a marathon, not a sprint. We did not understand how every hearing, filing, delay, and public narrative would reopen wounds all over again. As if losing Eric was not painful enough, our family was then forced to grieve under public scrutiny. After the publication of the grief book, our family became the subject of public narratives, attacks, and speculation. At one point, I received a message sent from a burner phone that said, "You think you're funny? Kouri will get the last laugh. Your jealousy is as disgusting as your family." Law enforcement later confirmed, through warrants, that the message came from Kouri. That moment stayed with me.
Kouri's like, what? And Nestor should not be facing. Of all the people who should be facing, Nestor is not on the list.
Because it captured what these years have felt like. Not just grief, but intimidation and distortion. Yes, our family hired a private investigator. But when someone you love dies suddenly and deep in your gut, you believe something is terribly wrong, you do not stop searching for answers. The real question is not why would you investigate? The real question is, what wouldn't you do? What wouldn't you do for your brother, for the truth? I also feel compelled to address the emotional toll of the trial itself. As the designated victim representative, and more importantly as Eric's sister, I have a right to be present in the courtroom. Yet during the proceedings,
she's gonna kind of chew out the court. Not the greatest choice, but go for it. She's earned it.
I was essentially kept in the dark. Due to the courtroom layout, I could not see the exhibits or the evidence. When we requested simple accommodation, we were told that the trial was being broadcast on court TV and I could excuse myself and watch from home with the rest of the world. Being told that my right to be here was interchangeable with a television broadcast was a profound violation. I did not want to watch Eric's life and death as content from my couch. I didn't want to go home after a grueling day and listen and watch it all over again. I had a right to be here, to face the evidence directly. Still, to this day, I've not been able to rewatch the trial because it's so time-consuming and painful to relive. I still have not seen all the evidence that was presented. Your Honor, I need to say this clearly. Someday, those boys will grow up and look back at the records of this trial. I need the truth to be the only thing they find. The claims made against Eric's character were not just legal defenses, they were acts of secondary violence. Eric was a protector, not a predator. These lies were a desperate attempt to justify the unjustifiable, and they have added a layer of cruelty to our grief that is nearly impossible to bear. I also need to correct the record on a few misrepresentations. First, the prenup. It was provided well before the wedding, not in a last-minute way. Second, the incident between Kouri and me.
Kouri is like so mad, and it's like tough shit. You get to sit here and listen. That's what happens now.
I never touched her. Kouri pled guilty to assaulting me. Yet she and her circle have continued to spread false narratives. This is a pattern of distortion that has kept our family trapped in conflict. There is something that has haunted me for years. And I found out Katie was the exact same today. I begged Eric to leave too. I begged him to divorce her, but Eric was trying to protect his boys. People often struggle to recognize intimate partner violence when the victim is a man. But Eric's actions spoke for themselves.
That is a difficult aspect there because, it's tough. People assume that guys cannot be the victim of domestic violence. People assume that guys, and when they are, when they reach out, a lot of the responses are not favorable. They're not kind. They're not compassionate. They're not considerate. They're often mocking. They're often insulting. They're often, so there's a lot of guys out there who are suffering. And, that suffering can be a thing. Men can easily escape. Not necessarily true. In this case, the reason why he couldn't easily escape was his kids, right? His kids tied him there.
He documented conversations. He tried to protect himself. He knew after Valentine's Day that she had tried to poison him, but he also believed that if he left, he could not fully protect his children. So he stayed because he was trying to keep them safe. This trauma has seeped into every corner of my life. And it has also deeply affected my own family and marriage. My husband, William, watched me be consumed by the pursuit of justice. For 4 years, we have lived in a constant...
This part is something that might be... there's something coming that I'm like, I don't know if this should have been admitted.
State of stress, grief, and emotional exhaustion. I lost my job as a professor at Montana Tech University on the very day I was subpoenaed to appear in this court. Eric was so proud of me earning my PhD, and teaching students was something I love and that made me proud. It now seems like another thing that Kouri's actions have taken away from me. But the most devastating loss,
here it is
one that isn't in any police report. Because of the unrelenting stress of this investigation and the constant attacks on our family, I suffered a traumatic miscarriage of twins. We lost our children. We lost the future we were building. Kouri's actions didn't just end one life. They reached out and stifled the lives of my unborn children as well.
Yeah, this I'm like, oh man. The thing is that if I'm the defense, I'm like, whoa. There's no proof that is like, but that is rough, right? That is shit. I mean, oh, it's terrible. Oh, hi, Runkle. I'm the therapist coming up. Big fan of your channel. I want to thank you for giving the kids a voice. So thank you for watching, but thank you more for like helping these kids, helping give them a voice, give them an ability. Because I mean, I've talked about somebody ages ago tried to blackmail me with the idea of your parents had a divorce. And so my response to that was to do a video going, yeah, let's, here's what happened. But one of the things is that whenever there's a court proceeding, whenever, like, if you're a kid and there's a court proceeding around this, you're so helpless because nobody will listen to you. There's no way to get in there and talk about it and tell the court and so we hear the therapists up, in a bit talking about like, and they provide the kids a voice. So yeah, I really appreciate it. And it kind of, sorry, it's getting a little, I feel a little personally as well as like, the court aspect, if that makes sense.
That loss lives inside the strategy too. Eric's murder did not just take someone from my life. It plunged me into a darkness. It stole the light I once carried. It erased the future I had planned. Every day, I wake up and step into this same crushing emptiness, where time itself feels frozen and meaningless. The laughter of my future children, the warmth of my family, the simple joy of waking to a new morning, all of it has been devoured by this crime. This grief is limitless, resembling the ocean. Sometimes it softly touches the shore, other times it pounds against it with fierce force. Occasionally, it surges like a massive tsunami, overwhelming everything. These changes can occur suddenly, and like the ocean, it cannot be controlled. I didn't just lose my brother. I lost my sister-in-law. I lost someone I considered my friend. We had good times together. That loss is so complicated now, Your Honor, because it forces you to grieve someone who is still alive while facing the horror of what they have done. It is grief that doesn't resolve. It just sits there heavy every day. This crime has fractured our family in ways outsiders cannot understand. One of the most painful realities is that my husband and I do not get to see our nephews. This tragedy has created a wall of trauma between us, and that feels impossible to climb. Because of this crime, we are no longer present in those boys' lives the way Eric would have wanted. In 2023, I told this court I never knew evil like this existed. Everything I have witnessed since has confirmed that. Kouri did not just kill Eric, she attempted to kill the spirit of everyone who loved him. Kouri.
Nestor, I said you were doing good on the face. I really did. I said you were doing good on the face. You cannot sit here looking like you want to stab her. Like, no. Oh my God, no. As defense counsel, you have an advantage here. The advantage is nobody faults you if you're sitting there writing. And like, you don't have to be writing actual what she's saying down. You can just sit there and lean forward and just write ordinary shit. Like, just, write your laundry list if you have to. Like, oh.
Did not just kill Eric. She attempted to kill the spirit of everyone who loved him. She lied to his children. She lied to the world and has shown no remorse. while dancing on his grave for profit. Your Honor, a parole-eligible sentence is not a conclusion. It is a reoccurring nightmare. It guarantees that every few years, Eric's sons will be notified that their father's murderer is seeking freedom. It forces them to relive the trauma repeatedly for decades. Eric died trying to be his children's shield. He can no longer protect them, so now the responsibility falls to this court. I ask you to provide these boys with the finality and safety they deserve. I ask you to ensure that the noise of Kouri Richins never enters their lives again. For the years of suffering you've endured, for the children who will grow up without their father, and for the life she stole from Eric and the peace she stole from us, I respectfully ask that you sentence Kouri Richins to life without the possibility of parole. Happy birthday, Rico. Thank you.
Are you Jessica? Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Take your time.
My name is Jessica Black. I'm a licensed clinical mental health therapist and a registered therapist.
And I think I've got to update the yeah, it's
Myself and my colleagues are here today to read the victim impact statements for 3 children. We are here as advocates on their behalf. After a developmentally appropriate process, the boys were able to decide individually how they wanted to share their statements.
Can I say I really like the yellow? That's a badass yellow. I like
And this
it.
is what they chose. Our roles are to read their words exactly as they wrote. The boys want the court and the world to hear their side. This is from WR. I woke up to sirens, and there were a lot of people at my house, and I was definitely scared. I felt confused. I was in a bedroom with my brothers, and I didn't know what was happening. At first, I was really scared because I didn't know what was happening, and I had no control, and I felt helpless. I felt really overwhelmed. After my dad died, Kouri would put us in the basement while she was with the neighbor. I felt scared because I thought something really bad was happening again. She would take me to places that smelled really bad. Everything she did made me feel uncomfortable. When someone talks about Kouri, it makes me feel hateful and ashamed. She took away my dad. It's made me have a hard time trusting people. I was scared that Kouri's family would come to my school and take me. I had to go to counseling with DCFS in Heber, and I did not like it. DCFS made me talk to Kouri, and I couldn't do things that I wanted to do. I felt not important to anyone. I feel a lot better about myself now than I did with Kouri. I can't ever see my dad again. I want her to go to prison forever. If she got out, I would be so scared, really mad, and I wouldn't want to go with her anywhere. I'm worried that she would take me away from Katie and Clint. Once she is gone, I will feel happy, and I will feel safer and relaxed, and trust people more.
Thank you.
Lewis looks like she wants to die. I'm just like, okay. Like, Lewis, come on.
Christina.
Yes,
Good
Your
morning.
Honor. I am Christina Green. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, not registered play therapist, and I will be reading for AR. You took away my dad for no reason other than greed, and you only cared about yourself and your stupid boyfriends. You were not caring and watching over me and my brothers. I had to be a parent to W. C and I would walk him to the bus stop, feed him, and watch him. You were not concerned about our health. When we got hurt, you didn't even care. When C got run over by a side-by-side, you still made him go to the soccer game that day without taking him to the doctors first. You would lock C in his room, and I would have to go to the kitchen and bring him food. You shamed us when we didn't want to eat uncooked lasagna you made. We threw it away because we couldn't eat it. Then you made us watch videos of children starving in war areas. You want to?
Oh man, she also sounds like a shit parent. It's like, I made you shitty ass lasagna, and then when you wouldn't eat it, I showed you starving like, oh man. Oh man. I do not like that in the slightest. Yeah. The things we hear about her parenting style is something else, because her parenting style is not really a parenting style. It is a, yeah.
To scare us into eating something that wasn't cooked. You wouldn't let our dog outside, and then the dog would pee inside. You created this problem, then you would smack my dog on the head as hard as you could. You wouldn't let me put my kitten in the garage for safety at night, and we found it eaten by raccoons the next day. You wouldn't let us turn on and use the heater lamp for the chickens and bunnies, and they froze to death. You would always argue with my dad and lock the door. You were not playing the role as a real mother does. You were doing the opposite. Now, my dad can't be my coach anymore, can't be at any of my games. He won't be at my birthdays. He can't teach me how to drive. He won't be at my graduation, and he can't take me camping or fishing. You made me paranoid about sleeping on my dad's side of the bed by saying I might die or get harmed when I was just trying to be close to my dad after you killed him. You took away everything from me and my brothers. I don't want you out of jail because I will not feel safe if you are out. You have never said sorry for anything that you have done to me and my brothers. I don't want you to hurt anyone again. I know that you will need to stay in jail to fully take accountability for what you did to me, CW, and my dad.
Here's the thing. I suspect some of that feels like parent language. Some of that feels like parent language, and I don't know how much is like the family communicating through the kids. It happens, right? But she is never going to take accountability. She could be in jail for 100 years, and she's not going to take accountability. Yeah, this is not going in the recipe book. Could be therapist language, but I don't know. I'm not saying that like the kids were, I want to be careful here, because I'm not saying that the kids were like tampered with or brainwashed or anything, but kids pick up things from stuff around them, right? And so some of the things they might say can be like, from the, so yeah. I think that the main thrust of the statement remains what it is, right? So it was just one of those things where I was like, but I mean, clearly, yeah.
You in jail, I will be able to continue to feel safe and live a happy and successful life without fear of you hurting me or anyone I love. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sarah.
Yes, my name is Sarah. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and registered play therapist, and I'm going to read the victim impact statement for CR. My name and age now, my name and age I was at the time of the crime. CR, age 12, now 13. I was 9 when my dad was murdered. What I would like to see happen if the perpetrator is convicted of the crime, I would like to see Kouri get a life sentence. My thoughts regarding an appropriate sentence for the person who is accused of this crime and if they are found guilty. I think Kouri should get a life sentence because what she did is very sick. Because it had no reason to happen and it impacted a bunch of people, including me. These are some reasons why I think she should have a life sentence. The information I feel is important for the judge to be aware of in sentencing. I think the judge should know that my dad was a good person and very thoughtful and kind and helped whoever needed help. He was always taking the extra mile to help people. My physical injuries as a result of this crime are as follows. I was sleeping and then I went to get a drink of water, then went back to bed. And when I woke up shaking and Bailey called the ambulance and they came and I couldn't talk for a while, I think Kouri had something to do with it because she didn't call the ambulance. She called Bailey and Bailey called the ambulance. At the ER, Kouri resisted to have my blood drawn, and kids who usually have this kind of seizure is when they are a few months old to a year old. I learned later that Kouri bought more fentanyl and had it in the house when this happened.
I'm like, wait, what? If you didn't catch this, one of her kids thinks she tried to kill them. That Like, I don't know what this is about, right? I have some concerns, I have some thoughts, but what the fuck?
This is what happened. She did what she did to my dad in the living room. My experienced emotional injury because of this crime is described as follows. Sad. I feel mad that I have to feel sad. I went from being scared for my life to feeling really good. I was scared for my life because I didn't eat that much. Kouri was always drunk or gone. I was always locked in my room. I can't remember, but I am pretty sure the lock was on the outside. Kouri threatened she would kill my lizard because we didn't want to watch some weird show with her. All of our chickens died.
I will tell you, the fastest way to make CFS lose their fucking minds on a house search, like if CFS ever comes to your house, there is one thing that will absolutely get them to like go bonkers. And that is if the kids have a lock on the outside of their door to lock them in. You know, it's like, it's just one of those things that's just like, absolutely, this is like a red flag. It is an entire like communist fucking march. So yeah, I mean, and she's just sitting here, she's making these faces. I don't even think I think these faces are faces to like, I think she thinks she's facing for the judge. I think she thinks that she is, please pull up Jessica's statement above honks. Victim impact statements are written in different ways. Sometimes they're added to over time. Sometimes they're just question and answer. Depends on age and personality. Statements are different. Very fair, and thank you. I appreciate the heck out of you generally. What is it? Like the yeah, now I've lost my video. Come on, video. I mean, I think that Kouri is making these faces because she wants the judge to think that these are all things that are shocking and surprising to her. I think that I don't think this is a surprise to her. So.
Because there was no food or water. My rabbit died because we didn't have food or water. The goats almost starved to death because she bought moldy hay and she didn't water them. Nothing ever got fed or watered. It didn't feel good to worry about my animals. I felt like I had to take care of my siblings. Ash mostly took care of me though because I was locked in my room. Ash would bring me food. Kouri would lock me up if I told her she was drunk. This happened pretty much daily. I feel angry that she locked me in my room. I'm angry almost all my animals died. I'm angry she threatened to kill them. I'm angry she killed my dad. I started to feel really good when I moved into a safe place. It was safe because the people around me were safe, Katie and Clint. I felt safe at Jake and Shalina because I wasn't with Kouri anymore. Counseling. I feel annoyed that I have to go to counseling and tell the story about what happened 55 million times. I feel better now because
yeah, counseling does kind of suck for that. And it's not because the counselors are bad or anything. It's just, that's just how things are. That's part of it is like, okay, tell the story again.
No, it's to help me. I would like to not have to go to counseling. I would like to have to not worry about anything after this trial is over. I want the judge to know. I hope Kouri gets convicted to a life sentence. Kouri is always drunk. I want the judge to know my dad was a good person and I miss my dad. I miss my dad, but I do not miss how my life used to be. I don't miss Kouri. I will tell you that. Thank you.
Thank you.
She just heard that her child doesn't miss her. Child doesn't want to see her again. And this is her face. She knew this was coming. I can tell you, my mom is, she's oh Christ, I don't know her age. She's older. Older than Kouri, like, because I'm, in my 40s, right? If I called my mom and said, I never want to see you again, like, never want to see you again ever, she'd be in tears. She'd be like, Kouri doesn't break down about this. Watch when Kouri does break down.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further from the state?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit state sentencing exhibits A through I previously provided to the court and defense. I have copies now I can bring to the court.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, we do object to some of those being on the public docket, and if we let her take a break, we can go through that with the prosecution. I actually sent him an email asking if they would be filed publicly, and his response was no. So I was unaware that he was going to do that.
Admitting that they're filing them publicly are two different things. Any objection to their admission?
Not to their admission, only to their public filing. Your Honor.
Okay, we can work that out. States A through I are admitted. I need a break. We'll be in recess until 11:10. If during that break you and Ms. Nestor would come to some consensus about what the defense wants to have listed as private and or protected depending on the content.
Your Honor, the state agrees all should be
Okay,
private.
understood. That's the order of the court. We'll be in
So Bloodworth is like, we don't need an argument. All of this stuff can be filed privately. So cool. I actually really like that Bloodworth is being entirely reasonable about stuff like that. He's like, yep, cool. Everything private. Done.
Have a seat, thank you. We're back on the record in 231-500-139. Mr. Bloodworth, just to confirm, anything further from the state? No. Okay. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, please tell me what's contemplated.
Your Honor, I have some opening remarks.
Okay, I see people saying they need to see some puppies. We can do puppies. Yeah. So Zora, the one you see there as like the super puppy, like young one, Zora did the funniest thing the other Zora did the funniest thing the other day. So I'm sitting there, I'm working late, right? And Zora comes up and she sits right there. Like the door was open. She just sat right there. And she's like, and I was like, oh, hey, dog. And then she came up and she was like nudging my, nudging me. And I was like, hi, Zora. What do you want? And she's like, nudge, nudge, nudge. So I was like, okay, you want me to go to sleep? Okay, cool. So I get up. I'm like, fine, I'll put this away. I'm going to go and, I'm going to go to sleep. Like, fine. And so I go down to bed and Zora, like, parks her head on my legs. And then she's like, no, I'm going to move further up. And so she moves further up. She normally sleeps with her head on my legs, right? She likes to do that. Or she'll sleep resting up against my legs. But this time she moved up. She rested up against my torso with her head aimed downwards. And then she ripped the most horrific fart. That and I was like, dog, did you seriously lead me downstairs to go to bed just so that you could rip a fart like a foot away from my head? And she's like, sleeping. She's cute, but all right. I'm told we also need to run this. All right, let's get back to it. But yeah.
Then we have some.
Yeah. How are we on goals? 4 out of 10. We will start the goal again. Start goal. All right. Here we go.
Letters that some of which we've been asked to read, others are here to read themselves. Due to the excessive publicity, several of the people have asked that only you and the prosecutor know their names.
The excessive publicity. Your client published a fucking book about this. You don't get to bitch about excessive publicity now. Like, yeah, that calls for this. Excess. Oh. And you know that if there'd been an acquittal, she'd still be giving interviews, right? Like,
names, and then we not say their names. And so I'm going to provide you with each letter as we go that has their actual names on it. All of them are willing to confirm with you privately that they've written these letters as officers of the court. We assure you they have, but they did not want to appear on camera.
That's fine.
And then after we do a set of the letters, Mr. Ramos has some very brief remarks, and then we're going to put on 3 more. Then Ms. Lewis will close out remarks, and then Ms. Richins will do her allocution at the very end.
Understood.
If that's sufficient.
Please.
Thank you. May it please the court. Excuse me. We began this journey when Kouri Richins stood before this court, stood before your honor, and entered a plea of not guilty. And now, after being convicted by a jury, she stands before you again. And on this day, she will tell you again that she did not do what she has been convicted of doing. And that is her right under the law.
whew. Okay, so we're not getting any statement of remorse because she says she didn't do it. And that is absolutely her right. You just have to be really fucking careful about how you do this. Because, like, you know, you've got to do a sentence. You're going to appeal the sentence. You got to be really careful, right? And the way I would typically do this is, Your Honor, this matter will be under appeal. My client does maintain her innocence, but we recognize the jury's verdict as it stands today, and we are here to present mitigating information. Like, you know, yeah. Feels naive to continue claiming you're innocent. I mean, she's going to appeal it, so she kind of has to. But she's not going to get she's not going to get a new trial. She's not going to get a new sentencing.
And we, her advocates, we are tasked with a sacred duty. A duty to protect and preserve her constitutional rights at all costs. In the face of criticism, scorn, and ridicule from the public, the media, and anybody else connected with this case.
Whoa! Nobody has any fucking sympathy for your bullshit right now. Like, sorry. That nobody has any, like, Your Honor, Your Honor, people have been really mean to my client who murdered a dude, and not just any dude, but like the nicest dude on the planet. It's so unfair how mean they've been. Like, fuck off. Nobody cares that people have been mean to your client who murdered somebody. Like, now is not the time for complaining about this shit. And yes, somebody's right. We absolutely... I'm real sad that people are saying mean things. Maybe don't murder people. Like,
We have
have been committed to our duty throughout this trial, and we remain so today. It is our privilege and honor to stand beside Kouri. We believe in her innocence completely. And we will continue to stand by her as she takes her appeal to the next level, to a higher court. But that battle remains.
Yeah, tell the court how much they fucking suck. Like, just, Your Honor, the verdict in this, in this case is really dog shit. And, we just want you to know that. You should feel bad for being involved in this. And the other thing is, you know what the least important thing that, I've had to tell lawyers this, I had to get told this. The thing that matters absolutely nothing whatsoever in the court proceeding is your personal opinions, your personal feelings, your whatever. They're not evidence, right? Oh, it makes the lawyers sad. Oh, gee. Who gives a fuck? You are the least important person in this room. You believe your client is innocent. Okay, cool. Personal problem. This is like telling the court you have a really embarrassing rash, or, Your Honor, I've really got the worst diarrhea. It's just right now it is dripping right down my leg. Nobody fucking wants to know this. Nobody cares. For
another day. Today, she stands before you, convicted by a jury of 5 felony counts. We recognize and honor that this court is also tasked with a sacred duty. A duty under the Constitution and laws of our state to decide the appropriate sentence in light of Ms. Richins' convictions. The enormity of that responsibility cannot be denied.
Yes, there is a way to phrase this. It is, Your Honor, I am feeling under the weather. I may need more breaks than usual today, and I will advise the court. Yeah. Did the court audio just tank? Yes. Yeah.
Everything we will present to Your Honor today is submitted for your consideration with an abiding faith in the court's commitment to its sacred duty, and in the prayerful hope that mercy will prevail over calls for retribution. As the state has conceded in their briefing, in order to decide an appropriate sentence, it is right and just for this court to look not only at the conduct for which Kouri Richins has been convicted, but also at her entire life. The good things she has done making her worthy of the mercy of this court. Things such as the personal traits and characteristics that suggest she is not the monster that the prosecution portrays, but a human being, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend, a person that has made mistakes, but a person who has loved deeply, a person who's completed acts of kindness and love and care toward others, a person who's contributed to her community, a person who, even in the darkest time of her life, reached out to help others who were incarcerated alongside her, a person who unselfishly tried to ease the pain her family and friends experienced as a result of this case. Now, we have asked people who know Kouri the best.
Okay, I mean, it's a bold... it's bold, right? I get it, and sometimes you got to swing for the fences. But, you got to be real careful as to, how you swing for the fences, because, talking about Kouri Richins is the most selfless person you've ever met. It's cool, great, she's Jesus. What is it you actually expect here?
Show you the person they know and love. You will hear from family and friends who saw her the most. You will hear from people who worked with her. You will hear from people who spent time with her since she's been incarcerated and have seen how committed she is to rehabilitation while she's in jail. Even more telling, you will hear how she's helped others even when facing unbearable situations in her own life. All of these individuals will reassure this court
that she can be productive and make positive contributions in a carceral setting. You've heard from the state their cry for the harshest punishments available under our laws, yet you also presided over this trial. You saw the evidence and the absence of facts that would justify such penalties. I am sure this court is aware of what a sentence of life without parole actually means in a prison setting. These individuals are locked down in their cells 23 hours a day. They are not provided with the opportunity to participate in programming, seek education, or get jobs in the prison. For all intents and purposes, they are treated as death row inmates. They are denied in-person visitation. They are stripped of any sense of community or humanity. They have no hope of any future reunification with the people they love. Out of the thousands and thousands of cases that go through our criminal justice system, less than 100 individuals have been determined to be worthy of a sentence of life without parole.
I mean, this is a bad way of phrasing it. Don't talk about how much it sucks for Kouri. Nobody likes Kouri. Nobody feels bad for Kouri. I hate to say it, but it's true. You can feel bad for Kouri, but and the thing is maybe that prisoners should be given, like, maybe life without prisoner, should be treated better. I think they should, right? I absolutely think they should, but we don't like Kouri. The judge doesn't like Kouri. The judge doesn't give a shit if Kouri is having a bad day or, in fact, a bad rest of her life. Because, whatever. I would start, quite frankly, with Your Honor, less than 100 people, start with that. Okay, this is rare. It is only to be given for the extreme circumstances. And I might say, look, Your Honor, they're restricted from all of these things. There's various things they're restricted from. The critical thing, however, that she would be restricted from is she would never be allowed an in-person visit. She would never be allowed and you talk about how one day, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, her children may wish to have contact. What I would be doing, my entire focus in this sentencing would be her kids might regret this later. That would be the critical thing, right? And just say, that's what you need. Like, that's what she needs to focus on.
And that is because judges throughout this state understand that such a sentence presumes that an individual is wholly incapable of redemption or rehabilitation and should be punished in the worst way imaginable until they die alone in a cage.
And the judge is like, yeah, good. I don't know if you noticed this, but your client sucks. I'm sorry, but judge has no sympathy for you here at all, and never will. Sorry.
And Ms. Lewis will talk more about that later. But in the meantime, you're also going to hear from 3 people who've never met Kouri Richins. They know nothing about her case.
Okay, cool. Why? Why? Why are we hearing this? All right. Awesome. That,
But they know about what life without parole means. You are going to hear from a mother whose son was murdered and how many years ago she was in the position that the Richins family is in now. You will hear about her journey to forgiveness and how after many years she came to regret seeking the penalty of life without parole for her son's killer.
this is a good letter. And you say, Your Honor, this letter we are going to present because we fear this circumstance for Kouri Richins' children. We fear this circumstance. Cool.
You will hear from a woman who understands how Kouri's boys feel. Her father killed her
No.
mother and was sentenced to prison. You will hear how she learned to forgive her father and how she's enriched her life through finding her way into a relationship with him again. And you will hear from a former prosecutor, someone who sat right where Mr. Ludwig sits now, and how he personally witnessed the rehabilitation and tragic end of an individual he put behind bars for life. All of these perspectives are important because they
I would have cut the last one. The last one is, yeah.
remind us and the court that the recognition of the precious gift of life takes many forms and can change over time. They remind us that the decisions made by this court today can reflect our own humanity and inspire us all to have hope and believe in forgiveness. Finally, Your Honor, you're going to hear from Ms. Richins herself. Her allocution is unusually long. She has worked very hard on it. We ask the court to allow her to take about 30 minutes or so to read her words aloud.
So here's the thing. If you're like, she knows it's about 30 minutes, which means that they've gone over it. They reviewed it. And the fact that a lawyer reviewed this statement and allowed it to be made in court is just fucking wild to me. Just wild. Wild. Because her statement is so bad. It's so bad.
She is going to share with you what matters most to her in this world, her love for her boys. It is all she has left. Everything else she has ever held dear in her life has been stripped from her.
Nobody cares. Like, yeah, nobody cares.
It is her hope that in openly and honestly sharing her love and hopes and dreams for her boys with you, that you will see what it is inside of her that is worth saving, that is worthy of mercy, and that is filled with hope, humanity, and love. So with the court's indulgence, we'd like to read aloud some letters that have been provided to us. As I discussed, some have asked us to read it and only share the names with you in the prosecution. Some are here to read them themselves. And we are grateful to the court's indulgence to listen. And we're going to start with a letter from Kouri's mother, and Ms. Lewis is going to read that letter. And I have a copy of it that I'm going to provide so the court can read along if you like. And I also have copies for the prosecution as we go.
And we will add this to the information as part of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Not public.
Understood.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kouri's mother, Lisa Dark, is here in the courtroom. She's actually, I feel given the privilege to read her words. She was concerned about her ability to read the question. Your Honor, Kouri is my daughter. I write to you today carrying grief that words struggle to hold. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the loss of Eric. He was my son-in-law, my friend, and a truly wonderful father. Eric had a kind heart and a generous spirit. He was deeply loved, and he will never be forgotten by me or by the many people whose lives he touched. Eric once saved my life, and I have carried that gratitude with me every day since. His legacy lives through the 3 beautiful boys he left behind. Your Honor, I speak today as a mother and as a grandmother. The children are my greatest concerns. These 3 boys have endured unimaginable loss and upheaval in their young lives. They lost their father, then their mother, then the sense of safety and continuity every child deserves. Their world has changed again and again through no choice of their own. Whatever sentence is imposed will shape their lives forever. Whatever sentence is imposed, that was their choice. I will continue to watch the boys grow, whether at school events, or sporting activities, and throughout their lives. I will keep them in my prayers, hoping they grow into emotionally stable and resilient young men. Kouri is more than the worst day of her life. She is a mother who has devoted herself to her children since the day they were born.
Okay, I just want to say I don't like the worst day of her life language. Because, like, the worst day of her life would be suitable if this was a situation where, like, you know, Kouri Richins is walking home late at night and a guy is chasing her and, you know, she turns and opens fire and, you know, it, like, and the court finds that that's, like, you know, not appropriate or whatever, right? Like, you know, or like, this guy's following her and she shoots him, and it turns out that he was following her because he lives next door, right? And she got panicky, but she didn't have a reason to to shoot him, right? That's a good example of like worst day of your life, right? If Rittenhouse had been convicted, worst day of his life that works fine. Various other people, but this was like the worst repeated planning, lengthy planning, extensive fucking planning that you planned over and over a long period of time, like with multiple attempts and like a whole lot of like, it's not the worst day of your life if it's it's like come on, it's like this pisses me off.
Before all of this, she was deeply involved in their schooling, their sports, their faith, and their community. She coached teams, volunteered weekly at school, led youth programs, and taught her boys compassion through service, from food banks to flood relief to helping firefighters and families in need. Her life centered on her family and on helping others. In many ways, everyone impacted by this case has suffered loss. However, the greatest burden has fallen on 3 innocent children. These boys have experienced repeated disruption and trauma at an age when stability is essential. Before these events, they lived in a loving home with 2 devoted parents. They were surrounded by family, supported emotionally and financially, and deeply connected to both their mother and father. Their lives revolved around school, sports, family traditions, and feeling safe and loved. That sense of security was taken from them in stages. First, they lost their father suddenly and without preparation. They were informed by officials rather than being guided gently by a parent, a moment that forever changed their childhood. Their mother then spent more than a year helping them navigate grief, modeling compassion and emotional resilience, and working closely with them to understand loss in age-appropriate ways. She even found creative ways to help them cope emotionally during this painful period. Then, they lost daily access to their mother. Once again, they were told life-altering news by strangers rather than family. The boys were moved between placements, disrupting routines and emotional progress, despite beginning to feel settled and supported. Throughout this time, they maintained a meaningful and positive relationship with their mother through letters, phone calls, visits, and counseling. Later, they were moved again, against their expressed wishes, away from family caregivers and trusted relationships. Each transition compounded their confusion, anxiety, and grief. Children need continuity to heal, yet these boys have experienced repeated separations from the people they rely on most. As a grandmother who helped raise these children, I have also lost daily contact with them. They were a central part of my life, just as I was part of theirs. The separation from their maternal family has been devastating, not only to me, but to the boys themselves, who deserve access to all safe and loving family connections. Your Honor, these children have already endured more than most adults will in a lifetime. Being placed in the middle of adult proceedings and repeatedly confronted with painful realities risks further emotional harm. They love their mother. They need reassurance, not fear, healing, not more loss. I ask the court to carefully consider the cumulative impact on these children and the importance of preserving their emotional well-being and future stability when determining your appropriate sentence. Your Honor, I ask the court to take a moment to consider Kouri Richins as a whole person, beyond headlines or assumptions, and to understand.
I mean, at this point, the court is considering the option of like viewing Kouri Richins in pieces. So, all right.
The life she built before this case. Kouri has been driven, disciplined, and committed to growth from a young age. She graduated from high school in 2007, completing her studies a year early. She continued her education and earned her associate's degree in 2010. In 2012, she obtained her bachelor's degree. The same year, she became a mother for the first time. In 2013, Kouri married Eric, and together they began building a family. Their second son was born in 2014. Kouri continued pursuing education while raising her children, earning her master's degree in 2017, followed by the birth of their third son shortly thereafter. Professionally, Kouri has consistently worked to better herself and provide for her family. She obtained her real estate license in 2019 and later earned her general contractor's license in 2021, achievements that reflected her work ethic, independence, and determination. In 2022, Kouri experienced a devastating loss with the sudden death of her husband. Despite profound grief, she sought constructive ways to cope and help others, publishing a children's book in 2023 focused on helping children process loss. After her arrest in 2023, Kouri did not retreat from self-improvement. While incarcerated, she earned her paralegal certificate in 2025. In 2026, she completed her MBA, pursuing education under extraordinarily difficult circumstances.
I'm just like, Okay, so she's getting her MBA. Fantastic. Good for her. Why? Why is she getting her MBA? Are you going to hire her for business shit? Like, is that the plan? That somebody's going to, like, is that what we're thinking? Because, I mean, I'm not.
Continues to seek opportunities for further education, demonstrating perseverance and a commitment to growth. Your Honor, this timeline reflects a pattern of responsibility, resilience, and continued effort to better herself, even in the most challenging moments of her life. I would like to illustrate Kouri's character through her actions and the way she lived her life, particularly as a wife, mother, and member of her community. Kouri was deeply devoted to her family. She was...
I mean, you want her to be judged on how good she was as a wife? Because, you sure? Like, did you think that one through, guys? I could find a rabid raccoon. I could coat it in motor oil, and I could, like, shake it vigorously and, in a beehive, and then lob it through the front door, and that would be a better wife.
A committed wife to Eric and a hands-on present mother to their 3 sons. Their marriage was built on partnership and mutual support. Kouri consistently supported Eric in his career, hobbies, and interests, including his involvement in sports and coaching.
She loved to make him a Moscow Mule at night.
She encouraged his passions and stood by him throughout their life together. In return, Eric expressed his commitment to caring for his wife and children, and their shared priorities were apparent in the way they lived and parented. As parents, Kouri and Eric focused on raising kind, engaged, and active children. Kouri was closely involved in her son's education, sports, and activities. She volunteered weekly at their school, coached youth soccer and basketball, served as a scout leader, and was present at practices, games, and events. Her time, energy, and focus were always directed toward her children's well-being and development. Beyond her immediate family, Kouri consistently showed compassion for others. She was active in community service and believed strongly in teaching her children empathy through example. Together, they volunteered at food banks, participated in flood relief by filling sandbags for elderly residents, baked cookies for firefighters during fire season, and assembled care packages for families and individuals in need. She also helped ensure that children in the community had proper winter clothes by donating nearly 100 pairs of snow boots to a local elementary school. During the holidays, Kouri made extraordinary efforts to help others, purchasing, wrapping, and delivering hundreds of gifts to families who were struggling. She also demonstrated thoughtfulness in her extended work family by assembling personalized gift boxes and organizing holiday gatherings to bring people together. In 2023, following her husband's death, Kouri published a children's book designed to help grieving children process.
Why the fuck are you bringing up the children's book? Because I can tell you, I would not be bringing up the children's book. Like, oh my God, the children's book is an aggravating factor. The children's book is, it's the worst. This is like going to the court and being like, Your Honor, she is so selfless that she stomps puppies and she doesn't even get paid. She just loves stomping puppies. And, like, look, here's a picture of her stomping the puppies.
Grieving children process loss. She donated hundreds of copies to children who had lost a parent and visited schools to reach the students dealing with grief.
I can guarantee the donation was because she wasn't selling them and she was trying to get it, like, trying to recoup some tax write-off.
Although the book achieved some commercial success, her intention was not profit. It was to help children feel...
Oh, bullshit. It wasn't profit. We saw all the texts. We saw all the messages. We saw everything.
less alone during one of the most difficult experiences a child can face. Kouri has always viewed her greatest accomplishment as her family, her husband, her children, and the home they built together.
One of the most difficult experiences a child can face, which she caused. Like, this is awful. If I got this letter as a lawyer, I'd be like, hey, Mom, rewrite this shit, or I'm not tendering it. Like, yeah.
Her loyalty to her family is unwavering. As an aunt, she has been a consistent and loving presence in her nieces' and nephews' lives, providing childcare support, attending milestones and school events, and assisting her siblings whenever they needed her. She has been the person who organizes family gatherings, holidays, and shared tradition, keeping the family connected. Faith has also played an important role in Kouri's life. She and her children regularly attended church and participated in faith-based community activities, reinforcing values of service, compassion, and responsibility.
Remind me, what are those like commandments of the faith? Like, because she's like some variety of Christian, right? Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not adultery. Like, I mean, faith is super important. Has she fucking heard of it? I am not religious, and I am doing a better job with her faith than she is. And you can observe that because here I am not murdering anybody. Watch me not murder anybody. Like, here I go, not murdering people. Right? Like, look at all the not murdering I am doing right now. The not murdering. See how easy it is? It's just you just, you know, I'm not murdering. It's super fucking easy. You can do it while you're napping. You can do it while you're, you know, like whatever. So, like, and I feel of the commandments, like thou shalt not kill is really kind of important. You know, it's not like, you know, like no graven images or whatever, right? Like, you know, yeah.
Your Honor, these are not isolated gestures. They reflect a long-standing pattern of generosity, responsibility, and care for others. Kouri's life before this case was defined by service to her family and community, and by her commitment to raising her children to be compassionate and engaged members of society. From a young age, Kouri demonstrated responsibility and a strong work ethic. While still in high school, she worked nights, weekends, and holidays to help support her aunt's business, using her earnings to pay her own way through college. That sense of responsibility never diminished. She continued to support extended family members whenever they needed help. Only 3 weeks after losing her husband, Kouri faced another profound loss with the death of her uncle. Even while grieving deeply herself, she stepped forward to help her aunt by taking on the responsibility of planning the funeral. This pattern, putting others' needs ahead of her own pain, has been consistent throughout her life. Kouri has always believed that no one should have
putting others' needs ahead of her own? When? Like, no. No.
to navigate grief or hardship alone. Kouri and I share an exceptionally close relationship as mother and daughter. She has stood beside me during some of the most difficult moments of my life, including surgeries and radiation treatments, providing care, support, and comfort without hesitation. Our relationship
Okay, that part's good. Leave that part. Like, cut the rest, but leave that part.
is built on mutual reliance, trust, and love. I, in turn, have played an active role in her family's life, helping care for Eric, the boys, and Kouri, and being deeply involved in their daily lives. Kouri also shares a strong bond with her brother. Though close in age, and like many siblings growing up, it was the loss of their father shortly after high school that solidified their understanding of the importance of family. Since then, the relationship has only grown stronger. They have supported each other through life's milestones, challenges, and joys. As a mother, Kouri has always made sure her children felt surrounded by family. She intentionally included her brother in holidays, family gatherings, and everyday moments, reinforcing the value of connection and belonging.
Wait, she intentionally included her brother in family, like, events? We're setting the bar real fucking low here, guys. It's like, she included her family in family events. It's like, neat.
She welcomed her brother's wife into the family from the very beginning, making a deliberate effort to ensure she felt included and supported. She has constantly offered help with family milestones, celebrations, and responsibilities, always striving to ease stress for others. Kouri takes pride in maintaining a close-knit family. She believes that shared time, whether during holidays, sporting events, small gatherings, or simply simple evenings together, is essential. Creating those moments of connection has always mattered deeply to her, and she has worked intentionally to keep her family united. Kouri played an important and deeply integrated role.
Wait, she's worked to keep her family united? No, she murdered one of them. Like, whenever you have a victim, like whenever you have a statement to support your client, you need to make sure that statement is not freaking dumb. Because, like, you know, the opposite of keeping your family together is murdering the family. Like, murder is the opposite of togetherness. It's just like, oh my God. And you can see where Kouri gets it. If this is drafted by her mom, I see people in the chat saying they think Kouri wrote it. If this is drafted by mom, you see where Kouri gets it, right? Like,
within the Richins family, particularly during times of hardship. When Eric's mother passed away in Hawaii, Kouri provided steady emotional support to the entire family and assisted in organizing funeral arrangements, stepping in wherever help was needed during a very painful period. Her commitment to Eric's family was genuine and enduring. At one point, Eric's mother expressed that Kouri was not simply her daughter-in-law, but her daughter, a reflection of the closeness and trust Kouri had earned within the family.
And then she murdered. Like,
Eric prioritized time with extended family, creating meaningful memories together, including regular visits to St. George, Utah, to spend time with Eric's grandmother. When one of Eric's sisters faced unemployment, Kouri helped her secure work at the hospital where she herself was employed. She also routinely provided childcare for her sister-in-law's children, allowing them time together as a couple. Her involvement went beyond logistical help. She always participated in family milestones, including serving in a bridal party and assisting with wedding planning for another of Eric's sisters. During a particularly difficult period in that sister's life, Kouri accompanied her to a self-help retreat, offering both emotional support and companionship. Within the Richins family, Kouri often served as a source of calm and connection. She consistently worked to ease tensions, provide comfort, and maintain relationships during challenging moments. Her efforts contribute significantly to the overall well-being of the family. Kouri's compassion extended well beyond her immediate and extended family. She opened her home to the parents of a friend whose house had been damaged, offering them a safe place during a difficult time. When another friend's parents lacked firewood, their sole source of heat during the winter, Kouri arranged for a truckload of wood to ensure they stayed warm.
Who paid for that? Like, okay, I feel like a lot of this is actually Eric Richins, and Kouri Richins is taking credit, but okay. I would have wanted to have documentation on all of this, because at the end of the day, it's like, oh, right. I don't actually believe that she's the one who gets credit for the wood. Like, I think that was probably Eric Richins. Just saying.
She maintained close, supportive friendships, particularly participated fully in friends' major life events, and was actively involved in the lives of their children. As a neighbor, Kouri was equally attentive and caring. Her home was offering a gathering place for neighborhood children, and she routinely prepared meals for parents working late or offered help to neighbors facing illness, including one undergoing chemotherapy. Her generosity was never performative. It was quiet, consistent, and motivated by genuine concern for others. Kouri is not a perfect person, but she is an authentic one. Her life has been marked.
I mean, you just finished saying basically that Jesus gets too much credit because Kouri Richins really should be, so, all right. Cool. Cool.
By steady acts of kindness, loyalty, and service toward her family, her friends, and her community. She was always found purpose in easing the burden of others and helping people through difficult moments. Following Kouri's separation from her children, they were placed in a living situation that differed from what they expressed as their preference, despite having strong and meaningful bonds with extended family who had long played an active role in helping raise them. As young children, they had little control over these decisions, which added to their sense of uncertainty and loss. Kouri's sons are now facing significant emotional challenges in their day-to-day lives. They are processing grief, separation, and repeated changes, all at an age when stability is critical. Like their mother, Kouri's eldest son is especially sensitive and expressive, and he has struggled deeply with these transitions. All 3 boys are currently receiving counseling, which has been essential in helping them cope.
They're receiving counseling for the... Oh, yeah, it's such a sad thing that her kids are in counseling that you made them need. Like, oh my God. Oh, this, like, I'm a defense lawyer. I do sentencings like that. And I'm just like, no, this part is awful. Lewis does a good thing later, but right now this is all like pure,
Kouri has consistently supported therapeutic intervention and has emphasized the importance of counseling, not only for each child individually, but for the family as a whole. In particular, she has advocated for additional individual support for her eldest child, recognizing his specific emotional needs. The circumstances surrounding their separation.
she's like, I fucked him up so bad. He needs extra help. I should get credit for asking for it.
And the rules governing communications have made it difficult for Kouri and her children to openly share their feelings with one another. This limitation has taken an emotional toll on both the boys and their mother. Important thoughts, reassurances, and emotions often remain unspoken, creating additional stress and sadness. As a mother, Kouri experiences deep anguish over her inability to comfort her children as she once did. She worries constantly about their emotional well-being and struggles with the pain of knowing they are hurting while being unable to fully support them. Her concern for her sons remains constant and unwavering. Kouri has endured profound emotional and personal suffering since the loss of her husband. She is grieving the absence of the man she loved and built a life with, while navigating separation from her children and family under intense public scrutiny. The weight of these losses is immense, and it has affected not only Kouri, but her entire family, her mother, her children, and those who love her.
Which again, like, this is the problem, is you need... I ranted about this on Twitter. I'm going to rant about it again here. One of the things that happens as a defense lawyer is you get clients who are like, I need you to believe in me. And I'm like, well, I don't. So what do you want to do? Do you want to fire me or do you want me to help you? And they're like, well, you don't believe in me. No, I don't. And the thing is you don't want a lawyer who believes your shit without question, right? Because a lawyer who believes your shit without question is dangerous to you, because you need somebody who can be sitting there going, hey, this is shit. This is crap. You know, and like sometimes you got to tell a client, hey, I'm not saying you're lying, but I am saying there's no way in hell a judge is going to believe this, or a jury. Here, they are so convinced of Kouri Richins' innocence that they don't realize how bad this shit sounds if you are not convinced of her innocence, right? And that's the problem they've got here. Fallstar says, Runkle, are you sure you're a defense attorney? You sound more pro-prosecution than Miss Prosecutor EDB did earlier today. I'm not pro-prosecution. I'm anti-bad defense lawyering. I mean, think about it this way. Let's imagine that your occupation, you are a welder, right? You're going to be really pissed off when you see some bad welding that like gets some people hurt. You know, if you're an engineer, you might be really pissed off if you see a bad engineer who designs a shit bridge that collapses and kills like 1,000 people, right? So as a defense lawyer, it really fucking pisses me off that these defense lawyers suck so bad at what they're doing, because this is sucking. This is bad defense lawyering. It's just bad.
Despite being incarcerated, Kouri has continued to demonstrate resilience and personal responsibility. Within the confines of jail, she has dedicated herself to education and self-improvement, using her time to study and work toward meaningful goals. These efforts reflect her character and her desire to grow, contribute, and remain a constructive presence, even under extremely difficult circumstances.
I mean, that's good. Okay, I like that. Cool.
Like many marriages, Kouri and Eric face challenges. When difficulties arose, they chose to address them responsibly by seeking marriage counseling rather than turning away from one another. Those efforts strengthened their relationship. By all accounts, from those closest to them, they were in a period of renewed connection and commitment, focused on their family and their future together. Your Honor, I stand before you as Kouri's mother. I love my daughter. I have known her for her entire life, not just through this case. I cannot speak to every aspect.
Really? As the mom, you've known the daughter her entire... Cool. Great statement. That's real useful.
What the court has considered, but I can speak to who she is as a human being, as a mother, and as a member of her family. I do not believe that Kouri did this, nor do I believe Kouri could possibly be capable of this crime. I can't validate what she did financially one way or another, and that's something Kouri will have to live with. I respectfully ask the court to consider a sentence that holds Kouri accountable for the jury's verdict, while still allowing for the possibility of mercy and hope. A sentence without the opportunity for parole would permanently separate her from her children and leave no room for redemption. Kouri's life has meaning, especially to her 3 sons and her family, and I respectfully ask that the sentence reflect not only accountability, but also potential for rehabilitation and profound long-term impact on innocent children. Your Honor, I ask from a mother's heart that Kouri be given a sentence that allows the possibility of a future, one in which she can continue to grow and one day be a positive presence in life.
Wrong move. Do not sell this as this needs to be done for Kouri. You need to do this as this needs to be done for Kouri's kids. This is the wrong sales pitch. Oh my God. Yeah, and you got to tell Kouri's mom, no, this is not consistent with our, this is bad.
And her children's lives again. I firmly believe the jury reached an incorrect conclusion and that this outcome represents a profound injustice driven by personal bias. I do not believe Kouri is capable of committing murder. No one understands or loves her children as deeply as their mother does. Thank you for listening, Your Honor. I love you, Kouri, Carter, Ashton, and Weston. Her story does not end with this sentence. It is
also, why the fuck did you just read names out? Those are for initials. If I was the judge and she just read those names out after the court has ordered that that they be announced by initials, I'd be like, counsel, we're putting a price tag on that mistake. Fuck you.
the strength of her comeback that will define it.
But don't worry, nobody will be able to figure out their last name.
Your Honor, at this time we would ask Renee Odom. She is going to read her own letter. We ask that she approach the podium, and I will provide it to the court and the prosecution as well.
Of course. Renee, good morning.
Good morning.
One moment. Thank you. Renee, please proceed.
My name is Renee Odom, and I am here today as the sister of Kouri Richins. I want to begin by saying nothing I share today is meant to excuse or lessen the seriousness of what has brought us here.
There, that's a much better intro. Good. Like this so far.
His life was taken, and that loss is permanent. I want to acknowledge Eric by name and say that I loved him. He was kind to me. He was a part of my life, part of my children's life, and part of my family. He matters deeply, and he is missed. This tragedy has devastated our family, and its deepest impact continues to fall on Kouri's 3 boys. For more than 3 years now, they have been unable to see or speak with their mother. They have lost their father, and at the same time, they have lost access to their mom. Even in separation, Kouri has never stopped being their mother. She writes to her boys every single week. She reaches out every birthday, every holiday, holding on to that connection with everything she has and reminding them that they are loved. Kouri is my baby sister, and she has been an integral part of my life and the lives of my children. She has shown up for our family in ways that are impossible to count. I was there at her graduation from high school. I was there for the wedding of Kouri and Eric, moments filled with love, hope, and dreams for the future. She was there for my wedding and the birth of my son. She was there for me when I graduated college. She stood beside me at the baptism of both of my daughters. She poured her heart into giving my oldest daughter a beautiful sweet 16. These were not obligations to her. This is who she is. Kouri has always been the glue that held our family together. She hosts every Christmas. She planned every family vacation and made sure that no one ever felt forgotten or left behind. She believes deeply in helping others, and she has lived with this belief throughout her life. Even from behind bars, Kouri has continued to help people, offering support and encouragement and kindness any way she can. That desire to be of service has never left her. Kouri is a great sister, an awesome aunt, an amazing daughter, and she will always be a devoted mother. She's also the smartest person I know. Kouri has earned 2 master's degrees and is applying to a PhD program. Growth and learning and becoming better for herself and others have always mattered to her. Most of all, she loved her husband and her children with everything that she was. I continue to struggle to reconcile this tragedy with the loving sister and the mother I've always known. I understand and respect the court's responsibility to impose a just and lawful sentence. I'm not here to challenge the verdict or to minimize the harm that has occurred. I only ask that the court see the full human picture, the pain, the accountability, the lifelong consequences that are already being carried. Please leave room for hope of a life with her boys. The impact of this tragedy will remain with Kouri and her children for the rest of their lives. Our family deeply feels the absence of her presence and that of her boys, her guidance and her love. I love you, Kouri, and I will always stand by you. Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me speak and considering my words.
I actually thought that was a pretty good statement. It's not perfect, and I see people in the chat criticizing it. There's only so much you can do here. I thought that was actually not bad. Sister, 7 out of 10. Thumbs up. That's where I'm at on that one. And the goal ended, but we're going to test the hot sauce anyway because we've run that one through, and I think we'll have met the goal eventually. This one is the wing and Caesar hot sauce. Interesting. Interesting. I'm going to set a new goal, but wing and Caesar. Just as a little break from that. Yeah, it might actually be made with Clamato. What's it got in the ingredients? Nutrition facts. Peppers, vinegar, tomato paste, sugar, garlic, spices, xanthan gum. Yeah, it is tomato-y. It's I don't know how it'd be on wings. I bet it would be good in a Clamato though. It's doesn't really have a heavy vinegar forward taste. It's kind of tastes like soup. Kind of tastes like a tomato soup. So yeah. All right, back to things. No anchovies in that one.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to read a letter from Bree Darden.
Next up is fire candy.
No. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to read a brief letter from Bree Darden. That is Kouri's sister-in-law who also worked with her at her real estate business. I know Your Honor heard some testimony about that. She has a newborn baby, so she can't be here. Your Honor, I was introduced to the Richins family around 8 years ago, excuse me, and was able to have been around Kouri, Eric, and the boys since the youngest was 1. I spent many days, weekends, holidays, birthdays, barbecues, etc. with them all, and was able to learn so much about the family dynamic and the love they had for one another. No, their family wasn't perfect, no one's is, but those boys were loved beyond belief by both parents. Kouri and Eric did everything for the boys, to protect them, to teach them, to encourage them, to show them love, and mostly to show them 2 loving parents. My heart goes out to the 3 boys as they do not deserve to be going through all this, as well as they do not deserve to be alienated from one side of their family. I miss them dearly every day. To know Kouri is...
Yeah, I mean, the murders, I get why the family is not super cool with your side of the family, because murder tends to create some family rifts.
To know the love she has in her heart. Kouri's one of the most selfless and caring people I know. She lived for those boys and lived to be the best wife she could be. Yes, she made mistakes in her marriage, as we know.
I mean, I have some wifing tips. Tip 1, no murder. Tip 2, no banging other dudes. Yay! We've just improved your wifing abilities 1,000%. Like,
To So did Eric. But at the end of the day, they chose each other and their family. As a loving mother, exceptional caretaker, and benevolent humanitarian, Kouri was truly a devoted volunteer. She never stood still when she knew she could help another, embodying the definition of true character. From the moment this sudden, unexplainable tragedy occurred, there's been a
Unexplainable. Well, I have an explanation. It's murder.
distaste for Kouri for personal reasons rather than factual reasons. From allegations made by individuals she regarded as family, to authorities not conducting a systemically correct investigation and then not being given a suitable, unbiased venire. The conclusion of this case seemed inevitable. Although I'm not here to argue the verdict, I am here to help provide.
I mean, you are, though. That is literally what you are doing. So, yeah.
Perspective on views you are unable to hear about. Kouri is a mother, a sister, a daughter, an aunt, widow, and at the end of the day, an imperfect person striving for grace. She is someone whom the community trusted, neighbors enjoyed, and her boys counted on as a supporter.
I mean, she could strive a little harder for the grace, because right now she's striding for, yeah.
Respectfully ask that the court consider the totality of her character and her full life history when making a determination. The next individual that spoke is Kouri's aunt. This is Lisa's sister. Her name is Doreen Kouri.
Thank you.
Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have spent many sleepless nights trying to find the right words for this moment because it is heartbreaking to stand here and speak about someone I care deeply about in a courtroom like this. I believe in you, Kouri, and I'm very proud to be your aunt. I stand before the court not to minimize the seriousness of this case, but to speak about the person I've known outside of these proceedings. The woman I know is not the monster these proceedings may have made her appear to be. When I think about her, I do not think about charges, headlines, or verdicts. I think about the mother I watched love her children with every part of herself. I think about the woman who worked hard to build a better life through education, determination, and sacrifice. I think about someone who wanted more not only for herself, but for her children and the people she loved. Her children were never just part of her life. They were her entire world. I watched her celebrate their accomplishments, comfort them in difficult times, and carry the weight of motherhood every single day. She loved fiercely, deeply, and unconditionally. Eric and those boys were her life. Both Eric and Kouri were very loving and attentive parents. They were solid, they loved hard, and they played hard. I also watched her work tirelessly to educate herself and create stability for her family. She pushed herself because she believed in building a meaningful future. She was proud of what she accomplished, but even more proud of being a mother. This conviction does not erase the years of humanity, goodness, and compassion that existed before this moment. I know there are people who may only see the charge or the verdict, but I ask the court to remember, a person is more than the worst moment of their life, or in this case, more than a verdict that many of us still struggle to understand and accept.
Okay, still struggle to understand and accept. I get that. That's fair. Fine, that's good, but not the worst moment of the life. Like, no. This isn't a momentary thing. This was planned over months. And every time you have one of these things, you have to consider, how much am I saying things that makes a listener go, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's because once you start trying to convince somebody, but you're giving them a bunch of stuff where they're like, that's bullshit and that's bullshit and that, all you're doing is you're convincing them to hate your position. And like, these statements are so bad for that.
The woman I know is compassionate, intelligent, nurturing, and deeply human. I do not believe she's cruel or beyond redemption. I believe there's still goodness in her. And I know there are many others who believe that too. Whatever sentence is imposed today will not only affect her, it will echo through the lives of her children, her family, and everyone who loves her for years to come. Her children still need their mother's guidance, love, voice, and presence in whatever way they can still have it. I understand the weight of the court's responsibility, and I speak with respect for these proceedings. I only ask that when sentencing is considered, the court remembers the whole person standing before you today. Not only this moment, but the years she spent loving, learning, sacrificing, and being devoted mother. I love you, Kouri, and I love those precious boys. I ask for mercy, I ask for compassion, and I ask that the court see the humanity in her so that so many of us have seen for years. All right, the next one is an individual that did not want their name read in the public, so I'm going to provide it to the court and the prosecution only. This is a close friend of the family. To the Honorable Judge Murdaugh, I'm writing to respectfully share my personal relationship and observations with the Richins family and 3 young boys, and to ask that you consider sentencing Kouri to 25 years to life rather than life without the possibility of parole. From 2017 to 2019, I had the privilege of working as a babysitter for Kouri and Eric's 3 children. I was able to view this family at a time when things in life were good for them. The youngest, Weston, was still in diapers, and we worked on potty training together. What struck me most during that time was the stable, loving, and orderly home the 3 boys had to grow up in. Kouri was a young mother, close in age to 2 of my own children, and she'd established a true house of order. The home was beautifully decorated. I particularly remember the bright fall decor. The walls were...
Oh, she's got a pretty house. Your Honor, she's practically Martha Stewart. The judge is like, oh, what happened to Martha Stewart? Like, who the fuck cares? Like, who gives a shit? Oh.
With photos of the boys at different ages, and they had a wonderful playroom over the garage. The family worked together, played hard together, and clearly loved one another.
You know what? It is super easy to have a really nice home when you have fuck tons of money. Like, that's the thing, is if you've got fuck tons of money, it's super easy to have a nice home. Let me tell you how that, how that works. A, you have a maid who keeps your house from being like covered in dirt and like child handprints and mess, right? Maid, super fucking helpful, right? I periodically hire a cleaner who is super helpful because, it's super helpful to like, but I can't afford to have one come in like every day or whatever else, right? But like, all of that decor and stuff, you can hire people to do that. You can buy that shit. You just buy a bunch of stuff and then you have the maid put it up, right? Like, all of this stuff is like, she's basically, they're just like, they keep coming back to, well, she had a ton of money, Your Honor. And I'm like, okay.
Recognize the effort and pride in caring for her family. When she was out of town one week, she left detailed meal plans for me to use the crock pot, so Eric could come home each night to dinner with the boys. Those meals were so good that I replicated them for my own family. I was so impressed by her age progression photo display in the hallway that I had canvases made of my own grandchildren in a similar fashion. I even copied some of her simple but festive fall decorations and bought similar cowboy kid toys for my grandchildren.
Fuck, call Trump. He's got a partner for like her superior recipes and decoration ability. Yeah.
After seeing how much her boys enjoyed them, Kouri's positive influence extended beyond her own family. I brought many of her ideas home with me. I do not wish to minimize.
Maybe don't steal the mule recipe though. Like, don't steal the Moscow mule recipe. Whatever things you borrow, not that.
The tragedy of this case. I watched the funeral online and was heartbroken, especially hearing young Carter say he would now be the man of the house. I believe Kouri deeply cares for her children, and I have to believe they love her as well. 3 boys' lives will be forever affected by the court's decision. I believe in the possibility of rehabilitation and the value of preserving hope. I respectfully ask that you not eliminate the chance that one day these 3 sons would be able to make their own choice as to whether or not to have a relationship with their mother. Kouri is not a threat to society. Please give her the opportunity to serve her sentence with the possibility of someday returning to her family. Thank you for your time and considering my perspective. Your Honor, the next individual that's going to be addressing the court is going to do it himself, and that is Mr. Greg Hall, and he's here to read his statement to the court.
Sir, please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Before I say anything else, I want to express my deepest sympathy and most sincere condolences to the Richins and Darden's families. Nothing I say today is meant to diminish the weight of what has brought us into this courtroom today. My name is Greg Hall. I have known.
I thought he was going to say, that's everything I have to say. Goodbye. Like, just nothing I'm going to say is going to diminish the weight of this. And then you just turn around and leave.
Kouri for over 7 years, both personally and professionally. And we have stayed in daily contact by phone, text, and in-person visits throughout her entire incarceration here in Summit County. I'm here today to share with you what I have witnessed firsthand about the person I know. In the years before Kouri was incarcerated, she made a habit of looking for people who were struggling. She not only volunteered for many years at children's schools and donated, but you heard about the 100 pairs of snow boots, but she also did follow up to make sure that those children had clothes. She has volunteered at the soup kitchen for years and brought her boys along with her because she wanted them to teach them about service and kindness to others. When Kouri found out a neighbor had been diagnosed,
I feel like the soup kitchen's not going to put up a plaque commemorating her. Like, you know, just saying. Also, pause game. Yeah.
cancer, she anonymously arranged for a massage therapist to visit her. When my own wife was in an auto accident, a care package showed up at our home. If a family was having a difficult time purchasing a home, she would offer to take little or no commission in order to help them. Please know that none of these things were ever done for recognition. They were done because all she ever wanted to do was good.
And murder. Like, also the murder.
Your Honor, what I would like the court to understand the most is that the goodness and kindness toward other people that defined Kouri before her arrest has not gone away since being incarcerated. When new inmates arrive frightened and disorientated, Kouri is the first to step in. She helps them get their footing in an environment that is unfamiliar and frightening to them. She's also tutored other inmates working to further their education. She has helped women who cannot read or write navigate through the system and draft letters to their family on the outside. When women in her unit receive bad news from home, she is the first to sit with them and comfort them. She has used her time inside to study, and she takes her studies very seriously. She has earned multiple degrees, including a master's degree since being incarcerated, because she wants to be of use to other incarcerated women who struggle with literacy, with their legal paperwork, and with the simple daily reality of being inside. She enjoys studying religion and ethics and the practical.
She enjoys studying religion and ethics. And I'm like, is there the first university of not murder? Because maybe she should take that class, not murdering 101. It's I feel like that course should be mandatory.
Application they have in our lives. She attends weekly church services and has helped to create new programs within the jail that other inmates now rely on. She studies late into the night, every night. She prays for her boys and for her family every day. She also prays for others in need. She writes to her sons, though her letters are returned to her unopened. She has not stopped trying to contact them to express her love for them.
That's not a good thing. This is a bad thing. Her sons have no interest in her in contact, and she's trying to push it anyway. That is a bad thing. Right? That is creepy. No. No.
Your Honor, the Kouri that I talk with each day is still filled with kindness, with goodness. Even to this day, as we speak to one another, she continues to ask and care about how people on the outside are doing. Like him, her family, people we mutually know, before ever talking about herself. I'm not here to argue with the verdict of this court. I am here to tell you that the person I have known for over 7 years is still there, still trying, still useful to people around her in the small ways available to her to continue to be of service and provide acts of kindness. I only ask that the court please take this into consideration today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the next two letters are from individuals who are investors with Ms. Richins in her real estate business.
I was like, okay, cool. Yep.
Both of these individuals did experience losses of money. So although they may not be victims in this case, they, I guess, are technically victims in the case that is pending. So I think their perspective is important. The first one, for some reason, I only have one copy. I'm going to give just a moment for Mr. Bloodworth to read it, then I'll read it, then I'll hand it to the court.
Thank you.
Honorable Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you regarding whatever sentence you need to impose on Kouri Richins. I implore you to impose the lowest sentence possible, including the possibility for parole. Due to the defense resting in this case, you and the jury only heard everything negative that could possibly be said about her from the prosecution, their witnesses, and the media.
Gee, who made that decision? Yeah, okay.
Always another side of her that was not presented. As one of the investors in some of Kouri Richins' properties, she never asked that we invest. We always asked her after seeing the quality of the work done. She had a real estate license and got a general contractor's license. Yes, we made money on some of the properties, and yes, we lost money on the legacy property due to her arrest. She made sure we were aware that we could lose our investments.
Did she make sure that you were aware that she might steal them? Like, because that's a different thing, right? Like, if I invest $1,000, $100,000 or whatever into, like, Beef Corp, and Beef Corp goes bankrupt, I lose the money, right? But that's different than if I invest $100,000 into Beef Corp and it turns out they just take the money and, like, fuck off and buy ponies or something. Like, it's different. Wrong.
Time we did spend with her, we found her to be honest, caring, super smart, and constantly talking about her love of Eric and her children. She adores those boys and was involved in all aspects of their lives and very proud of all of them. I understand she's used the time in jail to obtain a second master's degree. I honestly believe that even spending time in prison, that she could still be a valuable and contributing member of society and hopefully one day have a relationship with her boys. I do totally understand how difficult it is to have someone's life in your hands, as I felt that weight as an Air Force flight nurse in Iraq many times, caring for our wounded warriors. We all need to have hope. Please do not take that from her, as she has already lost so much. And I'm not going to reveal the name.
Thank you.
Please don't take away her hope. Okay. Yeah.
The second one is also an investor, Your Honor, that did lose a significant amount of money. So some type of victim status here. Honorable Richard Mrazek, thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing. Actually, okay, I do have to extra that one. Thank you for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing for Kouri Richins. May I first say that I was so impressed with your professionalism and demeanor during the trial. It appeared to me that you were very thoughtful in trying to judge fairly during the court proceedings. I would like to speak of my real estate experience with Kouri over the 3 years that I invested in 10 or more fix and flip home transactions. My wife, my son, and I were so impressed with Kouri and the great job she did in finding and remodeling the homes that we invested in.
She worked hard at making those properties look beautiful after they were remodeled, and we all made money from them. We could not have been more proud of Kouri and happy for her and her family. Knowing from her brother Ronnie that she'd lost her father at a younger age, I told her once in a text message that I was unofficially adopting her as my daughter. She was a great mom for her boys, and she and Eric were so involved in our lives. What has happened since has been a tragedy for all the families involved. I never met Eric, but knew that he and his workers helped with some of the stonework on the remodels. Kouri and Eric helped stage a house that my son and I remodeled that Kouri found for us in Ogden. She listed it and had it sold in 3 days. Those were good times when the market was great for doing fix and flips, and we all benefited from it. Unfortunately, about the time of Eric's passing, the market changed and interest rates skyrocketed. Those who had house remodel properties suddenly found the buyer's market dried up and houses were not selling. We lost money as well as many of our friends in the real estate business. In watching some of the proceeding on court TV, I personally did not think that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Kouri was guilty.
Don't put this in a letter. It's not useful for the sentencing. The judge is not going to cut your client a break because, like, the judge is not going to cut a break because you think that they're innocent. Like, it's not.
I'm responsible for Eric's death. I was surprised with the jury's verdict because it left doubt in my mind based on the testimonies given. Kouri has lost everything: her husband, her 3 young boys, friends, family, and her home. May I appeal to the court that her sentencing may grant her the possibility of parole at some future time. Thank you for your kind consideration. And also this name we're not reading out loud. We also have several very short statements from people who have worked with Ms. Richins in the jail. These are.
Man, I really appreciate the support of all of my friends who won't allow themselves to be named publicly with regard to my shit.
Volunteers that give their time, no money, that come to the jail to help people that are incarcerated to try to better themselves and better their lives. This first one is from the art class facilitator, Ms. Katie Fish. Dear Judge Mrozek, I'm writing to you today on behalf of Ms. Kouri Richins. I've known Kouri over the last 2 years within the context of the educational programs for the Summit County Justice Center. I facilitate an art class as a representative of Mountain Life Church. In that art class, Kouri's carried herself with ease and warm regard to the other inmates. And those.
Oh, she has behaved well in art class. Awesome. That's fantastic.
Those of us present as facilitators. While she's shown care for the other inmates, she has also been very respectful to those of us facilitating. Even when she had been carrying challenging emotions, she's conducted herself with respect and grace. I understand.
All right, hasn't thrown paint at us. It's something, but it's not great.
That my interactions have been limited and have been laced with an expectation of certain polite behavior. But it is also not just a given that inmates will uphold that same respect and decorum. She has chosen to present with ease, care, and grace. From the brief conversations we've had about her life, I do believe she is a different person from who she was before being there. I hope and pray that her heart continues to be led toward faith and transformation. Thank you for your time. The next individual is another volunteer who teaches the class of biblical truth at the jail. This individual is named Eric Aber. Dear Honorable Richard Mrozek, my name is Eric Marty Aber. Through Mountain Life Church in Park City, I've been a volunteer at the Summit County Jail for 8 years, helping to teach biblical truth to those incarcerated there and leading church services on Sunday afternoons. Kouri Richins has been a regular attendee of these services since May of 2023, the start of her incarceration, and has shown an amazingly consistent and upbeat, positive attitude. Kouri contributes in the church service discussions. She frequently comes alongside other inmates and encourages them to attend church as well. Not only does she encourage church attendance, she also carries the applicable issues that we discuss back to the pod where she resides, looking to find a peace and love with Jesus Christ in difficult situations where the inmates live. I have witnessed her kindness in talking with and encouraging fellow inmates that they can succeed in drug treatment programs, complete education programs.
Meanwhile, Jesus is like, who? No, I don't know her. You have the wrong number. Click.
And work to overcome frustrations that come with poor decisions that end up with incarceration. Please call me with any questions or let me know what I can do to help with regards to Kouri Richins. And then the last one is also, I believe, a pastor that leads church services.
Yes, I know that's sacrilegious, but
No, I think I might pull that out. Yeah, I do. I don't think I have that one, so Amy, thank you. This next one then is from Craig Moline, who's one of the pastors as well. Can you read that how I'm doing this? To the Honorable Richard Murdaugh. Your Honor, I'm one of 4 people privileged to rotate in on Sunday afternoons from Mountain Life Church to lead church services with inmates at Summit County Jail. On any typical Sunday, we will pray with inmates, sing a couple of songs, no matter how bad it may sound, read a psalm and discuss it, and then teach on a subject from Scripture. For 3 years now, Kouri Richins has been in attendance to those services. We've seen her be hospitable to other inmates, inviting them to services. She's participated in discussions, and we've seen her as a help to other inmates. At the beginning, we gave her a study Bible that helps give life application hints along with an explanation of the text. I smiled recently when I saw her Bible sitting in front of her, and I observed it doesn't look new anymore. It looks like a well-written book. In our teaching and discussions, we've talked about being intentional about posturing our hearts before sovereign God and coming to Him with humility with our prayers. We talk about what it means to have a personal and intimate relationship with God through Jesus. She has acknowledged her faith in Jesus and acknowledged she has felt His peace in rough times, what is often expressed in the Psalms.
I'm just going to say, I do not go this much on Jesus for any client at all. And the reason why is because people who suddenly find religion when it's convenient don't tend to And I'm like, it is real risky to come in and be like, she is the best with Jesus, because you're going to get a judge at some point who's going to be like, yeah, fuck that. Because, I mean, people of actual faith do not like folks who wear their religion as a shield when it's convenient. And that's what this feels like.
She's commented, when life around you falls apart, we still have a God to lean into and who reaches down and cares for us and gives us comfort and hope. The Kouri I know will thrive where she is. She will trust in her God for peace, and she will pray. She will continue to pray for her loved ones, and she will be a positive influence to those around her. Respectfully submitted. And then one last letter from the jail. Oh, yes. This is also a volunteer, an individual named Heidi Tunney. Dear Judge Murdaugh, I'm writing to you on behalf of Kouri Richins. I've been working with Kouri over the past 2+ years as a volunteer at the Summit County Correctional Facility. I taught her in the addiction recovery program. I attended church with her on occasion. I worked with her in a yoga program that I started at the facility for the incarcerated men and women too. I found Kouri to be very easy to work with and very enjoyable to be around. She was very thoughtful in her conversations in class. She always showed the utmost gratitude for anything that was done on her behalf. I also noticed that she was a leader among the other incarcerated women. She tended to be a peacemaker and stayed above the fray and away from the pettiness and challenges that sometimes arise among incarcerated women. The women in general respected her and looked to her as a leader. Kouri actually was one of the women that asked me to get a yoga program started for the incarcerated women. She saw a need there and she acted on it. I started and have taught that class for almost 2 years now. Kouri was the most dedicated student. She only missed a couple of times the entire time I taught, and the times she didn't miss were when she was meeting with attorneys or had court appearances. She has continued to attend even after she was found guilty at her trial. I wish nothing but the best for Kouri. She has a very long road ahead.
Okay, so she's bendy. Cool. Awesome.
Of her. I hope and pray she will continue to use the programs provided to those that are incarcerated to better herself and lead the other women around her. The last letter we have in this section is going to be read by Kouri's brother, Ronnie, who's here to read it himself. And then we're going to have Mr. Ramos.
I mean, it's really great that this person who has apparently manipulated people through her entire life turns out to be good at personal interactions. No shit. I mean, cool. Yeah.
There it is. Mr. Ramos make a few very brief comments, then we'll conclude with our final 3, and then we'll close out with Ms. Lewis and Ms. Richins, unless the court needs a break. Is that all right?
No, it might make sense to take a break before Ms. Richins, given what you have previewed regarding timing.
Great suggestion, Hannah. All right, this is, if Ronnie can come on up.
Good morning, Honor. I'd like to address the court with actually a person who did the Kouri.
Okay.
You'll note that the guy she was seeing is not here to support her, and that is probably a good idea.
Little sister, I love you. I miss you.
And here's where she actually starts to break up, and I'm like, not at the kids? Cool. All right. That seems odd, but go on.
I miss our random banter. I miss her calls. I miss your constantly over-the-top positive attitude every time you speak. I miss our game nights. I miss Eric's stupid finger gun dance after we won a game. I miss our holidays. I miss you sending the boys to wake me up on Christmas morning, way too early after we stayed up way too late preparing Christmas for them so that it'd be absolutely perfect. I miss our Sundays together. I miss arguing with the boys about who's better, Messi or Ronaldo, Brady or Rogers. I miss our backyard games. I miss me and the boys running all over you at sports in the backyard and Eric getting mad because you weren't competitive enough and you were really just out there to have fun and laugh. I miss you constantly luring me into your newest ideas and getting me excited about them. I miss vacationing. I miss family volleyball. I miss playing Madden and FIFA with Eric and the boys. I miss your stupid goats. I miss the soccer games and the celebrations we created for the boys after they scored a goal. I miss Carter's smile and his obsession with dope videos. Ashton's freckles and his competitiveness. And Weston's baby blues and tenderheartedness. I miss hearing them say Wani and playing catch in your living room. I miss your family. I miss our family. I miss the life that was stolen. I miss the life that was stolen from us for reasons that we can't yet fully understand. We don't, with 100% certainty, know what happened, Eric. No one does, but we do.
I mean, we can understand it. Like, the understanding is the murder.
You know with 100% certainty that it wasn't caused by you. We know that. Police know it. The prosecution knows it. And everyone watching this trial knows it.
I am a person watching this trial. I do not know that. I, in fact, very strongly believe the other way around. So, yeah. Yeah, and this is the thing. This should have been a reaction to the kids' statements. And it's not.
They cannot prove their theory, just the opposite, and yet here we are. For some reason, unbeknownst to us, really bad things happen to really good people, Kouri, and you were just really too good of a person, I guess.
I mean, the murder.
I promised Dad a long time ago that I'd always look after you, Mom, and I intend on keeping that promise. We'll get through this together, and the injustice that's occurred here in this courtroom, it'll be righted in time. Your innocence will shine too brightly to be contained once you've actually had a fair shot at defending yourself. When the day comes.
Whoa! You got to be real careful about saying, like, okay, you dispute the verdict. You don't want to tell the sentencing judge who's sitting right there that he just ran an unfair trial. Because it's like, hey, you know, once you're free of this asshole, like, don't, oh my God, no.
I just know somehow that you're going to change a lot of lives that really need your help. And until then, little sister, just know. Just know that I'm right by your side. I'll always be right here for you. I love you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ramos.
Morning, Judge.
And then we have Ramos, and Ramos makes some choices.
Your Honor, I want to maybe begin by speaking just plainly and honestly. I disagree with the jury's verdict. I'm deeply saddened by the way that justice was rendered in this case. I don't believe.
Why? Why are you saying these things? You should not be saying these things. No. Ramos, bad.
that this outcome fully reflects the truth or the humanity involved. But our Constitution demands something difficult of all of us, especially officers of the court. It demands restraint. It demands respect for the process, even when the outcome wounds us. And so, while I disagree with the verdict, I respect the jury's decision. And while I disagree with many of this court's rulings, I respect the lawful authority of this court.
While I disagree, why are you saying that? Oh, before you pass judgment, I'm just going to say you're wrong on a whole bunch of shit.
Your Honor, this is because the rule of law only survives if we continue to honor it, even in moments of disappointment and pain. But as a Catholic, there's one authority higher than any courtroom.
Nobody cares about your personal religion. Like, you being a Catholic is irrelevant to this shit. Don't bring it up.
Or government power has God. I say that as a reminder of humanity and of human limitation. Our system of justice is imperfect because every human is imperfect. I think that humility matters here today. It matters because the sentence of life without parole risks becoming something greater than punishment. It risks becoming the declaration that redemption no longer matters. Late Pope Francis said that life without parole is just a death penalty in disguise because it extinguishes something fundamental to human dignity, that is hope.
Okay, but nobody cares about your client's hope. I mean, I didn't hate it, but okay.
Hope to all involved, victims, condemned alike. Refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole today doesn't mean Kouri is going to walk free. It doesn't mean that she will someday leave custody. She may very well spend the rest of her natural life in prison. It also does not mean that her victims who have spoken today, her kids, doesn't mean that they have to forgive her. They may never change their minds. They may never forgive their mother. And also, no court has the authority to demand that they do.
I don't hate this.
But refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole does mean that we do not close the door completely. It means we do not presume to know with absolute certainty what a human life, victim or condemned, may become decades from now.
That's actually a good line. That's a better line. Cool. You just buried it in some shit, but there's a good line in there. Okay. All right.
It means that we do not extinguish hope entirely. Time changes people. Pain changes people. Grief changes people. Even victims and victims' families over years and decades sometimes arrive at places their present suffering could never foresee. Some discover forgiveness. Some discover peace. Some simply discover that healing and permanent condemnation are not always the same thing. And others don't. A sentence of life without parole assumes none of that human change matters. Not the change in the person condemned, not the change in those harmed. A life without parole sentence freezes every human being, victim and condemned, inside the worst moment of their life and declares that moment permanent. Our Constitution demands more restraint than that, because a real measure of justice is not what we do when mercy is easy. It is whether we preserve humanity when mercy is hardest.
I mean, he actually finds his strength here with some of this. This is not bad. Like, his starting sucked, but now he's finding his groove. Good on you.
No sentence handed down today will undo suffering. A different verdict wouldn't have reversed tragedy. But there is a profound moral difference between saying you must be punished and saying you are beyond redemption forever. One is justice restrained by humility. The other risks becoming judgment without end. And no human institution possesses the moral certainty to make that judgment absolutely. that life's without a woman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
So here's the thing. Leave out all the religion. It is inappropriate. It's not helping. But I actually think that Ramos, he's not, I understand Ramos is like one of the most junior here. Ramos, I feel one day will be an amazing lawyer. He's got some great turns of phrase. He's got some good whatever, but he's not there yet. He's not an amazing lawyer yet. One day he's going to be fucking amazing. And I wish he could hurry the fuck up. Like, yeah. Oh, his first witness was a fucking gong show. He was cross-examining his first witness, like, you know, like the guy was a pedophile who likes murdering puppies, and it was just some cop who's like, why? So, yeah.
Your Honor, I told you in the opening statement that we were going to do something a little bit different when we called upon some perspectives of people that don't even know Kouri, but that have been through this horrific journey through no choice of their own. One is from a mother whose son was murdered. Again, we're going to just share her name with only the court and the prosecution.
I like this one. He has moments where I think there was brilliance hidden there, but my guy learned to cut the gems. Yeah, 100%.
Honorable Judge Richard Mrazek. I'm going to skip the names, including the name of her son. My son was murdered almost 30 years ago in a random act of violence. He was only 18 years old. The man who killed him was just a few months older. I know the kind of grief that changes your life. I have felt the despair, darkness, and rage that comes from that loss. I know what it's like to try to rebuild your life with a heart that will never be whole again. And I know what it feels like to believe that the only thing that will ease that pain is inflicting pain on the person responsible for never getting another day with the one you love. I grieve with the family of Eric Richins. I am heartbroken for them, especially his children. And I want to be clear that nothing I'm sharing today about the criminal justice system and its many failings should be taken as any sort of criticism of them and how they feel or act in their grief. But I feel compelled to share my perspective with the court because I wish I had known what might be on the other side of experiencing the grief of losing my son and trying to navigate the criminal justice process at the same time. And I don't envy the decisions you have to make. I only want to tell you a little of what one brokenhearted mother has learned, and that is that the criminal justice system needs more humanity. It needs more mercy. And I know this because of the man who murdered my son. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole should be reserved for the very rare, absolutely most heinous cases. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole is to decide they are irredeemable, that they are not capable of change, and will never.
And the judge is like, yeah, and that's her. We good. If I can be a little personal here, you know, my dad and I, you know, we had a troubled relationship because when I was a kid, my dad was, and I will use vague language here, he was an asshole. But he did build a bit. He's, you know, he's grown. And so, you know, I kind of get it. Like, I kind of, you know, the bad arguments the defense make piss me off. The good arguments they make me think that life with parole was actually the better choice. Or with the possibility of parole, like after 25 years would have been the better choice. So, yeah.
Never be worthy of our trust again. It is a fate so bleak, I am not sure how anyone survives it, let alone do what my son's killer did. He went into the worst place imaginable and found a way to be a better human being. He spent the first 18 years of his adult life in maximum security. Those who are sentenced to life without the possibility of parole have few opportunities to participate in programs or work because resources are limited, and why would they waste them on someone who's never getting out of prison? The criminal justice system has gotten better and better at punishment. Mercy has almost been extinguished. We're supposed to find a balance. We're supposed to remember that these are human beings, and these decisions will ripple through generations, even strangers. I am afraid with the increasing number of people sentenced to life without even the possibility of parole, we've decided it's easier to throw people away than to try and help them change, or even
This is a lecture. No good.
allow them to try and make amends for their mistakes. Far too often we let our fear and our pain put the focus on punishment with no consideration for mercy. I did that. I wanted the man who killed my son to die. I wanted him to suffer. I didn't care what happened to him as long as he never got out of prison. But as much as I know about pain and loss, I know more about hope and forgiveness, and that's thanks in part to the man who killed my son. He was sent to one of the worst places in the world and became one of the best people I know. Nearly 20 years after my son's death, I received a letter he wrote, expressing his sorrow and his remorse. His apology helped me heal, deepened my forgiveness, and created a bond that continues to bless the lives of many people. I know that every case is different, but I also know the power of hope. I believe in second chances. I believe a life sentence imposes punishment without destroying hope. My personal hope for Kouri is that she does what that individual did, that she finds a way to become a better person no matter what. I thank you for taking the time to read this letter. I know it's a heavy burden to make this decision. I express love and support to those involved and pray we'll all be better to each other. And then I also would have one more, and then we have someone who's going to testify on WebEx. Speak on WebEx. This is very short, Your Honor. It is from a former prosecutor that imposed these types of punishments. Thank you so much. Also, I'm keeping his name private.
She's like, I'm keeping his name private and I'm hiding some details, but also I'm going to give you enough information that I was able to figure out who it was in 2 minutes. I'm not going to tell you because, whatever, but it was not hard.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to skip the very first sentence because it would reveal who he is. So I'll just let the court read the first sentence.
And then
quietly.
you reveal who he is.
I was in charge of the prosecution of a young man who committed 2 serious homicides at the Log Haven restaurant.
Okay, you just told us who the fucking prosecutor is. It took me 2 minutes.
He was prosecuted and found guilty. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive 5-to-life terms. 20 years later, while no longer a prosecutor, I happened to be at the Utah State Prison on government business. I was given a tour of the prison industries unit, and I saw an individual sitting at a large desk in front of a bank of computers. I asked,
I'm not going to tell you who the prosecutor was, but he did prosecute on a little-known trial of Alex Murdaugh or whatever the fuck,
about him and was told that he was the individual who had committed the crimes at Log Haven. I was told he was a model inmate, spoke 5 languages, had 2 master's degrees from Utah State, and was used as a go-between when there was unrest among inmates. He was respected by his fellow inmates. He was indispensable at the industries and had set up the entire computer system to run the unit. Coincidentally, the very next day I was speaking with the son-in-law of the father of one of the victims. He related to me how there had been a complete reconciliation between their family and the killer of their son. They had long ago forgiven him and wondered if I could help getting him paroled. I still had connections in the criminal justice system, and I told him I would try. I subsequently met with him at the prison, and I was equally impressed with how he had turned his life around. We were able to get him an expedited parole hearing. Tragically, he died from suicide a few months later when he was falsely accused of inappropriate access of the state computer system and removed from his position into a secure unit of the prison. This case was a textbook lesson of how rehabilitation can work. He was not the same cocky druggie that we sent to prison 20 years ago. I saw absolutely no reason why he needed to spend more years in custody. Even his fellow inmates told me they were convinced he had done everything to reform himself and become a valuable member of society.
But you notice that what we don't get for this particular story is the happy ending, right? Because the guy unalives himself and yeah. But so we never actually know if we would have gotten the happy ending. God, that sounds bad. Because we don't know if he would have reoffended. We don't know if any of this stuff. And I don't know, right? It's like, All right.
I agree. Keeping someone incarcerated when they've proven themselves is just plain wrong. Prison sentences without possibility of parole create the same issue. I believe it should be reserved for the most violent and dangerous of individuals. Thank you for taking the time to read this. And then Ms. Lewis will introduce the final speaker, and then she'll have her comments, and then we'll take that break.
Who is the person you'd like me to introduce?
Emery Blanchard.
One moment, please. Emery, if you'd please unmute your audio, I'd appreciate it.
Are we able to see her?
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Emery, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Ms. Lewis is going to make an introduction, and then you'll be free to make your statement.
Emery Blanchard understands what no one else in this courtroom understands. What the three children of Kouri are going through. When Emery was 12, I believe she can correct me if I'm off the road, her father violently killed her mother while she and her brother were in the next room. He was convicted, and it was the state was seeking death, but ultimately he, at that time, when the jury could decide unanimously on death, he was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. And I'm letting Emery take it from there and see what she wants to say.
Emery, please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. I was asked here today to speak about a personal experience. My name is Emery Blanchard. I grew up in Park City, and in 1995, when I was 13, my father murdered my mother, Patty. It was a brutal and premeditated murder, and I was in the house when it happened and witnessed it. It was a death penalty case, but my father was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. At the time, I wanted him to go to prison for a long time, and I didn't want to see him again. I was afraid for my life and safety as well. My mother's parents and uncle raised me. We would refuse phone calls from the prison, but my family collected every letter he sent and saved them in boxes, just in case I ever wanted to read them. In a short 4 years, when I was about to turn 18, I decided I wanted to see my dad. I had questions regarding the murder that I needed answered for my own mental health. My amazing grandmother offered to take me to the prison while I was a minor if I wanted to see my dad. I wanted to spare her from having to face the man who killed her daughter, so I waited until I was 18 and could go to the prison on my own. I didn't know if I would be fearful of my father, or perhaps even so angry that I might attack him. None of that happened. The moment I saw him for the first time in over 4 years, he simply hung his head and said to me, "I'm sorry." We both burst into tears and held each other. I felt safe and as whole as possible again in his embrace. Yes, this was the man who killed my wonderful mother, but at that moment I realized he was still my dad, and I still needed him. The next decades were good at times and very hard at times. Many years I visited my dad often in prison. Some years were exceptionally hard for me, and I chose not to see him at all. I experienced a full range of emotions, and all of them were valid. I knew for my own health and peace, I had to learn to let go and forgive. No easy task, but this is when I truly mastered empathy and compassion. My father served 25 years until his first parole hearing. I was for parole, but nevertheless, he was denied and given another 5 years. At his age, I knew it was a death sentence, and it was. Just last year, after 30 years of incarceration, he died 4 days shy of his 81st birthday. My second worst nightmare came true, the first being my mom being murdered. I was not able to see him while he was dying. There was no compassionate release. Some may say he deserved that, and maybe he did. I can tell you that no amount of time served ever made this situation right. 20 years, 30 years, and even death. None of it can bring back my mom or repair the immeasurable damage that he caused me and my family. Once 20 years had passed, my grandmother even said to me, "It's been long enough. You want your dad." I wanted my mom, but I did still have a living parent, and I needed him. I don't tell you this story to tell you how to feel or that I understand how you feel. I'm offering that hearts and feelings can change over the years. To honor my mother, I'm a victim advocate who supports people in domestic violence situations, and I now help people with PTSD heal at my ranch in southern Utah using nature, horses, and farm animals as teachers. I teach compassion for humans and animals alike, and I found a way to turn my pain into purpose. But I will tell you honestly that life is still hard, and losing both of my parents at that young age harmed me greatly and left me with a very sad and lonely heart. No amount of prison time made me feel better, and in the later years, my father's incarceration wore on me severely. What I will leave you with is this.
Hold tightly to the good memories of your father, and in time, perhaps your mother too. Cling to your family and siblings for love and support. Please let love reside in your hearts and not hate. I pray for your family and for your peace and healing. And thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Emery, thank you.
I mean, this is the thing that I find the most, and of all of the things that the defense says, this is the one thing that actually makes the judge like consider it, is just like, look, at some point, like 15 years from now, the kids might decide they want to visit visit their mom. And if she's on life without the possibility of parole, they won't be able to, right? They any of these things. So I think that there's a good argument here. I actually think that there is a good argument here for, yeah. Because the kids are young. They may not feel that way their entire life, right? That is the thing I worry about.
Thank you, Emery. Your Honor, there is so much more to sentencing a person than punishment. That is why in sentencing someone, the court must consider the totality of the circumstances, the whole person, and who that person is beyond their worst habit. In their sentencing memo, the state cited to State versus Holland, which was a death penalty case. The state quoted the court as follows: "The psychological reality is that aggravating circumstances in first-degree murder cases will virtually always outweigh mitigating circumstances. However, what the state left out is what the court said next, which was that the Eighth Amendment doesn't allow the death penalty in every case, and courts must take a long, hard look at the totality of the circumstances, the values of society, and the value of all human life. And though this is not a death penalty case, the same would apply to a sentence of life without the possibility of parole." Ms. Nestor spoke a little bit about what a life without parole sentence looks like. Lockdown for 23 hours a day. If we treated our dogs like this, they would be taken away. Yet, this is how the state wants Kouri Richins to be treated. A sentence of life without parole is safe for only the most heinous of crimes. The state wants to place Kouri in that category. They say she is in that category, but this simply is not the type of crime that we typically see get a sentence of life without parole. Currently, there are approximately only 72 people in Utah serving this sentence. These include people such as Edward Deli, the co-defendant of Vaughn Taylor, who is currently on death row. They killed 2 women, kidnapped 2 young girls, and attempted to kill those girls' father.
So this is what we call a parody argument, not parody as in P-A-R-O-D-Y. It's parody as in P-A-R-I-T-Y. Parody is basically that the principle that like should be sentenced alike, right? And so if she's not as bad as the people who are life without the possibility of parole, then she should be, then she shouldn't get it, right? It's a reasonable, it makes sense, right? It's a notion of fairness, but you've got to be really careful when your client is super unsympathetic, because Kouri Richins is super, super unsympathetic here. And you got to be really careful that you make sure that your arguments don't end up convincing the judge that your client is worse than the people who are going to jail forever, because then your client goes to jail forever.
By lighting their cabin on fire. I believe that was in Summit County. It includes Daniel Ray Troyer, a serial killer and rapist of women in their 80s.
See, there you go.
He was convicted of killing 2 women, admitted to a 3rd, and likely killed a 4th. That authorities are aware of. It includes Matthew John Breck, who kidnapped a 10-year-old girl, stabbed her multiple times, severed her spinal cord, and left her dead on her front porch. It includes numerous individuals who brutally murdered children, some who murdered police officers. There are only a handful of people serving life without the possibility of parole for killing a spouse. And in all but one of these that I could find, they killed more than just their spouse. They are individuals who killed their spouse and a child, or killed their spouse and someone else in the process. The only one I'm aware of who killed his spouse, and no other individual, is Craig Crawford, who set fire to the home of his estranged husband, leaving him to die in the fire. And then there are individuals serving sentences of 15 to life who committed arguably more heinous acts than what Kouri Richins has been convicted of. Eric Sampson abused his wife for 28 years, ultimately killing her in their St. George home, leaving her dead in their bed. He continues to maintain his innocence, and he's serving 15 to life. John Weston Erickson stabbed his wife to death in front of their 2 young children, also injuring his 7-year-old daughter who attempted to wrestle the knife out of his hand, serving 15 to life. Joseph Casillo, his wife, stabbed his wife to death in their garage while his teenage son tried to stop the attack. These men are all serving 15 to life sentences. There are many more examples. Murder is the worst of all crimes, but to say that this particular case is the worst of the worst is simply not true. The state chose the evidence they put forth to obtain their conviction, yet they are not to the jury, and instead they waited until 2 days before the sentencing hearing and publicly filed what can only be described as a character assassination, filled with unsubstantiated claims from unknown and unsworn sources who will never be cross-examined about these claims. The timing of this filing was no coincidence and left no time for our team to arrange rebuttal witnesses or evidence.
Don't like that. You got to be real careful before accusing the other side of misconduct, which is what she's doing here. If you think that the other side has dropped something on you last minute, apply for a continuance. You want one anyway.
Furthermore, it appears that the sentencing memo was not so subtle attempt to get into the public eye evidence they elected to hold back from their case in chief, and then were precluded from presenting when Ms. Richins exercised her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and submitted the case to the jury without putting on any evidence. To allow the state to use the sentencing hearing as a public platform to make new unsworn allegations untested by cross-examination or sufficient investigation would violate Ms. Richins' right to due process and would be contrary to the the Utah Supreme Court's finding in State versus Limesick. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I have the site if you want it. Which stating that the due process clause of Article 1, Section 7 of the Utah Constitution requires that a sentencing judge act on reasonably reliable and relevant information and exercising discretion in fixing a sentence. The state's memo should be stricken in its entirety and not considered by this court. Not only are the claims made by the state in their sentencing memo unreliable and irrelevant, much of what they argue is either misleading or outright false. I'm not going to go into everything that we take issue with, but I do want to point out a couple of examples. They state that DCFS supported finding of emotional and physical abuse by Kouri against her oldest son. What actually happened is that DCFS made an initial finding based solely on reports. This is similar to a probable cause finding that then sends the matter to the juvenile court. The court, however, did not find that Kouri had abused or neglected her children. They found dependent but no fault.
Okay. I mean, yes, that is reasonable. Clarify the record, but this is a bit of a mess.
In other words, that the children needed intervention, but due to no fault of Kouri Richins, due only to the fact that she had been arrested. They did not even find that she had acted negligently towards her children. The state put forth at length what they believe Kouri's middle son, AR, would have testified to had they been able to call him in rebuttal. Although it is true that Ashton said these things 3 years after the death of his father and after conversations with Eric's family members, this is very different than what he said to law enforcement immediately upon Kouri's arrest a year after Eric's death. At that time, his statements were completely consistent with Kouri's. Kouri, had gone to sleep in his room the night his father died. The state argued.
Now, this is interesting because basically this is a question of, were the children coached or and by who, right? I feel so, I'm worried. I hope those kids are okay, right? I hope the
Kouri's boys are afraid in part because she still maintains life insurance policies on them. Kouri was of the belief that these policies were no longer in existence since she had not made any payments on them in over 3 years. And in fact, a letter was sent, or an email was sent from Brian Freckleton, who testified, to Ronnie Darden, as Ronnie is the owner of these policies, that this was over a year ago, that the life insurance policies are lapsing, and wanted to let them know if they chose to do anything about that, which they did not do anything about that. So we only discovered yesterday, Kouri only discovered yesterday that at least 2 of these policies are still active, as the payments have been automatically taken out of dividends. So in other words, the policies have been paying for themselves. These are policies that Eric and Kouri took out together in 2017. However, now that Kouri knows that these are still active, she will cancel them.
I mean, I get it. I can see how she wouldn't have necessarily been up on her paperwork. She's been in jail. Okay. Reasonable. She's like, yeah, I wasn't maintaining the because I mean the thing is it's unlikely she was maintaining the insurance policies from jail for the purpose of killing the kids, right? Because like what would she do? You know, is she gonna like mail them a contaminated letter or something?
Hopefully, in all sincerity, this will be one less thing for those boys to worry about. Kouri never asked her family to report criminal activity or ask for criminal prosecutions against any of the Richins family or against Kouri Ray. She never asked family members to file bar complaints. And until yesterday, neither Kouri nor anyone from her team had ever heard anything about a dating profile being set up online in the name of a lead detective. She did none of these things. And if they were done by others, it was not at her request. We are asking the court to discount any and all allegations in the sentencing memo that have not been previously raised in court and are to be stricken from the record. The court does.
So in Canada, any fact that the prosecution wants to allege is aggravating has to be proven in court beyond a reasonable doubt. So this is interesting.
Have before it reasonable and reliable testimony from individuals who know Kouri or who have unique perspectives on the sentence of life without parole that may assist this court in discerning the appropriate and proportionate punishment in this case. The testimony of these individuals revealed that Kouri is so much more than what she has been portrayed as in this case. Everyone who was around her says she was a wonderful mother, just like Eric was a wonderful father. The state argues that she shows no remorse. Kouri has remorse and she has regrets about many things, and you're going to hear some of those when she speaks. However, she cannot show remorse over something she did not do. She maintains her innocence and has every right to do so. Having said that, however, she stands before this court today convicted of the crimes charged, and she fully understands them. So sentence her on what she was convicted of, not what the prosecution says about her character. As much as they think they know her, they do not. They do not know Kouri Richins. Like Alex said, you're saddened by this case. You're saddened by the verdict. I respect the court system so much. I come from a family of judges and attorneys and was raised with the utmost respect for our justice system. I disagree with the verdict, but I respect it. I have to say though, in all the years of practicing, which are now quite a few, this is the first time I've had a client convicted that I believe to be innocent. It was much more painful than I would have anticipated. Over the last 2 years, our team has got to know Kouri. Kouri is one of those clients, very few clients, and I've represented thousands of people. Most of them you don't remember. Many of them you don't like. Many of them.
Meanwhile, our other clients are like, what's she saying about me?
Some of them you feel are dangerous. But Kouri is different. Kouri, every time she calls, asks how we are. There have been times when I've shared bits of my life with Kouri, particularly.
Why? This is your client. Maintain a professional distance.
Having children that lost their father before age 10. We've talked a lot about that. And what that does to children in the best of circumstances. I can't imagine had my boys not had me. Because the pain and suffering and the long-term effect that it's had on them will never, ever end. But when I share something with Kouri, when I share that someone is ill or that someone is having a problem, sometimes I don't even remember I've said it, and when she calls me, she always asks, how did that turn out? You know, is your family member okay?
Why are you talking about your family business with your client? Like, I'm sorry, you need to maintain some fucking professional distance because it sounds like you're getting tweaked. And it sounds like she's running some love bombing on you. It sounds like she's twisting you around, and you ought to know better. I'm like, you are getting manipulated. And you're telling the court this to help your client. It's not fucking helpful.
Before we talk about her, every time. The state is not only asking for life without the possibility of parole, they're asking for consecutive sentences. The sentences in this matter should run concurrent to one another. Pursuant to the line of cases, Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the sentencing statute favors concurrent sentences. And looking at the totality of the circumstances, imposing consecutive sentence with sentencing statute favors concurrent sentences. And looking at Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the sentencing statute favors concurrent sentences. And looking at the totality of the circumstances.
What the fuck was that noise? You guys heard that, right? I didn't imagine that noise.
Golly and Smith, the sentencing statute favors concurrent sentences. And looking at the totality of the circumstances, imposing consecutive sentence would constitute an abuse.
Where did that noise come from? I'm like, what is that noise?
Discretion. In State versus Gray, the Utah Court of Appeals cited Golly and Strunk, holding that the Board of Prisons' ability to grant parole is an integrated component of the rehabilitative needs factor that must be balanced with other required factors. Even though the statutory language has been modified since Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the language still applies. And the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals still looks to that language. The board should still be allowed to function and make the decision regarding the rehabilitative needs of Ms. Richins. Running sentences consecutive to a sentence of life without parole is senseless. And if this court imposes a sentence of 25 to life on the aggravated murder, but runs the other charges consecutive, the effect will be the same. She'll likely never get the opportunity for parole.
I don't think that's true. Have you run the initial guideline? It's a genuine question.
Yes.
I think it only adds.
The judge is like, I don't think that's true. Do you know what you're talking about? She's like, no.
The guideline on the attempted murder is 192
It only
months.
adds 41 months if we run them consecutive.
Before she's eligible
Right.
for parole. But
All right, we're gonna jump now to we're gonna jump to a shit show. Apologies for the shit show.
Stand at the podium.
yes, sir.
And you folks would like to join her?
Yes, sir.
No problem. There should be Kleenex up there if you need it.
Is your do you want water?
My sweet baby boys. I know that today you don't want to speak to me, have a relationship with me, but you may think you hate me, and that's okay. I will never be angry at you for your feelings.
Why are you talking to the kids? Like this, I was going, you what? And it is so bad. It is so bad that so bad. And yeah, oh fuck.
When the day comes that you're ready, I will be here for you, waiting for you and loving you. But I need you boys to know and understand that I have been desperately trying to get in contact with you any way that I can for years. That all of
Yeah. You don't have a right to have contact with them when you don't have custody and they don't want you. Like, if I was her lawyers, I would be like, you're not allowed to slap a client, but you can think it real hard. And you do it through tone of voice. So this is like, I have been harassing you despite your wish not to have any contact, and that's mitigating somehow? Like, okay.
my communication has been completely cut off from you since early 2024. And now I will use any opportunity I can to get a message to you. Even if that means sharing it publicly to the world, fully restrained, in my jail clothes, and one of the most horrible.
She's like, even if it means behaving wildly inappropriately in court by abusing my... Like, I would not allow this. Oh my God, no. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. Yeah.
Situations possible. I don't care, and I'm not embarrassed or ashamed by any of it.
You should be, though. Like, you should be. Like, I don't know why this is a tough concept, but you should have shame. Like, shame is important sometimes.
All I care about is you boys. I will do whatever it takes for you to hear the truth from me and to come home to you. For the time being.
Oh, what she's doing is not helping her come home to them. What she's doing is ensuring she doesn't.
I don't know when that is or when my next opportunity will be. So for now, bear with me as I have tried to.
Your next opportunity is fucking never. You blew it. You done.
Consolidate everything I've wanted to share with you for the last few years, with everything I want you to know until I'm able to speak to you again in one long message. And although you may not be ready to hear it today, that's okay. My hope is one day you will be. May 6th of 2024, temporary custody was transferred from the State of Utah Child Services to your Aunt Katie and Uncle Clint. My last video call with you boys was several weeks prior to that, around April 24th, 2024, when you were still in state's custody. Once temporary custody was transferred to Katie and Clint, against my wishes, they cut off all of my communication between you boys and I. It was years before I would ever have a trial. I warned social services that if they gave custody of you to the Richins family, it would be the last time I would be able to see or speak to you boys again.
Okay, so you're upset about Child and Family Services. Cool. This is totally an appropriate time to air that grievance. Like, now, when your entire fucking life is on the line, you should really start talking about the people you have, beef with. Like, oh, geez, no.
And your opinion of me, in this case, and wild allegations would soon mirror those of the Richins family. And that's exactly what happened. You need to know the dark side of the family fought a long, hard battle for custody, but was eventually ignored and denied. Since temporary custody was granted to Katie and Clint, they have not allowed me to see or speak to you. No more video calls, no more visits. They blocked the phone number for the jail so I can't call you. Birthday cards, Christmas cards, the letters I would send you boys, they were all returned or rerouted. All of my contact was cut off more than 2 years ago. So please ask them. Please ask them for your cards, for your letters, if I tried calling you. Please just ask them, whether it's now or in 10 years. The one thing I need you boys.
And they won't have them because they've been returning things unopened. Like, okay, cool.
To know, I did not abandon you. I did not just walk out of your lives one day to never return, to never call, to never show up. Regardless of what anyone tells you, I would never ever leave you boys. And I am so sorry.
You kind of did, though, by murder. Like, murder is... You left them by murdering. Jesus. Like, I would never leave you. You murdered their dad. And that is why you don't get to be in their life anymore.
For even 1 second, you thought that I did. If for even 1 second you thought that I didn't love you. Because that couldn't be further from the truth. You boys are my world. The reason I continue to wake up every day and fight to come home. You're my reason for living. I understand that you're in a difficult situation. Mentally, emotionally, and physically.
Do you? I mean, this is all about what they can do for you, right? This is not a...
I understand you guys have been through an extremely difficult time this past 4 years.
Because you murdered.
You should never have to deal with such tragedy. And I am
Then
so
don't murder.
sorry that you were going through this. You boys have the right to be angry and sad and confused, feel in survival mode, have questions. All of this is completely valid. Your feelings are completely valid. And one day when this is all over, we can sit down and talk about all of this.
No, you don't get in-person visits, so that ain't happening.
Sort it all out. And I promise you boys, one day it will be over. I'm not perfect. I have succeeded and I have failed. As a person, as a wife, as a parent, we all do. I have done plenty of things I am not proud of. Some I regret, some I don't.
I mean, you should have regrets over the murder. Like, oh man.
Some I'm ashamed of, and some I'm not. I regret things I have done right in my life to later find out they were for the wrong people. I have said things I shouldn't have. I've done things I shouldn't have.
Right, the murder. Fuck.
Sometimes I haven't said what I should, or not meant what I did say. There are things I can't change, and long overdue apologies that I owe. There are would'ves, and could'ves, and should'ves. We all have them. We have all done them. And you boys will too one day, but in your own way.
I mean, I have 0 murders, actually. Like, I just checked. I just counted 0. Like, it was a difficult count, and I mean, I guess we'll do a recount. Recounting still 0. And you guys will too. Like, pretty sure the kids ain't gonna murder anybody. Like, yeah.
And that's okay. That's life, and we're human. Nobody is all good or all bad. We just
I mean, you're working on coming pretty fucking close here.
get portrayed that way. You're going to succeed and achieve amazing things in this life. You're also going to make mistakes and fail at some things. But use those opportunities to grow and to learn. They do not define you, and don't ever let other people make you think that they do. We are not defined by our best or our worst moments. We fall somewhere in the middle, ever evolving. And you boys are ever evolving. Secrets diminish self-respect. They lose trust. They make us lose ourselves. I fell in love with someone who wasn't your dad. Your dad fell in love with someone who wasn't me. I did things behind your dad's back. He did things behind mine.
I mean, of all the times to talk shit about him, you don't live in any of them. Like, you should never, like, you should not be talking shit about him right now. Full stop. Like, just no.
Don't keep secrets. Always put your spouse first. Your dad and I didn't always do this.
Always put your spouse first. I mean, sure. You gave him the first taste of the Moscow Mule.
But don't be like us in that aspect. We made mistakes that I know I regret. And I'm sure if he were here today, he would say that there were...
You regret getting caught. That's all you regret. You regret getting caught. What's the Rihanna line? Don't tell me you're sorry because you're not. Baby, when we know you're only sorry you got caught. That, you know, put on quite a show. Very entertaining. Like, yeah.
a few things he regrets as well. Marriage is hard. Marriage takes work. Marriage takes love.
I've given this speech at weddings. You are not at a wedding. You have not been asked to speak at a friend's wedding. You are at your fucking murder sentencing.
Big love. Deep love. And you may think about divorce, and you will have fights, but then you will make up, and you will forgive each other. Because when
and then you'll murder him. Like, fuck.
your love is enough, your love keeps you together. Your love is all you need to ignore the noise. Your love never fails. Sometimes your dad would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, or I would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, but we never did.
You threw in the fentanyl on the marriage. That is worse than throwing in the towel. Because when you throw in the towel, everybody gets to live. Fuck.
We always found our way back to each other. I would pick up his towel, or he would pick up mine. We'd hand them back to each other and start again. Because our love never failed. We stopped keeping track of each other's wrongdoings, and we forgave, and we moved on, and we loved. And if I had to relive...
And we murdered. It's like live, laugh, poison to death.
all of those hard days all over again, I would do it without question. Your dad and I were a lot of things. A mess of sorts sometimes.
Oh, I mean, you are a lot of things. I will grant you that.
But we were this crazy, beautiful mess that made us a family. Because our love was enough. Our hard days never outweighed our good days. Our weak moments never outweighed our most memorable happy days. We always laughed more than we cried.
Because you killed him. It prevents crying when you're dead.
We failed at some things. But we never failed at loving you boys.
You kind of did, though.
Our love was enough to make our house a home. Our love was enough to stay together, to raise you boys. Our love was enough to forgive each other when others said that we shouldn't. To do things for each other others may disagree with. Our love was enough to protect each other, even though it may cost us everything. Love can make you lose yourself. Sometimes it makes you do things you know you shouldn't, but knowing it's not wrong at the same time.
Like
because your
murder.
spouse is your person, your love is enough. One day, you will meet someone and fall in love and understand that just your love is enough. Enough to withstand everything else. The noise of the world, the obstacles, the trials of marriage, the heartache, bad choices, forgiveness. You will understand your love is enough and your love never fails. Don't worry about what others think about your relationship. Don't worry if they would do things differently.
Like, not murdering. Bloodworth has got an expression of like, I can't believe I have to sit here and listen to this shit.
You just love. And you love big, and you love deep, and you protect your love.
Lady, you went to some other dude for the big, deep loving. Like, if you'd stayed at home for the big, deep loving, you might not be sitting where you're at. Like,
your dad and I didn't have it all together. Together, we really did have it all. Because we had you three. Don't let anyone choose the direction of your life by their opinions and their judgments. Being able to hold yourself together in the worst of situations doesn't make you emotionless. Separating personal and business life and emotions doesn't make you unreasonable. Resentment can get the best of others. Don't let it get the best of you. People will always have a lot to say about lives they've never lived. Live your life the way you choose.
Or lives they've never taken. Like, did you not clue in that that's a bit of a problem here, is the lives taken?
To live in. Just be safe and be healthy and be happy. That's all that matters. Sometimes people will want you to believe that life is simply black and white. The situations are black and white, but they're not. Life, situations, they're full of color. At the very least, shades of gray. Always question the color, even if you're only questioning the gray areas.
What the fuck are you on? Like, did somebody feed her mushrooms before she came in here? Like, you know, all right.
Keep an open mind. question situations, and stay curious. You will have some people in your life tell you how their love for you is unconditional. But once your most private life has been revealed, you quickly find out just how conditional their love actually was. Choose the people.
Oh, good. Talk shit about the victim's family. That'll really convince the judge that you're a fine, upstanding member of society who deserves a second chance. You know, do you have the ability to just like turn around and just piss on them? You know, like maybe that would be the thing.
Hold close to your heart wisely. And always be the friend that walks into somebody's life when everyone else chooses to walk out. Always remember, the only people you owe your loyalty to are those people who never made you question theirs. Every day you wake up, you get a second chance at life. To do whatever you want. Be whoever you want. To succeed in all your dreams. Take the day and run with it. It's a blessing. Don't take it for granted. Sometimes you'll have hard days when all you want to do is count all the ways things are going wrong or have gone wrong in your life. In that moment, stop, take a minute, take a step back, take a breath, and switch your thinking to count all the ways that it has gone right. All the good that has come to you, boys. All the grace, the blessings, and the love.
Oh. This is like, I feel like I'm trapped in a Hallmark store and just like reading plates and shit to try to find a clue to get out. Oh man. Is she gonna say live, laugh, love soon? Or like, you know, I don't know. It's wine o'clock. Fuck.
Remember that anyone can give up on something. That's the easy way out. True strength comes when everyone is expecting you to fall apart, but you hold it together, persevering through the hardest of times. Always persevere. Always prove them wrong. Because you boys don't give up, and you boys will never quit. There's always going to be someone out there ready to tear you down, misrepresent you, lie about you, tell half-truths, and judge you. They will judge you on decisions you do or don't make.
Yes, like murder. We often judge people who commit murder.
What you did or didn't do, what you did or didn't say, they will take out of context and twist your words. They will judge you on your emotions or the way.
Oh, I'm sorry for not properly considering the context of the murder.
You grieve. You may show too much emotion, you may not show enough. They will tell you you're not grieving correctly, you're too angry, you're too sad, you're holding it together too well or not well enough, or maybe you're too ambitious. They will judge you on your demeanor, if you cry, if you don't do anything at all. And all of this
I mean, these are valid criticisms of the system. You know who shouldn't be coming in making the criticisms of the system right now? Oh, right. It's her. Because, like, this is not helpful. Not helpful. Stop it.
get misinterpreted into something that it's not, formed by the opinions of who's ever creating it. And then silence is also too often misinterpreted and misjudged. But when people behave that way, it has much more to do with them personally than it does you. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It doesn't make it true. Remember who you are and what you stand for, the truth, and ignore the noise. Ignore their noise. Ignore their egos, their entitlement, and their biased judgment. Those who abuse the power and the positions they hold will have a higher power to report to one day, and that higher power holds the final truth, their final truth. Don't ever let someone tell you how to show emotion, how you're supposed to react to any given situation. Don't care what others think about you, what others say about you, just let them talk. Just be you, be yourself, be authentic, be genuine. Because those who truly know you, who truly love you, is all you need.
Look, this will really help your kid in future if they're like, you know, stuck in some video game and the solution to the puzzle is like, what are the most insipid possible platitudes you could offer? Like, I mean, what do you think this is for? Who? God. I know she thinks she's super fucking deep, but like, she's got all the depth of a kiddie pool here, and yeah.
Forgive those who turn their back on you, but never forget. Don't hold hate in your heart toward others. It only brings you down more than it does them. Apologize when you're wrong, even if that apology is long overdue.
Really? You're saying that people should apologize when they're wrong and not, for instance, stand up and bullshit about it? Huh. What a curious notion. I think that might be good advice that maybe a lot of people should follow. Maybe people who are close to you, like physically close to you, like literally, it's fucking you. It's you. You should listen to this. Oh.
You can't change what you can't change. And you can't change the past. But you can take accountability when you mess up.
Really? You can take accountability. My, what a striking concept. Can we demonstrate? Can we get some sort of illustration of what taking accountability looks like? Because I just don't know. Oh, fucking.
Admit when you make a mistake, even when it's embarrassing or humiliating, even
or it's a murder. Like, Jesus.
When it can ruin relationships, careers, or your integrity. Be honest with yourself and those you need to. But never apologize for something you didn't do. Never admit to something you didn't do. And never beg for mercy for something you didn't do. Don't take the easy way out. Always stand up for what's right, even if you find yourself standing alone or with a small group of people that love you. Believe in yourself and be brave. Never give up on your fight, no matter how long it takes. Months, even years. Never give up on truth, justice, and the fight of corruption.
And the American way. Superman takes off.
When something is broken, fix it. When something doesn't make sense, question it. If money is paying for it, follow the money. Your brothers are your best friends.
Her lawyers let her, like, deliver this. How much do her lawyers either A, suck, or B, hate her ass? Because, man, this is spectacularly bad.
Your dad and I raised you boys that if you cared about nothing else in this world, you care about each other. Your brothers will always be there for you. They will always be your brothers. You love them, you protect them, you take care of each other. You support each other, you help each other, and you trust one another. You be loyal to one another, and you keep each other safe and healthy and happy. And you stay together no matter what. You have each other's backs. Be patient with one another. Don't keep track.
And above all, no murders. Murder never helps. Whatever problem you think you have, is less of a problem than the murder will be.
Wrongdoings, let them go. Forgive, move on, show compassion, empathy toward each other. And never go a day without telling one another you love each other, because you are never too old or too cool or too busy to love each other. Don't ever settle for just good. Go for great. In school, in your career, in hunting, in fishing, in your relationships, in your goals. Exceed expectations.
I've run into mentally ill homeless people who had more insightful responses than this.
Be like your dad.
Be like your dad. Holy shit, lady, your kids are worried. They are afraid that you are going to make them be like your dad. That is the whole fucking reason they don't want anything to do with you, is that they are worried that you will make them be like their dad, which is dead. Like, oh my...
Be generous. Be charitable. Stay humble. Give when you have too much. Give more than you take. Help when others are in need.
Eat your cornflakes, like... Oh...
Serve your community. Be like your dad. Never stop learning. Through education, through people, through travel, culture, through business and friends. From your success and achievements.
Like, I actually think this might be the cure for cancer, because if you play this to cancer, cancer will be like, you know what? I'm out. I can't take it. I'm just here to kill some people, and I cannot, like, measure twice, cut once, make sure to wear sunscreen, don't feed the pets after midnight, like, you know.
From your mistakes and failures. Be like your dad. Love the outdoors. Find your peace, your therapy, your heart and soul on the top of a mountain somewhere where it's quiet.
Her lawyers thought this was a good idea, and the thing is if there was a chance of life with the possibility of parole, she is burning that shit to the ground. Burning it to the ground.
Where it's calm. Where you will be able to feel the spirits of those that you love and miss the most. Be like your dad.
Jesus, stop saying that.
Laugh. Laugh often. Laugh loud. Laugh when you want to cry. Laugh when you're mad.
I mean, I want to cry.
That laugh that everyone recognizes and no one will ever forget. Even when you're gone. Be like your dad. Love your family.
The thing is they are being like their dad, which is they are trying to figure out how to have nothing to fucking do with you. They're being like their dad. Good advice, I guess.
The good, the bad, the disagreements, the back and forth arguments. Choose forgiveness. Choose love. Choose happiness. Be a loyal brother, Be a noble son. Be like your dad. Have the hobbies that bring you excitement and joy.
Like murder.
That give you a break from life. But build your life.
I mean, your hobbies gave somebody else a break from life.
Full of people and family who you love and that love you. Build a family that makes you happy to come home to every day. With a career that makes you hold your head high. Be the friend everyone wants to be friends with. The dad that everyone wishes they had. Be like your dad.
I'm not moved. I mean, this is a moving statement, but in the sense of like bowel movement.
As your parents, your dad and I wanted to give you every opportunity or choice that we didn't have. We would do anything for you boys, or break our backs falling over obstacles and finding our way to be sure you had the best of the best. Even if we didn't always do it well, or have the right answers, or the words.
I mean, murder was not the right answer. I'm just going to give you that tip.
We would give you everything that we had. But the one thing I can't give you boys are the answers that you want the most. Because I can't give you something that I don't have. An explanation that I just don't know.
You can't give them something you don't have, like a fucking soul. Jeez.
I've never lost a son. I've never lost one of my brothers, a nephew, or a best friend. But I did grow up with a single mother, and I have lost my father. I do know what it's like to wonder, what if Dad could have watched me graduate college, walk me down the aisle, be there for the birth of one of you boys? If only Dad were here. I do know what that's like. The lifetime of pain that brings, the sadness and the anger. I would never wish that upon anyone. Especially you boys. My own sweet babies. It's a lifetime of what ifs and if onlys. An empty hole in your heart where your dad's supposed to be. He's supposed to fill. He's supposed to walk through life with you, with us, with our family. I do know what that's like. So murder, an attempted murder, 4 years later. And it's still hard for me to say those words out loud. They get caught.
I mean, it took you 2 tries to do it, so you know, I'm sure you'll figure it out. You seem to manage eventually.
My throat. I turn my stomach. And I try to avoid them as much as possible. Because it makes me physically sick to think about.
It makes you physically sick to think about the fact that you are going to spend the rest of your life in jail. That's what makes you sick. That's it.
But still to this day, I can't believe this is real sometimes. That this is our life. That this is my life. Convicted of taking one of the people out of my life who filled it the most. My husband. The father of my children. Still in shock. And still in disbelief. Accused and now convicted of such a heinous crime. potentially costing me to never see you boys again. I've just lost both of their parents, and there's no textbook answer on how or what we're supposed to do, how I'm supposed to react or move forward.
I mean, there is a textbook answer, which is you die in prison. That is the textbook answer. I mean, you don't like it, but that's what it says on the exam sheet. So, I mean, I got the study guide right here. I got the marking key. That's what it says.
And I'm so sorry you boys are being pulled through the middle of this absolute chaos.
Then why'd you do it?
Between two families fighting that both love you so very much. Trust and assets, our home, none of it matters. You boys are what matter. Your safety, your health, mentally, emotionally, all of that should be being prioritized. I will and have always prioritized your safety. I am your mother, and that is my job. And for anyone to scare you otherwise is just cruel and heartless. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you're calling the victim's family cruel and heartless. Awesome. Good choices we're making today.
The 8 people from a jury who have never met you or me or our family
And you're bashing the
have the
jury?
right to determine our future. And they did that in less than 3 hours.
That is not the dunk you think it is. That is not a dunk. Like, I got convicted super fast because I super suck.
In a perfect world, there might be justice. But in a perfect world, nothing ever goes wrong. Tragedies don't happen. Some think a verdict or the sentencing will be the answer that they seek or that they need, but it won't. It will only give them something else to think about for a while. It may help to disperse some of their hurt or their resentment, but it won't relieve it. This grief will outlive us all. The hundreds of lives that this has affected. The lifelong trauma you boys have suffered this last 4 years will outlive us all.
Yes, because they're going to tell their kids how much their mom sucked. Like, that is going to be, that's going to be something they pass on to their kids.
You haven't had to just endure losing one parent, but losing 2. And no child should ever have to go through that. Especially when one was an unforeseen tragedy, and the other based on injustice and a system we're supposed to trust.
Oh, honey.
Your dad's memory will always be the kind that's a physical hurt. The tightening in your chest when you think of him. Particularly on days like today, his birthday. Because he was so loved. That no verdict or sentence.
Why are you bringing up the birthday? That's something the prosecution brings up. You should not be bringing that up. Like, you suck at this.
Will ever be able to release that kind of suffering. I'm broken. I'm broken without your dad. I'm broken without you boys. God did not put me in this world to take a life.
No.
God put me in this world to give life. Your lives. And I don't know who or what I'm supposed to be if it's not a mother. Your mother.
I mean, I hate to tell you this, but you are basically going to be furniture for the rest of your life. They're going to put you in a room, and you're going to stay in that room 23 hours a day. You are basically furniture. Like, that is what you have been put on this earth to do at this point, is to be a fucking shelf. Like, Your job is to stay in a concrete room going slowly crazy. You're like 140 pounds of cheap sausage sitting in the sun. That's it. That's you now.
And as much as you've been influenced into thinking that Dad was murdered, that I took your dad from you, that is completely wrong and an absolute lie. And the thought of that is still as absurd today as it was 4 years ago. And just because someone may not be perfect, that's a far reach for them to be capable of murder. To kill someone, our someone. Your dad was in physical pain. A lot of physical pain. And just because some people didn't know or didn't want to see certain things, doesn't mean they weren't happening or they weren't true. He would have never left us intentionally. And I would have never taken him from you, from us. He was the glue that held us all together, that made us, us.
Okay, but who is the glue that you've been sniffing? Because, like, yeah, this is a joy. Okay.
Every little boy needs their father.
Then don't take the father. Like, don't murder.
Is he supposed to teach you the things that I could never explain?
Like, not murdering?
He's supposed to teach you and do things with you that only a dad can do. And only he could give you those life lessons between a father and a son. I would have never taken that from you boys.
But you did.
I know how much you need him, how much you love him, how much you aspire to be just like him. And I would have never taken that from you. And I'm so sorry that I can't bring him back. For you, for me, for our family.
And her lawyers are like, you're doing so great. You know, like, seriously? Because, kind of sucking, actually.
I can beat myself up all day about.
And, I mean, if you can't, I'm sure that, you know, the Richins family would be quite happy to help.
How I could have been a better person or made better personal choices. And I can understand and accept you boys being upset about those things. But murder? No, absolutely not. I will not accept that. And I will not be blamed for something I did not do. I will appeal and fight these charges no matter how long it takes. Not because I have anything to prove to this court, to the state, to the Richins family, or to the world. But I do have something to prove to you three. I do care what you boys think, and I need you boys to know the truth. And because of that, I will never quit or give up on this fight for justice, the truth, and coming home to you. So please, I know that right now you may not believe me, that you believe I took Dad from you, and that's okay. I still and will always love you, and I'm asking that you please just don't give up on me. I'm coming home. Not today, not this year, but we're going to make this right. Our justice system will get this right, although this courtroom can't seem to. We have a long road ahead, but I will never quit fighting my way home to you boys. I love you more than these words could ever express. I loved you before I ever met you. And I will love you long after I'm not here to say it.
But every minute of every day, I miss you boys more and more. And I think about how much I wish I could be with you. That this nightmare would go away.
I mean, you wish you could be with them because they're going to be outside in like sunlight and able to, you know, to use a toilet without like a cellmate watching and, you know, these kinds of things. So, like, yeah, that's a different, you know, thing there. So, yeah.
And we could have our family back. This entire situation isn't fair to anyone, but it's especially not fair to you three. And you boys are all that matters. I want to remind you just how strong you are. That you are loved by so many. And I am beyond proud of you. Of everything you have overcome, everything you have achieved, and how much you bring into this world. You boys have been through so much. And I wish I could take away all your sadness and all your pain.
That's what they're afraid of. They're terrified that you're going to get out and take away all their sadness and pain by like suffocating them with a pillow.
Tell you how much Dad and I love you and that everything's going to be okay. I wish I could count the freckles in your little cheeks. Read you books before bed. And help you with all your homework. I wish I could help you through your toughest nights. And hear your laugh through your happiest days. But for now, that's just not the way it is. You have to be strong. You have to remember that our strength grows in these moments when we don't think we can go on. But we keep going on anyway, because we have to push through these hard days. Because in the end, at the end of this war, it will be so worth it. But I need you boys to always keep pushing through these hard days. Because this will come to an end. I just need you to hang in there. Listen to your little hearts. Listen to your little bellies for the truth. Before you were told who to be and what to believe, remember who you are. Remember who we are. Remember our family. I will continue to call you every day, even if my calls are blocked. Just so you know.
This is like the worst thing. Look.
I will continue to call you every day, even if my calls are blocked. Just so you know that I'm here. I've always been here. And I will always be here. My cards, my letters, they will never stop.
You are convicted of murder. Your kids do not want any contact with you. I will never stop is exactly the wrong fucking message, because the judge is like, you will never stop? Okay, that sounds like a reason to put you on 23-hour lockdown to prevent you from doing these things. Like, you know, you cannot, oh my God. This is terrible. Like, it is very, very possible that the reason why she gets life without the possibility of parole is because of this, which comes off like a fucking psycho threat.
I will never stop. I love you forever, Mom.
That's all right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a fair reminder. While inside the courtroom, everyone involved in this process must be treated with respect. We cannot have any outward reactions inside the courtroom. If any of you feel overcome with emotion, frustration, anger, whatever,
Nausea.
of any kind, please remember just to look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. The court has considered the following information.
So, you've done a good job at the end of the day when you finish making your sentencing submissions and the judge does not even take 5 minutes to think about them. He's just like, nah, I'm good.
The evidence, information, arguments, and recommendations provided by counsel on the record today. Victim impact statements and other statements made on the record today regarding the appropriate sentence. And the pre-sentence investigation report as corrected on the record today, including the numerous statements attached to it. In addition, the court has considered
The as corrected on the record is like he's just shutting the door to an appeal. That was what that statement was. It's like that potential appeal, nah, it can go fuck itself.
consider each of the factors set forth in Utah Code 76-3-201 subsection 2B and has prioritized those factors as required by section 201-2C. Having considered the gravity and circumstances of the offenses for which Ms. Richins has been convicted, the number of victims, and available information regarding the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant, the court hereby orders that the sentences on counts 2 through 5 shall run consecutively to each other and to the sentence imposed.
And you see that look of surprise when she hears consecutive? It's like, oh, you should not be surprised by that. Ooh, no.
On count 1. Moreover, the court exercises its discretion and chooses to impose no fines related to any sentence in this case. The court addresses the 5 counts on which Ms. Richins was convicted in reverse order. Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 5, third-degree felony forgery, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term not to exceed 5 years. Based on your conviction on count 4, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 3, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 2, first-degree felony attempted aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 5 years, and that may be for life. Which brings us to the final issue, the appropriate sentence for count 1. Under Utah Code 76-3-207.7, there are only 2 options. An indeterminate prison term of not less than 25 years, and that may be for life, or life in prison without parole. And the law requires that the court consider each option. Under a sentence of 25 to life, and considering the effect of the 4 consecutive sentences, the time that Ms. Richins has spent in custody, and the current practices of the Board of Pardons and Parole, Ms. Richins would likely serve approximately 30 years in the Utah State Prison before receiving her first parole hearing. By that time, she would be 66 years old. Under a sentence of life in prison without parole, Ms. Richins would be in prison for the rest of her natural life, unless the Board of Pardons and Parole determines by clear and convincing evidence at some future point that she is permanently incapable of being a threat to the safety of society, at which time the board would have the authority to release her.
So permanently incapable of being a threat is basically a situation where, like, you're so old and mentally infirm or physically infirm that, like, you're not going to be murdering anybody. The problem is that she is a poisoner. And so the difficulty is you don't need a whole lot of, physical acumen to, to murder anybody. Right. So, you just don't, right? Like you don't need physical strength to poison somebody. So yeah, I saw somebody saying, what is it? Somebody who's saying, I don't know why she wants parole because she's going to be in there until she dies anyway. She wants the possibility of parole because it will make her jail stay way easier. She's going to have access to programming. She's going to have access to visits. She's going to have access to calls. She's going to have access to all of these things. And, that makes her life way easier. Whereas if she gets without parole, she's just going into a box and she just stays in the box.
Under either scenario, Ms. Richins will be incapacitated, meaning structurally prevented from harming anyone outside the Utah State prison system for at least the next 3 decades, and perhaps much longer. But the potential impact on the survivors of the tragedy created by Kouri Richins, most importantly, Eric Richins' 3 sons, is more difficult to predict. On one hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to life without parole, one or more of those young men may come to resent that the court eliminated any opportunity they might have in the future, decades into the future, to express an opinion as adults with substantial life experience about whether their mother should, for example, be allowed to die with dignity.
This, I think, is a very, this was the argument they should have been all in on, right? All in on this. But they didn't. They played a bunch of stupid fucking games because they are breathing their clients' farts, and yeah.
On the other hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to 25 to life, one or more of those young men may spend the next 30 years questioning why the court failed to protect them from the prospect of the person who murdered their father being released from prison at some time in the distant future, perhaps when they have families and children of their own. The court's contemplation of how those young men may come to feel about today's.
And the thing is she would have had such a better statement. She would have been in such better position if she'd said something like, I will maintain hope that my children will one day want to reconcile with me, but I will respect their wishes and not, I will respect their wishes and let them, come to me. And I will hope that happens, but I don't, because right now the judge is like, what if she eventually gets parole and then starts harassing these, the kids, who will be adults at this point, in order to force her way into their lives. And if she'd actually said that she would actually respect their wishes, she would be in a better position there. But instead she's like, I will never stop. I'm like some sort of horror movie villain. I will,
decision some 30 years from now comes from a place of genuine concern for them and humility regarding the court's inability to predict the future. Sitting here today, it is simply not possible for anyone, not even those young men, to know how their view of this case may evolve over the next several decades. My hope is that every person affected by Eric Richins' death will, over time, find their way to a state of peace. As for today, the court's duty is to make a decision, a weighty, long-lasting decision based on the best information available today. And the bottom line is this. Kouri Richins was convicted unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt of attempting to murder Eric Richins, her husband, and the father of their 3 children. And then, having failed in her first effort of spending the next 17 days, not changing course, but doubling down, preparing to try again, and ultimately completing the act through the administration of poison. And for what? Money. All for pecuniary gain. A person convicted of committing that sequence of acts in that way, and for that reason, and who causes the absolute tragedy that has befallen Eric Richins' sons and family. A person convicted of those things is simply too dangerous to ever be free. Accordingly, Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 1, first-degree felony aggravated murder. The court hereby sentences you to life without parole. You have the right to an appeal. You must file a notice of appeal within 30 days. You have the right to be represented by counsel on appeal.
And she nods because she's already convinced herself that this is an unfair court and that she's being mistreated. I don't see that she's going to win on appeal. I don't think she is. I think she's hooped.
Bloodworth, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we anticipate filing a motion for new trial and would like a date set. We have a substantial record in this case. We will file the notice of appeal of the conviction and the sentence, and ask that everything be stayed pending the motion for new trial as we're entitled to do under Rule 4B. Excuse me, but we think we need sufficient time to file a motion for new trial based on the substantial record that exists in this case.
I saw a lot of people who are pissed at her for like asking for extra time to file. I'm like, I don't see that anybody should be bothered by that. Like, it's a reasonable ask.
Longer than the typical 14 days, because this is not only the trial itself, but the years of litigation and motion practice that preceded the trial. We were hoping that we could get an agreed deadline of 90 days to file a motion for new trial, mainly because for half of June I'm out of the country, and for half of July, Ms. Lewis is out of the country. Normally we would ask for 60, but there's going to be a month in there where both of us aren't available. So we're asking for 90 days.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state objects. The rule provides for 14 days. You can't imagine this is a decision that was made today. I think counsel's had the last 53 days to prepare the motion, 14 days pursuant to the rule. I appreciate that it's a lengthy record in this case, but the issues available for the trial are fairly narrow. The state.
Bloodworth is like, did they just think that they were going to appeal this today? Like, they had lots of time. Come on. So I get where he's coming from too.
Recommends a 14-day time period as provided by.
There is one other thing, Your Honor, on that as to why we need the extra time. So we have asked the county to retain an expert to assist to do a declaration for attached to our motion for new trial, and it's going to require us to go before a separate entity to decide whether that funding is approved, and that just takes time. So that's another issue we need.
I feel like there's more that I need to know in order to make this decision. And so I can also appreciate why defendant is concerned about the 14-day deadline so they do not lose that opportunity. Sitting here today with very little information and the state having very little opportunity to respond to this idea, I'll extend your deadline to 28 days. But within that time, if you want to file a motion to extend it, Ms. Nestor, with more detail, you have 14 days to file that motion.
I don't hate that time extension.
Not a kind of clarification. So the court.
14 days from now, they have an opportunity. They have a deadline to file a motion to extend the 28-day deadline. If they don't, it's 28 days.
Gotcha.
I acknowledge that that 28-day deadline may cause practical difficulties for the state's team, and if I need to extend the state's response deadline, I will certainly give that fair consideration.
Understood.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else today?
Yes.
Ms. Richins, you are hereby committed to the Utah State Prison and remanded to the custody of the Department of Corrections. This court is in recess. Please follow the deputy's instructions. We're off the record.
And that's game, folks. That's it. She's it's over. She's done. She's going to try to appeal it. I don't see that the appeal is going to go anywhere. I mean, I just didn't see I didn't see an angle on that, right? Maybe I'm missing it, but like, I'm not seeing the appeal. I'll cover it when they file. But I think that their appeal is just going to be like, they appeal because she's going to go to the rest of her, the rest of time. And, then that's it. So yeah, that's kind of my thinking on that. And, we'll see. So, yeah. Bloodworth did a really great job. I thought Bloodworth, there were a few moments where I was critical of him. But at the end of the day, he ran that in a fairly classy way. And so props to him. Let's cover the, what is it? Am I going to cover the finance case? Maybe. I would not surprise me if she pled out on anything else she's got. Although we'll see. I will probably cover the Robinson trial because that involves guns, and you know me, I like guns, right? So that's a whole thing. I see people saying she does still have financial crimes. She may just plead those out though, because why fight it at this point when she's on the hook? So I'm so confused on the 23-1 and no visitors. 23-1 is like 23 hours a day in cells, 1 hour for exercise, and it's pretty strict lockdown, right? And no visitors would mean no in-person visitors. She's like allowed phone calls, and that's about it. So the sister did a statement in the parking lot. I don't think we're going to cover that. The sister's statement is basically, yes, we're super glad she's in custody, which, is a reasonable statement from the sisters. So let's have a look here. Philialin, the sampler pack is nice. I got it as a Christmas gift. It is a really nice sampler pack. I quite like it. So it's a me, Tony P. Chug, 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 internet lawyer, Spice Man. Thank you. The world wonders. It really works out delaying the stream until today. Not just the decisions, but I had a dog health scare over the weekend, and I can finally relax. I'm glad you can relax, because that, dogs, we get worried about them. Nancy Druby says, go for the gusto and enjoy your sauce. Will do. Vez from Quebec, still on sick leave, but planning an October visit for you with a Montreal meetup and all, and on your land 2027. I'm looking forward to it. Miss Erica Claus says, here's a drink on me. Thank you so much. Mostly Armless Fuzzball. Not sure advertising you're going to be in Chicago is the best idea, given a certain IP lawyer, unless you're going to be there for her anyway. She's aware. Fiona W, enjoy the sauce. Thank you. Kristen M96, just an FYI about Murdaugh, the retrial may be delayed because the Attorney General is running for governor, and I think a new Attorney General is getting elected this year. Fair. Joanie Madrid, my pup says hello and happy Wednesday to yours. Hello. Avrila's Hobby Channel, why yes, we do need the story. We got the story of how I was stuck. Mr. Erica Claus, did you forget your compass? Nope, it wasn't a compass problem. Pamela Wissenbach, bring on the forest story. Thank you. We did. I got to buy some traction mats. That's what I got to do. Vez from Quebec, looking forward to being stuck in the wood next summer too. Hopefully no getting stuck. That is something I'd rather avoid. Lynn Britton, thank you for the distraction from the hub's latest radiation treatment. I hope that's going well, because that is that's kind of a big deal there. Tough Cookie, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Maddis Clues, definitely up too late when I catch a Runkle stream live. It's 2 a.m. We've been at this for nearly 7 hours. Time for bed. Replay crew tomorrow. Good night, Runkle and chat. We're done soon. We got 70 super chats to go through. Must have the stuck in the wood story. I can't imagine. It worked out in the end, but it did kind of suck. So yeah, I can't say it was exactly my favorite thing, and I hope it doesn't occur again. So we shall see. We shall see. I'm looking at traction boards now, and just seeing like what I can get for a traction mat to try to get myself out of muck in future. So, yep. I'll look at that in later. Kimchi says, can you find a Pew Pew at your local Starbucks? I'll have to check it out. I'm not sure. Maybe. So maybe is the answer to that. Hunk Banana No, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Cora Savage, there have been several instances in the U.S. where people have been executed for crimes they didn't commit, only for them to be exonerated after their death. The other thing to remember is not only for the only to be exonerated after their death, but also often the exoneration after their death is because somebody else gets convicted or because they find somebody else did it. What type of underwear do lawyers wear? Briefs. I'm excited to hear the Wood story. Thank you so much. Law-abiding rebel story time with Runkle. Thank you. Jarn the Lich, making progress coding my dream game while listening to you. Thanks for your show. I'm super curious about that game. SoCal Mama, LawTube got big. Maybe it's time for a convention. I would love to do a convention. I don't know how to organize a convention. And I don't know if I could, because like US rules and all of that. Would there be an issue with me trying to organize something in the States? I don't know. The US might be upset if I was making money in the States running a convention, and yeah. Beamer says, get saucy. Thank you so much. Melody says, poison is the most cowardly of weapons. Of course, a man said this. You're not wrong. Speedy and Turbo's mom, have you seen a chiropractor? I haven't gone to a chiropractor in a long time. I'm kind of afraid of chiropractors because they, when they do the snappy thing, sometimes that can cause serious problems. So, yeah. More hot sauce, thank you. Kestrel, thanks everyone. Sparrow was the best dog ever. For 16 years, she was always by my side. I feel bad about, I feel bad about all of that. Winch in a case, 2 snatch blocks, and a tow hook or 2. You don't need anyone to pull you out in the woods. So I've got a cable puller, but by the time we got it set up, because it wasn't with my car, Mrs. Runkle brought it out, but by the time we got it set up, it was so late that we were we were just like, too late. We need to get home. So there just wasn't anything to be done about it. Mary Matilda May, not a fan of Richins' defense team. I found all 3 of them disingenuous. I can get why. So what is it? Melody says chili peppers evolved to be hot to discourage mammals from eating them, but birds don't have the receptors to feel the burn, so they spread the seeds. I bet there's still stuff that birds won't eat that I will. So astronauts love hot sauce in the International Space Station because microgravity dulls their sense of taste. I mean, if I was a hot sauce company, and I guess I kind of am, I would try so hard to get some of the hot sauce onto the space station. So Melody says active duty U.S. soldiers can get free hot sauce from McKelney Company to liven up MREs, a tradition spanning decades. Canada doesn't allow, so the U.S. allows for like mail to like any soldier, where you could just like send a care package to like, just a random soldier. Canada doesn't do that. Canada doesn't allow for that, but I kind of wish we did, because I would totally mail some care packages out. So, and I don't think as a Canadian that I can send it to, I don't think I can send it to the US. So yeah. All right. Let's let me see. I'm doing a buy now thing. Some extreme hot sauces are so potent they require special materials like jet engine coatings to contain them. I mean, that is kind of cool, right? Like, really kind of cool. So, yeah, I kind of want to try some of those. Hi, Runkle. From Stephanie. Why did the judge say not to speak to anyone but him? I've seen clips of impact statements where they were able to confront the defendant. I think it's specifically because he's probably seen the same clips and doesn't find it appropriate, and I agree with him. So, Mary Matilda May, goal. We haven't done a goal in a while. Then goal. Giovanni Madrid says Spice Facts appreciation for Super Chatter M. I thought that was pretty awesome, to be honest. Gotta see what's a lime cilantro. Try that. Horse welfare. If something happened to you, we would celebrate you far longer than you know, but you're not allowed to leave us. I don't have any plans. Like that's not it's not something I'm super concerned about, but at the end of the day, like you never know. You know, could get hit by a bus, could get, shot by a crazy, could be, any number of things, right? So you never know. Random unbreaded commenter, don't forget your Rumble chats for the goals. That is true. I got to see those. I got to email a Rumble person. So yeah, that is a thing I got to do. Liz Reed's illustration, as the daughter of another strong father whom so many admire, it's always a pleasure to spend time in a chat like this. Thank you, Liz Reed. And lime cilantro plus lime. Oh, the lime is real nice. I can't really taste the cilantro, but the lime is nice. They're stealing a lot of my ideas. I can't complain though, but the lime is quite nice. Mirage of Reality says reset goal. I don't think I did there. Royal Canadian Legion branches and local community groups often spearhead efforts to send care packages. I should look into that. What is it? Try asking your local military base if you can provide a care package that they can send to a unit or 3 on your behalf. I'll have to look into that. Rumble chat or Rumble rants. Drex's unused Baldo. Wasn't there a whole song about a Russian guy they tried to poison and end up having to shoot several times and eventually drown? Rah, rah, Rasputin. Guess they should have tried using Tylenol. Oof. And then another one from same person. She thought her life anthem was Queen's I Want It All, not realizing she neither had the skill for such, nor was she in any way a queen. The line between ambition and greed is thin. She didn't even look. You're not wrong. And TX47 says, can't do much this month, but I want to show appreciation for streaming on Rumble. Texas online ID law makes YouTube a trap for ID theft, which I already suffer from. I may do more on Rumble. I just got to figure out, how to make money on Rumble. Because, yeah. Which reminds me, I got to email a Rumble person. So that's a whole thing. What is it? Jordan the Lich, did the Massachusetts meet happen yet? No. I haven't been able to catch you live for a while, so I don't know if I missed it, but I'm really hoping to go if the stars align. I will have to organize one sometime. SoCal Mema, if granted appeal, think the Suns could be called by prosecution. They'd be older. The locked door and lie about sleeping in her son's room are very damning. They might want to on an appeal if they were older, but yeah. Robert says, do you think her lawyers are noticing her facing and just ignoring it? I think that they're supporting it. Why not elbow her? Also love your content. First time I got to catch you live. Glad to have you here. I don't know what her lawyers were thinking, but I mean, they should have told her to, be liberal. I'm late, but I'm here zooming to catch up before the sun comes up in St. John's, Newfoundland. We started a little late. Bez from Quebec. I never want kids, and I have none, but I'm legal guardian to my best friend's autistic kid, and I'm defending her with all I have. Always will. You're a good egg, Vez. Masterful Melon. Woo! Number 17 for 17 months. Thank you so much. Grace Base. You believe your client is innocent? Skill issue. Yeah. Stephanie says, you need a random wet fart on your soundboard. Use it with at will or with or without explanation as you see fit. Namely at awkward pauses and BS testimony. I actually do have a soundboard that has some. Let me just see if I can find a suitable sound here. Here we go. So it's There's a few options. Okay, that's about as far as we're gonna go. All right. Kim G, the forensic homeopath. If you're late to court because you have diarrhea running down the leg of your suit, do you tell the court as much then? I don't know that I'd be that clear, but yeah. So, yeah. Michigan Farm Boy, looking forward to making it to visit in Chicago. I'm looking forward to shaking a lot of hands, and yeah. Baby Gator, defense feels like Sarah Boone's sentencing 2.0. Kitsurigi, or whatever it was she was announcing that as. Ash Elizabeth, thank you so much. Nick Starro says fart sounds will never not be funny. You're not wrong. Michigan Farm Boy, she wants to learn to monopolize the prison cigarette crest white strip markets. I mean, if she's on 23-hour lockdown, she's not going to be doing a whole lot. Like, she's not going to be having a lot of soups, or, you know, she's not going to be trading for soups, etc. Random unbreaded commenter, Runkle about to make all the cult fanatics big mad. I mean, you're not wrong. Michigan Farm Boy, good night, folks. Got to get up and plant beans in the morning. We'll catch the rest in the tractor tomorrow. Her team is consistent, if nothing else. I am super curious. Hellfish Haven, BB Raiders, like, sub, and stream this channel. Hart Baker, thank you so much. Meme Empress, Kouri found God. Sarah Boone, Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. You're not wrong there either. Chu Unthor, I've said this on EDB's chat, and I'll say it again. The faces she makes are the faces seen on countless body cams of DUI stops, where the Karens are shocked at the audacity of someone telling them they did something wrong. That's actually that's a, you know, a real strong. I agree. You're not wrong, because yeah. And Chu Unthor says, Your Honor, she was always extremely generous with Eric's money. Yep. And FS, last night I went through 8 glasses of whiskey during the defense statements, and it's not getting any better this morning, except I have to work in a bit. I could go for a glass of whiskey. Would you look at that? Ramos actually found time. Yeah, he found his way. So, yeah. Cadillacs, thank you for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Missed most of Ramos the first time around. Does he end with an amen? Close. He was thinking it real hard. Jaded for justice. I feel like I missed something. How can these lawyers believe her bullshit? I don't know. I suspect she's really good at being manipulative. So, yeah. Meme Empress, that pause face is not a face of remorse. Yep. Buzzy brain of bees. You've been here for 7 hours? Ian, it's like you're being you. We're not 7 hours yet. We have 2 minutes before it's 7 hours. We're going to be 7 hours. So, Meme Empress is not hearing a lot about Kouri's remorse, just a lot of but she's a good person. And in my experience, is this the case they didn't put on? I mean, yeah. And Chu Hunthor says, I'm a sneeze, father of a chew. Referring to that noise, I'm sure. Meme Empress, what in the group project is this set up? And Bloodworth is the best side-eye during her bit. Bloodworth has some high-octane side-eye. Lorianne, thank you for the smile there and being a member for 16 months. Jan W28, morning Ian. This is Kouri Richins, not Karen Reed's pity party. No sincerity. Yep. Chuanthor, geez, why are you all hung up on that one thing? Just let bygones be bygones. Sheesh. And why are you all making such a big deal out of this? And it was his fault anyway, is what I'm hearing. You're not wrong. Meme Empress, speaking ill of the dead is a good way to get your ass haunted. Won't be by Eric, because ain't no way he's getting anywhere near her again. But hey, I mean, he had a construction business. He knows how to get a subcontractor. And Chuanthor says, there's the side eye, and they said their love for me was unconditional, but it couldn't even last past one teensy-tiny murdering of one of their kin. Ooh, you're not wrong, but ooh, spicy. Celebrial, hi folks, late and catching up. Late and soon on my way to bed. True Unthor says, ma'am, may we please have a crumb of accountability? She says accountability, but she doesn't take any. East Coast Kenny, so glad to pop in with the Maritime Madness collaboration. PI's waiting to host you. I see crab and lobster. I like crab better than lobster. I know that makes me like a terrible person, but if CRA asks, it's a business expense. You can interview the officer who got poked with his P320. This chick on some first frost shrooms. Okay. So yeah, I've got to make it out to the East Coast sometime soon. Jeremy Morton, Sarah Boone's burning everything down didn't piss me off like this does. This is kind of more offensive because she's got lawyers. Meme Empress, we found it. We found the letter worse than Sarah Boone. The bar was so low it's in the devil's lap. Yet here Kouri is sucking off Satan. Ooh, spicy. Jeremy Morton, she saw Hamlet and wanted to be Polonius. I felt like that speech was polonium. Juan Thor, be like your dad and always laugh because you never know which laugh will be the last is a very thinly veiled threat, ma'am. It didn't feel good. Jeremy Morton says, oh no, I've just hit live in 1x speed before she's done, and then nauseous face. Kai San says, yay, my favorite lawyer is live. I can't stand listening to Kouri though. She's something. Jaded for Justice. Make sure you have an exit strategy when at your land. Have a feeling it's going to be a bad fire year. By the way, try acupuncture for your back. Helps me so much more than a chiropractor. I got to try it. Random unbreaded commenter. Our go-to generic is AMN/Sergeant Enter Rank Snuffy. Fair. And Juan Thor says, Boone was actually pretty close to the Japanese Kinsukuroi, except she added a few syllables. She added like 20 syllables, and it was really bizarre. So yeah, I don't really have a get out of the land free or get out of the land in a hurry thing, but yeah. Side note, mentioned a video about BC gun law to my brother, who before I finished said, you watch Runkle. Thanks for making me cool to my brother. One of my friends, actually, it was kind of funny because so a friend of mine from and Dame Pam, hello. Hi. One of my friends from elementary school actually reached out and said, hey, my husband watches you. Is there any chance that you could like stop by and say hi when you're when you're next in town? That was in Vancouver, and I was like, yeah. Especially because she was a cool person in high school. She wasn't, or in elementary school and so forth. She wasn't a dick. She was actually a really nice person. So she's like, and I was like, yeah, I could do that. She's like, cool, because he really doesn't believe me that I know you. And I was like, this will be fun. So I got to drop by, and he's like, holy crap, it's actually you. And I'm like, yeah. So I love meeting people. I love random sort of encounters. I had another fun random encounter. It was this was kind of funny because it was somebody who's kind of younger than most of my audience, because a lot of my audience is kind of like 40s and up, but not all of them. Like there's a range. And so I was walking along the street, and I'm sitting there and I'm talking on my phone, and I see this guy double take. And I thought it was because I kind of walked up and he was trying to get out of the way because he heard somebody, and he kind of almost walked into me. And, it was like, oh, and I see the guy double take, and I was like, oh, okay, and he's like, are you Runkle? And I was like, holy shit, hi. So, it was cool. And up, I feel attacked. Oh, that was you, wasn't it? It was cool running into you. It was awesome. Just like down, just sort of random random encounters there. So yeah, no. I have to do an Edmonton meetup. I haven't done an Edmonton meetup yet. So I gotta get that set up, because I've done Vancouver and Utah and Texas and soon Chicago. And I had a plan for, oh, it wasn't me, I'm just old. Okay. I've got a plan for Montreal, which I haven't done yet because it fell through before, but there's a plan. And I'm like, I still haven't done Edmonton yet. I got to set something up. So let me figure that out. I will figure out an Edmonton meetup. I'm going to get off my butt and do that because, yeah. I'm trying to think. Maybe somewhere in the summer would be a good thing. I'm thinking maybe it'd be pretty cool if I could like rent crafts. They've got like a top floor, so I could do that. Chew on Thor says, well, Ian, if you ever head to the Czech Republic, hit me up. Beers on me. I would love to. Or no, it's not Czech Republic anymore. It's Czechia. I think I'm mangling things. Yes, I've also done Nashville. Ruckle still doesn't realize how popular. I can't believe like any of this because people. I had a conversation with somebody a while ago and they were asking about my YouTube channel. And I was like, yeah, I've got a YouTube channel. And they're like, oh, how many subscribers do you have? And I was like, 300,000. They're like, oh. And I was like, yeah. And they're like, oh, what do you do? Like, why do people tune in? And I was like, well, I do legal commentary. And as for the why, I don't know. I don't know why they tuned in. And he's like, oh. And I was like, I don't get it, but I appreciate it, but I don't get it. Like, I appreciate it, but I don't understand. So anyway, we have gotten through the super chats. We are at 7 hours and 5 minutes. I'm going to wrap things up. I'm going to go to sleep, and I got to be up in a few hours and I got court. I got all sorts of things. So, yeah, I will see you guys, see you all soon. I'm not sure when. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to get my car back from the land because it's still parked there. And, Runkle, you're wearing out the chair you sit in wrong. You're not wrong. They're like this. So the arms of the chair are disintegrating. The bottom of the chair is falling apart. I got to throw this out, and I got to figure out a chair that doesn't suck because this one kind of sucks. So yeah. All right. Good night, everybody. And I think we had some problems with the camera, but not too many. How'd you get home? Mrs. Runkle picked me up. And it was late. It was a late evening. So good night, all.